Chapter 368. Yan Lang's birthday ceremony had taken a huge turn for the worse. Yan Lang had been captured by Xiao Han, who had been summoned to the demon god altar by the 10 great demon emperors. A long time later, what's going on? What's going on? Many ultimate variant demon emperors had come to their senses and voiced their doubts and fear. And the demon god altar floating in the void made all the ultimate mutant demon emperors anxious and uneasy. Grandmaster, where is Grandmaster? Grandmaster, the dozens of ultimate variant demon emperors under Yan Lang cried out in fear. Shut up. One of the demon emperors snorted in displeasure. Forget it. All of you can leave. There's nothing for you to do here anymore. He waved his hand and a surge of demonic energy swept out. In the blink of an eye, all the demon emperors in the 3rd level of the demon metropolis were teleported away. Only the 10 great demon emperors were left in the 3rd level of the demon metropolis. Emperor Woodfern, what should we do now? One of the great demon emperors asked in a low voice. The situation is under control, Emperor Woodfern said confidently. The Silver Mask Demon Emperor can't play any tricks now. Let's wait quietly for the demon gods will to judge the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Heh. If nothing goes wrong and Lord Demon God has mercy on us, we might be able to get some benefits from the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. TSK, even we don't dare to touch the origin energy of the demon race in his body. If this energy can be separated and refined by us, it will bring indescribable benefits to our demon bodies. That's right. Perhaps this opportunity might allow us to ascend to the upper world. We can ascend to the higher realms. Another demon emperor said. Another demon emperor agreed. Suddenly, another martial monarch beast hesitated for a moment before speaking. Emperor Woodfern, great demon emperors, I've only been a demon emperor for a short period of time, so I don't know much about the upper world. I wonder if Emperor Woodfern and great demon emperors can tell me more about it. Hearing that, Emperor Woodfern and the other great emperors burst into laughter. The demon emperor smiled awkwardly. I only know that the so-called upper realm is divided into the demon realm and the immortal realm. The diabolic demonic emperor. You haven't been an emperor for long, so you don't know much about the upper realm. Compared to us, you're still a stranger. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll tell you a bit about it. Emperor Woodfern smiled. That's right, diabolic demon emperor. Just as you said, the upper world is further divided into the demon world and the immortal world. Great Emperor Woodfern began to explain. The so-called realm of demons is the high-level demon clan that is led by the great Lord Demon God. High-level demon race? That's right, high-level demons. The bloodline of the high-ranking demon clans born in the supreme demon realm is not something that we demon emperors can compare to. In the demon world, the demon god's subordinates are known as demon emperors. However, they cannot be compared to the demon emperors of ordinary planes like us, the Woodfern demon emperor said seriously. We're simply trash compared to the demon emperors of the demon realm. They were both demon emperors, but the demon emperors in the demon realm were many times stronger than the demon emperors in the ordinary realms. The other 9 demon emperors held their breaths as they listened attentively to the Woodfern demon emperor. In the demon world, the demon emperors under Lord Demon God's command have extremely noble bloodlines and genes, and their true forms are extremely terrifying. For example, some of the demon emperors in the demon world are 30,000 meters tall, and their awakened demon meridians can form a dimension of their own that can encompass the 4 seas and the heavens. Tell me, do you think they can compare to us? Grand Emperor Woodfern said solemnly. Let me tell you. Don't doubt me. Some of the demon emperors of the demon world have bodies that are planets. Ah. Bodies that are planets? What, are you scared? Frogs at the bottom of a well. Emperor Woodfern sneered. This emperor's demonic body and demonic power are slightly superior to all of you. That's why I know a bit more than you do. There's one thing I've never mentioned to you before, but there's no harm in telling you now. Once, I released my demonic sense and tried to probe the demon world. I actually managed to make contact with some scattered will. These scattered wills were left behind by a demon emperor of the demon world. The will left behind by a demon emperor of the demon world? That's right. Do you know how terrifying the demon emperor's true form is? There are a total of 81 planets in its body. In other words, its demon body is made up of 81 planets. They were scared stiff. The rest of the 9 demon thearchs were completely frightened. Gurgling sounds came from their throats, as if an invisible hand was squeezing their throats. How big was a planet? If the plane the demon emperors resided in was a planet, then the body of the demon emperor Woodfern Demon World's demon emperor was equivalent to 81 such planes. How much demonic chi could such a huge demon body contain? They didn't even dare to imagine it. In short, every demon emperor's true form stretches for thousands of miles, tens of thousands of meters above sea level, forming a world of its own. There's no need for you to be afraid. After all, life forms are on a different level. It's enough for us to understand a little. Emperor Woodfern's tone suddenly grew tense. As for the demon realm's demon emperor that I spoke of, the demon realm's demon emperor that was formed from 81 planets, it was killed and perished. Only the remnant of its will was accidentally encountered by my demon awareness. What? How could such a powerful demon race creature, a leviathan-like existence, be killed so easily? How could he have died? The 9-headed demonic emperor screamed in disbelief. Shut up. Emperor Woodfern snorted. It was killed by an immortal. An immortal of the human race. Do you think that the immortal world of the higher worlds doesn't give birth to experts? The human race. Experts born from them are immortals. The demon emperor of the demon world is indeed a giant. But immortals. They aren't weak. Every immortal can roam the universe with their fleshly body. They can roam outer space. They can destroy planets with a wave of their hand, devour the stars, and live for eternity. It was too terrifying. The demon emperor was strong, but the immortals of the human race were just as freakish. Emperor Woodfern, your words are making me dizzy. It's making me dizzy. The dark demon emperor, who asked the question just now, was extremely terrified. Forget it. These existences aren't existences we can touch. Now, I'll continue with the higher worlds. The higher worlds include the demon world and the immortal world, but don't think that the demon world and the immortal world are two different places. There is only one demon realm and immortal realm. They're on the same plane. In this plane, the human immortals are the eternal enemies of the demon world. They're also the eternal enemies of the demon world. Seriously. In the upper realm, the human clans are more powerful than the demon clans. The human clans have more celestials than the emperors of the demon realm. If it weren't for Lord Demon God, the demon realm would have been destroyed by the celestial realm a long time ago. Thus, the human immortals could unify the higher worlds. So the demon world and the immortal world are on the same plane, the demon emperor said, understanding dawning on them. There's only one higher world. But there are many ordinary planes like the one we're in right now. These ordinary planes were almost the same, with humans and demons living in them. However, in some dimensions, the human clan has already completely exterminated the demon clan, while in other dimensions, the demon clan has exterminated the human clan. However, we're natural enemies, and we're always at war with each other, the Woodfern Emperor explained. However, in the upper realm, be it human immortals or monster emperors, it's very, very difficult for them to descend to an ordinary plane like ours. The beings of the higher worlds are too terrifying. If they descend, their auras alone are enough to crush ordinary planes like ours. For the same reason, it's almost impossible for the beings of ordinary planes like us to ascend to the higher worlds. However, the world is unpredictable. There are a few ways for the beings of the higher worlds to descend. Generally speaking, there are two ways for high-level beings from the higher worlds to descend. The first is to create a spatial passageway and break through the spatial barrier between ordinary planes and the higher worlds. However, this requires an enormous amount of energy. Furthermore, only the weakest immortals and demon emperors of the higher worlds can descend cautiously. Only existences whose bodies aren't able to crush ordinary planes can break through the spatial barrier and descend. The second is to descend with their souls. This soul descending to the mortal world involved the problem of possession. The immortals of the higher worlds or the powerhouses of the Yao world can possess the bodies of beings from ordinary planes and descend with their souls. However, the bodies of ordinary planes are too weak, so it's very dangerous for the beings of the higher worlds to descend with their souls. Without a sufficiently strong physical body, the beings of the higher worlds can't risk sending their souls down. If they fail, their souls will be destroyed. On the other hand, the beings of ordinary planes can ascend to the higher worlds. However, there are two ways. First, if a human cultivator with true energy can become an immortal and cultivate an immortal body, they can be received by the immortals of the higher worlds and ascend. Demon emperors like us can also ascend to the Yao world when our bodies reach a certain level of strength. Second, our souls can ascend to the higher worlds. Our souls can ascend to the higher worlds and possess a body. But, unless the higher-up specially prepared a body to guide your soul to possess, how could a weak creature from the lower realm complete the possession of a creature from the upper realm? Emperor Woodfern, we understand now. Then, are there any immortals among the humans in the Yaoxia Tower in our plane? Probably not. It's almost impossible for immortals to exist in ordinary planes. The spatial barriers of ordinary planes can't withstand the aura of human immortals. It'll cause space to collapse and time to become chaotic. The immortals of the higher worlds aren't foolish enough to descend with their souls. After all, even if the possession succeeds, the immortal's strength will be limited. In our plane, there are only a few false immortals among the humans of our plane, Emperor Woodfern said confidently. False immortals? Emperor Woodfern smiled disdainfully. Yes. They've absorbed a small amount of immortal energy and used it to cleanse their bodies. We can still deal with false immortals. At the very least, we won't lose to them. All of a sudden, the Woodfern Demon Emperor's voice grew hoarse. I'm almost certain that the essence energy in the silver-masked monster emperor's body doesn't come from an ordinary plane. It's likely that it was left behind by one of the monster emperors of the higher worlds. Now, we can use the monster god's sacrificial altar to dispel that energy. If we benefit from it, our bodies will definitely advance by leaps and bounds. In fact, there's even a possibility that we'll ascend. Once our bodies reach a certain level of strength, we'll be able to break through the spatial barriers between ordinary planes and the Yao world. Ascend. Once we ascend to the Yao world, we'll be on a completely different level. Furthermore, we'll be able to obtain more perfect cultivation opportunities and more precious resources. We'll also have treasures we can't even begin to imagine. Even if we can't ascend, as long as our bodies grow stronger, we'll be able to sweep through the humans of this plane. Those false immortals will also be killed and devoured by us. Grand Emperor Woodfern's eyes twitched as he stared at the floating demon god's sacrificial altar in the sky. Let's see how the will of the Yao god judges the silver-masked monster emperor. Meanwhile, the monster god's sacrificial altar hovering above the five-colored monstrous palace was completely enveloped by demonic consciousness and demonic light. The will of the Yao god had descended upon the altar, taking control of everything. Chapter 369. At this moment, Xiao Han was completely trapped in the demon god altar. After Xiao Han entered the demon god altar, the layers of pavilions, the bronze hall, the 9,999 white jade steps, the massive sculptures on both sides of the steps, and the countless weapons of the demon race all turned into formations, suppressing Xiao Han completely. The formations were set up with the demonic consciousness of the 10 great monarchs as the foundation. They were filled with demonic aura and were capable of sealing space and freezing time. It was like catching a turtle in a jar. With the will of the beast god as the core, the formations unleashed a monstrous demonic aura that could overturn seas and rivers. Shit, Xiao Han stood on the spot and looked around. I'm trapped here. No, I have to kill my way out. I can't die here. Xiao Han sat down cross-legged and took out a large number of heavenly desolation demonic fruits from his storage ring. One by one, the heavenly desolation demonic fruits entered the palm of his left monarch beast left arm to replenish the depleted demonic energy of his 599,999 demonic meridians. A long time later, Xiao Han let out a breath of turbid air and rose to his feet. His left arm was brimming with demonic energy. The 599,999 demonic meridians were filled with pure demonic aura. The slightest movement was enough to cause a landslide or tsunami. Charge out. Boom, he poured all his demonic energy into the North Mystic Beast King crystal. The escaping demonic art, illusory movement, was executed once again. Now, when Xiao Han used this move, illusory movement, it was as if he was teleporting. In an instant, he could leap over 1,000,000 kilometers. It was enough for him to teleport back to the human world from the demon capital. The move he had executed just now. It had been forcefully stopped by Emperor Woodfern's laws of time. Now that Emperor Woodfern wasn't watching from the side, Xiao Han could try illusory movement again. It was better than waiting for death. Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's figure turned into a ray of light, with countless afterimages and mirror images rising into the air. There was even a spatial storm. In just 1/100th of a second, I've successfully teleported 1,000,000 kilometers. Xiao Han was overjoyed. This time, his movements were illusory, and he wasn't disturbed at all. This allowed Xiao Han to teleport 1,000,000 miles to his heart's content as he pleased. However, when Xiao Han's body froze again, he looked around and was completely dumbfounded. Demonic chi rumbled from all directions in a chaotic mess. He was actually unable to jump out of the Fey God altar. I clearly teleported 1,000,000 miles away, but I'm still trapped in the demon god sacrificial altar. Xiao Han was shocked. Boom. 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 Suddenly, the demonic aura in all directions was like mercury. It pressed down on Xiao Han. Demonic chi was thick and fiendish shadows were everywhere. The space around Xiao Han seemed to have frozen. There was a sense of difficulty in moving forward. What should we do? I can't fly out even if I use illusory movement. Xiao Han grew anxious. In the next moment, demonic aura surged towards him. Xiao Han subconsciously raised his left arm and gritted his teeth. Demonic the arch palm, suck the demonic aura dry. Whatever demonic aura, demonic consciousness, or demonic formation, suck them all for me. Under the control of Xiao Han's mind, the demonic the arch palm on his left arm burst out a horrifying suction force like a black hole and a sound of surging tides. It was like a furnace that swallowed all demonic aura. Boom. Refine. Nothing was forbidden. Goo 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 around Xiao Han's body. Wisps of demonic aura broke down into rays of dazzling and demonic flowing light and fused into Xiao Han's demonic the arch palm on his left arm. Buzz buzz buzz, the 600,000th demon vein actually transmitted a throbbing sound. It gave Xiao Han a subtle sign that he was about to awaken. Oh. Xiao Han was startled. The demonic aura in the demon god sacrificial altar can indeed be absorbed by my demonic the arch palm. Tisk tisk. Moreover, the quality of the demonic aura in this sacrificial altar is surprisingly high. The quality of the demonic aura is countless times higher than the energy from the ultimate mutation demon emperor's corpse. It's actually very helpful for the awakening of the 600,000th demon vein. It's a great supplement, a great supplement. I don't care about that for now. Absorb it for me. Absorb it. Xiao Han's left arm moved, and demonic light filled the sky. Boom. 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 More and more demonic aura was being absorbed into the demonic the arch palm tattoo on Xiao Han's left arm. What? Emperor Woodfern roared in shock and anger from within the five-colored demonic palace. What's going on? The demonic sense and demonic aura I used to construct the demon god sacrificial altar are flowing away. Damn it. That silver-masked demon emperor is refining my demonic sense and demonic aura. The silver-masked demon emperor can even refine your demonic sense and demonic aura? That's unbelievable. A mere demon emperor can refine a demonic emperor's demonic sense and demonic aura. That's a rare thing. Several demonic thearchs exclaimed in shock. I understand now. It must be because of that artifact. It must be the silver-masked demon emperor's secret treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to absorb my demonic aura and demonic sense. Damn it. Damn it. The Woodfern demon emperor howled. However, one of the demonic thearchs sneered. Don't be surprised, Emperor Woodfern. That bastard is courting death by refining demonic aura that doesn't belong to him. Demonic aura of different attributes will clash within his demonic veins. It's just like how a true Qi realm cultivator can't cultivate more than one type of true Qi at the same time. The clash of different types of true Qi could lead to cultivation deviation. Not long after, the silver-masked demon emperor is refining my demonic aura and demonic sense as well. He's refining my demonic aura and demonic sense as well? He's refining them at random. Soon, Emperor Woodfern wasn't the only one who found his demonic aura and demonic sense being refined by Xiaohan. The other 9 demonic thearchs weren't spared either. One had to know that the demon god sacrificial altar was created by the combined efforts of the 10 demonic thearchs. They had to use their demonic sense and demonic aura. Only then did they succeed. Xiaohan didn't care about the demonic aura at all. As long as it was demonic aura, he would refine it. You're courting death. One of the demonic thearchs had a cold gaze and his tone was filled with mockery. The 10 of us demonic thearchs cultivate different demonic arts. Because of our bloodlines, our demonic auras are different. Some of our demonic auras even clash with each other. The silver-masked demon emperor is refining our demonic aura into his demonic body. He must be tired of living. I'd like to see how he's going to end up. I'm afraid the demonic god won't even need to judge him. His body will explode and he'll die. But right at that moment. Boom! Above the demonic god altar. A mushroom cloud of demonic aura exploded into the surroundings. The tempest of demonic aura wriggled madly, forming an enormous palace above the demonic god altar. It was translucent and sparkling, as if it were made of crystal. Soon, crystal demonic tigers, demonic elephants, and demonic rocks appeared within the palace, as if they were imbued with life. Soon, a demonic wind began to howl from the crystal palace, sweeping through everything in its path. Within the demonic wind, all sorts of demonic beasts appeared, like flowers falling from the sky. The distracting thoughts of the mortal world and all sorts of phenomenons surged over one after another. What's going on? Why is there such strong demonic aura? The 10 demonic thearchs were stunned by what they were seeing. They had no idea what was going on. A few breaths later. That bastard broke through. He actually broke through in the demonic god altar. Emperor Woodfern let out a cry of disbelief. He absorbed the demonic aura and demonic sense of the 10 demonic thearchs, and not only did he not explode, he actually broke through. He's become a mutated demonic emperor. Damn it. This is preposterous. This is preposterous. What kind of freak is he to break through like that? Meanwhile, Xiaohan. Boom! In the midst of all sorts of strange phenomena, the 600,000th demonic vein finally exploded. Wonderful. After absorbing the demonic qi from the altar, the tattoo on my left arm finally broke through its shackles and took the final step to mutate. Xiaohan's eyes shone with a brilliant light. His entire left arm was filled with a demonic wind, piercing through the void. Then, something even more shocking happened. The 600,000th demonic vein on the left arm exploded at the same time. Streams of light danced on the demon emperor's palm. The demon meridians were being reconstructed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Each demon meridian was translucent, flawless, and absolutely perfect. They glowed with resplendent light and vitality. The reconstructed demon meridians were inscribed with runes praising the demon god. Those runes seemed to be able to pierce through space and devour the energy of the demon world. Each demonic vein on the left arm glowed with the luster of the demonic world, as if each demonic vein had its own dimension. A world of its own. 150 times. Xiao Han immediately understood. Now that the demonic emperor left arm's palm has mutated, the capacity of each demonic vein is 150 times that of an ordinary demonic emperor. Lord Demonic God. The demonic chi of the silver-masked demonic emperor has become so domineering after mutating. What do we do now, Monarch Woodfern? Let's work together to suppress it. A demonic emperor shrieked. Monarch Woodfern pondered for a moment before saying sternly. Wait. The will of the demonic god is still here. I refuse to believe that the silver-masked demonic emperor can refine the will of the demonic god. Inside the demonic god altar. This is great. My demonic chi has increased by several times. Let's see if I can teleport out of the demonic capital. With a thought, the demonic chi from the 600,000 demonic veins surged towards the Beixian demonic emperor crystal. However, right at that moment, whoosh, that wisp of the demon god's will was like a flood dragon, directly shooting towards Xiao Han. At the same time, the demonic egg in Xiao Han's heart emitted an unprecedented joy. Pfft! A huge lump protruded from Xiao Han's heart. The seals on the surface of the demonic egg also emitted a shocking will, but it seemed like they could no longer stop the rhythm of the demonic egg. Xiao Han instinctively felt that the demonic egg was welcoming the will of the demonic god. It was as if the sixth seal was reacting to the treasure in Yan Lang's dantian. Don't come over. Xiao Han's heart shuddered. He was about to teleport away with his demonic god. However, whoosh, that wisp of the demon god's will shot into Xiao Han's body at lightning speed. To be continued. Chapter 370. No one would have thought that the demon god altar that the 10 great demon emperors had spent so much demonic chi and demonic awareness to build would become the nourishment of Xiao Han's left arm. As the left arm devoured the demonic chi like a whale, the 600,000th demonic vein was finally awakened. It had officially entered the ranks of the ultimate mutation. Moreover, each demonic vein had been remolded and shone brightly. Its capacity had increased to 150 times that of a normal demon emperor's demonic vein. It shook the world. Bang! 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 The demon god altar collapsed. Illusory movement, jump out of the demon metropolis. Xiao Han's mind was tense. He wanted to pour out all his demonic chi and flee for his life. Moreover, after the ultimate mutation of the left arm's demon god palm, his demonic chi had increased by leaps and bounds. However, at this moment, Xiao, that strand of demonic gods will slithered into Xiao Han's body like a fish. Wu, suddenly, a very strange feeling gripped Xiao Han, causing his body to freeze in the air. The move that he had already prepared, illusory movement, could not be released at this moment. What's going on? It seems that even moving, it seems like, it's not enough. Xiao Han was terrified. Xiao Han also felt that the strand of demonic gods will had started to wander around his limbs and even his meridians and blood vessels after entering his body. His pores. It was wandering around his internal organs. It was reluctant to go. It was as if the strand of demonic gods was extremely interested in every organ and every detail of Xiao Han's body. It's not? Xiao Han was shocked and scared. He quickly looked inside his body and saw that the strand of demonic gods was lingering around his liver. It was intertwined with each other and glittered like the stars in the sky. It was as if an antique fanatic was appreciating a perfect jade artifact. The demonic gods wandered around Xiao Han's liver for a few times and then moved to Xiao Han's spleen and kidneys. An obscure joyful fluctuation was transmitted from the strand of demonic god's will. Xiao Han could faintly feel it. This will of a Yao god. It's actually treating my body as its body, and it seems to be. I'm very, very satisfied with my body. Xiao Han's whole body turned cold. A coldness that he had never felt before occupied his heart, causing his entire body to shiver. That wisp of demon god's willpower seemed to have a life of its own. It wantonly entered Xiao Han's body, tasting and appreciating the state of Xiao Han's vitality. Moreover, it gave off a very subtle feeling. It seemed that it was quite appreciative of Xiao Han's body. Terrifying. It was too terrifying. Possession, possession? A horrifying word flashed into Xiao Han's mind without him noticing. You don't know how to? How could a mere wisp of the demon gods will be able to possess me? Impossible. All of a sudden, Xiao Han's heart was filled with killing intent. He couldn't restrain himself and wanted to kill that wisp of demon god's will. However, as soon as the thought appeared in his mind, a sharp demonic chi shot out from the palm of the demon god's left arm towards the wisp of demon god's will. However, before the sharp demonic chi could get close to the demon god's will, it was turned into ashes. Xiao Han felt as if he had blasphemed against a god and deserved to die 1,000 times over. Xiao Han's legs became weak and he felt remorse in the depths of his heart. What's going on? I have no way of killing that wisp of demon god's will. Furthermore, if I have the slightest thought of killing that wisp of demon god's will, I'll be condemned in the depths of my heart. Xiao Han was truly shocked to the extreme. Just like that, Xiao Han was strangely frozen in midair. He did not move an inch, just like an ancient statue. The demon god's sacrificial altar has collapsed. Damn it. The silver-masked demon emperor has destroyed the demon god's sacrificial altar. This is disrespect to the demon god. This is blasphemy. A demon emperor bared his teeth and howled. His demonic eyes looked as if they were about to spit fire and devour someone. Great Emperor Woodfern. Kill. Kill the silver-masked demon emperor. He deserves to die 1,000 times over. Do it. Great Emperor Woodfern, although this fellow has reached the ultimate variant demon emperor realm, his demonic energy is still far inferior to ours. We can easily turn him into dust with a wave of our hands. Let's do it now to prevent him from doing anything strange again, another demon emperor said. Great Emperor Woodfern shook his head slightly. Let's wait a little longer. The demon gods will seems to have entered the silver-masked demon emperor's body. Look, the silver-masked demon emperor is acting very strangely now. It seems like he can't exert even the slightest bit of his demonic energy. He wants to escape, but he doesn't seem to have the strength to do so. Yes, I understand now. The demon god's will is judging him. Ahahaha. Look. His eyes are filled with despair and helplessness. They are filled with fear. That's right, something must have happened in his body that can completely intimidate him. Ha 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 ha. The demon god's will is starting to judge him. We'll wait patiently at the side. If we act rashly now, it will be disrespectful to the demon god. That seems to be the case. The other demon emperors carefully observed Xiao Han's current situation and nodded their heads. Just a strand of his will is enough to completely suppress me and immobilize me. Furthermore, this strand of the demon god's will is giving me the feeling of a terrifying ancient being. This will also seems to contain a feeling of being unrestrained, lawless, indifferent to the world, and supremacy of the world. Xiao Han had completely shrunk back. His entire body was almost curled up. Right at this moment, gurgle gurgle gurgle, the demon egg in his heart began to wriggle, bursting with an overjoyed will as it began to receive the strand of the demon god's will. Rustle rustle rustle, all the seals on the demon egg began to tremble, unleashing their strongest sealing power in an attempt to stop the demon egg from receiving the strand of the demon god's will. Thus, the demon egg and the countless seals began to fight fiercely. Killing intent continued to spread. Mountains of corpses and seas of bones. Corpses and bones filled the land, blood filled the 9 provinces, the 8 wastelands were destroyed, and the mountains and rivers were turned to ashes. Ah! Xiao Han's heart twisted. Intense pain. It was as if he was being bitten by thousands of ants, sliced by thousands of blades, and about to be torn apart. Ah! Damn it! The demon egg in the seal will be my heart. As a battlefield for a decisive battle. Pain. It hurts. Xiao Han's body started to tremble as he screamed in pain. Pft! Puff! Puff! Clouds of bloody mist burst out of Xiao Han's pores. Oh! The silver-masked demon emperor seemed to be being tortured. Ha 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 ha! This must be the demon god's judgment. Ha 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 ha! It was doomed. It won't be long before I'm reduced to ashes. Emperor Woodfern smiled in relief. This strange fellow had a fortuitous encounter, but in the face of Lord Demon God's will, he is insignificant. It was simply insignificant. He hoped that its secrets would be revealed. We'll get a share of it. The rest of the nine-headed demon emperors nodded in satisfaction. A puny demon emperor. How can he defy the heavens? How can he not be restrained? Pain. This is the kind of pain I can't bear. Xiao Han grimaced in pain. He was in so much pain that he felt like his liver was being torn apart. Although Xiao Han's body was strong, and his organs, meridians, and bones were impenetrable, he still couldn't endure the pain coming from his heart. It was to the extent that even the heat of the indestructible golden body was unable to alleviate this explosive pain. This kind of pain made Xiao Han want to die immediately. But right at that moment, boom! The will of the demon god seemed to have studied enough of Xiao Han's life force. Like an evil dragon, it rushed into Xiao Han's heart. It was unstoppable. Pooh! The will of the demon god forcefully broke through the layers of seals. Like quicksilver spilling onto the ground, it permeated every nook and cranny and finally fused into the demon egg. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The next moment, boom! It was as if a barrel of gunpowder had been ignited. In the blink of an eye, the countless seals that wrapped around the demon egg violently trembled and immediately shattered into pieces, all of them collapsing. One after another, the seals were almost broken. Caw 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 caw. The surface of the eggshell was like a broken piece of jade. Hundreds and thousands of cracks appeared. The pain in Xiao Han's heart instantly disappeared. He was no longer in pain. But his brain was numb. Oh no! It was as if the densely packed seals had been defeated. The demon egg has defeated it. There are countless cracks on the surface of the eggshell. Just as Xiao Han was thinking about this. Pu, from the cracks on the surface of the eggshell, waves of demonic aura burst out. The demonic chi was accompanied by the resplendent starlight that sprayed out continuously. Every time it sprayed out, the Milky Way would shatter, and the stars would fall. Strange phenomena appeared, and there was a kind of poetic conception of falling sounds. Moreover, the demonic aura and starlight were constantly pouring into Xiao Han's blood vessels, organs, bones, cells, and even the left arm of the demon god. Waves of lawless energy were crazily injected into Xiao Han's body. There were even waves of demonic aura that rushed into Xiao Han's sea of consciousness. A memory fragment that did not belong to Xiao Han rushed into Xiao Han's soul. It was the shadow of a deity with its hands behind its back. Its face could not be seen clearly, but its aura was unparalleled. It had a domineering aura that could swallow the mountains and rivers, control the universe, and rule over the heavens and earth. It was as if it could crush the sun and the moon with a casual move. Thunder rumbled in the void. Countless laws were brewing, capable of destroying the heavens and earth with a single thought. However, this memory fragment was quickly occupied by another completely different memory fragment. This memory fragment was a graveyard. It was filled with a deathly aura. There were countless creatures tens of thousands of feet long, densely packed, slaughtered, and fallen. There were also some corpses of immortals, scattered all over the graveyard. Before Xiao Han's thoughts could react, before he could completely integrate these two memory fragments, more and more memory fragments suddenly rushed into Xiao Han's brain. Countless ancient, mysterious, unknown, and terrifying memories that did not belong to Xiao Han appeared one after another. Ah! Xiao Han's brain felt like it was about to explode. He had a splitting headache. He held his head with both hands and let out a howl. At the same time, the demonic aura in Xiao Han's body rose rapidly, as if it would never stop. 100 times. 1,000 times. 10,000 times. 1,000,000 times. Xiao Han's demonic aura rose sharply. The rules and order of this space began to become chaotic. Ah! Xiao Han let out a beast-like howl. His eyes turned red. A deep red color. Killing, evil, terror, extermination, domination, dominance, invincibility, and dominator were brewing in his eyes, streams of almost invincible demonic aura, which even surpassed the 10 great demon emperors by countless times, rushed out of Xiao Han's body. Like thousands of demonic dragons, they swept everywhere, and the void within a radius of tens of thousands of miles began to explode. Each explosion seemed to be able to destroy a small world. Every explosion seemed like it was going to blast the demon into pieces. The aftermath of the explosions spread far and wide, causing countless demon emperor-level creatures in the demon metropolis, including mutated demon emperors, to be blasted into pieces by the aftermath of the explosions. In the continuous explosions, the quality of the demonic aura that spread out from Xiao Han's body snowballed, becoming stronger and stronger, and more intense. Xiao Han's flesh, bones, and even his soul and temperament were changing. The stars moved, and he kept transforming, turning the world upside down. Furthermore, Xiao Han's aura seemed to have formed some kind of connection with a certain supreme realm in the unseen world. Puff! The silver mask on Xiao Han's face shattered. It revealed a pale, handsome, and young face. Xiao Han's hair grew rapidly, turning blood red, and he looked like a demon god, dancing in the wind. At this moment, Xiao Han's eyes were blood red, and his whole face showed an indescribable demonic aura. Then, he let out a bone-chilling scream. Ha 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 ha. Ah ha 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 ha. This plane. I didn't expect it to be such a small plane. Ha 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 ha. The body of this human young man has a bit of potential, but it is still too weak. It can't bear 100,000th of the true body's energy. This voice definitely did not belong to Xiao Han. This voice contained a monstrous majesty. Like a god. An absolutely invincible figure. At this moment, the 10 great demon emperors were all like quails, curling up, trying their best to activate their natal demonic aura, struggling to hold on, for fear that they would be destroyed by the invincible demonic aura emitted by Xiao Han if they were not careful. They were completely terrified. They had no idea what was going on. Moreover, under the influence of the aura, they were likely to be killed if they moved slightly. There was no chance for them to resist. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive. No. I can't take it anymore. Suddenly, a great emperor finally could not bear the suffocation and fear anymore. He let out a scream, gathering all the demonic aura in his body, and turned into a ray of light, flashing out of the demon metropolis. Oh. Such a weak ant. Xiao Han smiled indifferently and grabbed with his left hand. This grab directly destroyed a piece of space. The rules and order of this space were completely shattered. At the place where the space was shattered, a terrifying black hole appeared. It was deep, vast, and contained an endless starry sky. Countless planes were born and destroyed in it. This grab was everlasting, the fall of the common people, the creation of a plane, and all the phenomena of heaven and earth were within it. The starry sky of the universe was born and destroyed, and the heavenly Tao collapsed. Pfft! The great emperor who was trying to escape was crushed into dust by the claw. Not even a speck of dust was left. Ha 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 ha. The remaining 9 great emperors let out strange sounds from their throats. Their bodies trembled violently, and all of them prostrated themselves. All of them were so scared that they peed their pants. The heavens and earth are vast, the universe is vast, the true body is unrivaled in the myriad of worlds. Be it the past or the future, no living being can defeat the true body. The true body is an invincible existence. In this myriad of worlds, I am the only one. Ahahaha. Xiao Han let out an evil and crazy laughter. Chapter 371. The strongest demon on this plane, one of the 10 great demon emperors, had been reduced to dust by a single slap from Xiao Han. Xiao Han's attack had destroyed the void and destroyed the plane. It was practically invincible and unstoppable. The body of the demon emperor was instantly vaporized. Not even a speck of it remained. It was even weaker than a clay figurine. Cough, the wood-fern emperor, who had been insufferably arrogant a moment ago, suddenly fainted. The other 8 great demon emperors also fainted, foaming at the mouth. As for Xiao Han, he stood tall in the sky with a grin on his face. His bloodshot eyes were filled with demonic energy and evil intent. What's going on? This isn't me. It's impossible for me to be this powerful. I killed the demon emperors in the blink of an eye. No, this isn't a power that belongs to the human world. This is almost the power of a god. With this kind of power, it's very easy to shatter this plane. Strangely, there was a ball of psychic energy near Xiao Han's body. This psychic energy had been forcefully squeezed out from Xiao Han's brain. To be more precise, this ball of psychic energy belonged to Xiao Han. The Xiao Han that had killed the demon emperor just now wasn't the real Xiao Han. To put it simply, Xiao Han's soul had been squeezed out of his brain by a powerful divine will, causing his body to fall under the control of that divine will. Xiao Han's strength had also increased by countless times. Possession? Is this what possession means? Xiao Han's psychic energy looked at his body in a daze. The me I see isn't the real me. My body. Has it been seized? Xiao Han's real psychic energy. He looked at his own body in a daze. He had seen through his own body was no longer the same as before. In other words, his body didn't seem to belong to a mortal anymore. He could see that his body was filled with billowing waves and water vapor. A vast sea appeared. The fishy wind of the sea blew over, and a bright moon slowly rose from the surface of the sea. The bright moon hung above the sea. Sometimes, the sun shone brightly, and the sky was clear and cloudless. Sometimes, the stars shone brightly, and the night sky was picturesque, deep and mysterious, graceful and graceful. At the core of this body was a ball of extremely high-quality demonic chi, which surpassed all other types of demonic chi. It was spinning and emitting streams of energy. He was modifying this body. This sort of transformation could simply be said to have split the heavens and the earth and stood above the ages. Under this kind of transformation, the muscles of this body were all plump, smooth and flawless. Every muscle, every blood vessel, every bone, and every meridian seemed to have reached a kind of heaviness like gold, iron, diamonds, and stars. Moreover, they formed their own space, their own universe, and could accommodate all rivers in the world. An aura that belonged to a god burst forth from his body. It was holy and noble, surpassing everything. In fact, countless energy substances appeared within his body. These energy substances condensed into an endless world. They were densely packed together, as numerous as the grains of sand in an ocean. Every drop of blood was a world. Every bone was a world. Every acupuncture point was a world. Every cell was a world. These worlds were arranged and combined with each other, operating in the most perfect way. What connected these worlds were the chains of order and the ancient demon clan's talismans. Moreover, this body could automatically absorb the power of space and the elemental dust in the space into his body. Then, the dust would fuse with the particles of his own life force, and he would be able to seize the life force of heaven and earth. This body is definitely not an ordinary body. I'm afraid it's the body of a god. It can't be my body. The spiritual energy that truly belonged to Xiao Han suddenly burst out with a tearing pain. It was completely trembling. Sadness, helplessness, confusion, fear, and bewilderment. Then, it gradually turned into anger, unwillingness, hatred, and killing intent. This is my body. Yes, I, Xiao Han, am just a mortal. Compared to my current body, I am indeed very weak. I can be destroyed with a flick of a finger. But I will definitely not allow any living being to seize my body. Not allowed. Even if it's an immortal. Or a god. Roar. Xiao Han's spiritual energy burst out with a roar. Take back my body. Take it back. Even if I have to die with you. Boom, the spiritual wave that truly belonged to Xiao Han had originally been forcefully squeezed out and floated around his body. But now, it had turned into a blade-shaped object and was directly slashing towards his head. Humph. Let's die together. Even if I die. I can't let my body be seized by other living beings. Die. Xiao Han's spiritual energy contained a blade intent. It slashed towards his head. Xiao Han was being reckless. His idea was very simple. His soul would rush into his head and collide with the divine soul that had seized his body. A suicidal attack. The most optimistic outcome of such a collision of souls was that Xiao Han's own soul and the divine soul that had seized his body would perish together and dissipate. Then, Xiao Han's body would lose its soul, which was equivalent to being crippled. Brain dead. However, it was too difficult to perish together with the divine soul that had seized his body. That was the soul of a god. But Xiao Han had no other choice. Using spiritual energy to collide with it was already the only way to resist. Resist. He had to resist. Even if he failed, he couldn't just sit and wait for death. Die. Under the powerful spirit of seeking death, Xiao Han's soul actually burned. A domineering blade intent, like a tide, violently slashed out from Xiao Han's soul. This blade intent, without the support of true energy, was extremely pure, almost as if it could destroy the mortal world and was flawless. It seemed to have touched the essence of the way of the blade. The blade intent actually improved in this state. A wisp of thought flashed through Xiao Han's soul. Before coming to the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had sealed his cultivation base of the human race. It was all sealed. Seriously. Xiao Han was a blade cultivator, and he had comprehended the 1 in a million blade intent. Xiao Han's blade intent was at the middle stage. However, there was still a distance from the great success stage of the blade intent. However, at this moment, in this desperate situation, Xiao Han had abandoned his physical body, leaving only his spiritual energy. In this situation, his spiritual energy condensed into the shape of a blade, with the mentality that he would die, with the goal of perishing together. It actually made Xiao Han have a vague inspiration of the great success stage of the blade intent. Humans, in a state of great fear and even great despair, could indeed burst out to the greatest degree of life potential. Oh! That wisp of divine thought. It was slightly stunned. Immediately after, with a cold gaze, it glanced at Xiao Han's spiritual energy that was rushing over. Xiao Han's spiritual energy was actually as if it had fallen into a swamp, unable to advance an inch. This spiritual will is quite strong. That wisp of divine thought smiled slightly. Not bad, his comprehension of the blade is also extremely deep. The thickness of the soul is considered very strong in the ordinary plane, outstanding. For the cultivation of the human race, the soul is very important. The stronger the soul, the higher the talent of martial Tao, the higher the power of comprehension and memory. This kid's spiritual energy is different from ordinary people, it is very strong. If he is allowed to cultivate, one day in the future, he might also become an immortal. Can't even perish together with me? Xiao Han's spiritual energy was tightly imprisoned, as if it had fallen into a swamp. He was completely in despair, and in the midst of despair, there was also an indescribable unwillingness. Could it be that I, Xiao Han, am reincarnated, after experiencing all kinds of hardships, starting from being a weak living target. Xiao Han, desire power, desire to become stronger. I have worked hard, experienced the tempering of mountains of corpses and seas of bones, experienced countless tragic battles. Could it be that in the end, everything is still in vain? Damn it. Astonishingly, in the state of great despair, Xiao Han's spiritual fluctuations suddenly expanded, and countless saber lights flew out like snowflakes. Every saber light seemed to contain a wisp of natal saber chi. Saber intent, initial mastery of saber intent able to transform the surrounding air into saber chi. With the speed of sound, saber intent could slash and crush all living beings at will. Middle stage of saber intent not limited to objects. Grass, wood, bamboo, stone, air, water, everything in the world could be used as a saber. The speed of the saber surpassed the speed of sound. This realm was also known as bladeless. It was a realm where the absence of a blade triumphed over the presence of a blade. Large success in saber intent. A natal saber chi was born in his body. He could kill people with just a thought. He could lock souls from 1,000 miles away. He could kill people from 10,000 miles away. He could even shatter space. Saber intent entered godly mastery. His natal saber chi, mental energy, saber intent, battle will, and will were all brewed to the peak, cutting open the door to the saber realm that was close to nothingness, receiving the support of the ancient saber soul, and killing immortals and gods. But now, in his despair and unwillingness, Xiao Han had once again broken through his shackles. Within his soul, he had given birth to the life saber chi that could cut through gods and slay ghosts. His saber intent had reached greater mastery. Wang wang wang, the natal saber chi that was like snowflakes buzzed violently and accelerated. In the midst of the vibration, it suddenly disappeared, as if it had teleported. It directly disappeared from the state of confinement. In the next moment, the dense natal saber chi cut through the void and appeared near Xiao Han's body. Like a tornado, it strangled Xiao Han's body. The speed was so fast that it was close to the speed of light. The vibration was so intense that even heaven and earth resonated. The lingering force of the saber chi cut through the third floor of the demon metropolis. Countless buildings exploded. They were turned into ashes. The airflow between heaven and earth fluctuated wildly. Where the saber chi vibrated, tornadoes appeared, piercing through the void and destroying all 6 paths. His saber intent has reached the greater mastery mentioned by the human swordsman. His natal saber chi was born, and its speed is close to the speed of light. Instantly killing. Xiao Han's body suddenly moved a few times. Thousands of phantoms appeared, and dense spatial faults appeared. All the natal saber chi failed to slash through the air. However, the only remaining wisp of natal saber chi was a fish that escaped the net, and it immediately went for Xiao Han's head. Die. I'd rather destroy my own body than let an evil creature like you have your way. Trash. Go to hell. I'd rather die than live in dishonor. Xiao Han's soul became excited. He controlled the wisp of natal saber chi and directly attacked his head. Once his head exploded, everything would be over. To be continued. Chapter 372. The saber intent of the Great Success stage was very, very powerful. It was definitely not something that the saber intent of the middle stage could compare to. It could be said that it could kill anyone who stood in its way. The saber intent of the Great Success stage was not created by activating true chi, but the saber chi of life. It was controlled by the soul and could be used at will. With a thought, the saber chi could kill whoever it wanted. Moreover, the saber chi created by the saber intent of the Great Success stage was extremely fast, infinitely close to the speed of light. In the world of martial arts, only speed was unbeatable. Even the softest water flow could cut steel at an extremely fast speed, let alone the mysterious saber chi of life. It was infinitely close to the speed of light, which was countless times faster than the speed of sound. The saber chi could almost teleport and cut through everything. It was an invincible ultimate move. Xiao Han was confident that as long as this strand of natal saber chi struck his head, it would definitely be able to pierce through his head. He could perish together with that evil and powerful creature that had possessed him. However, oh! The divine soul let out a short exclamation. Then, it controlled Xiao Han's head to move slightly at an incredible speed and at an incredible angle. Poof! A small tuft of hair was cut off by the saber intent of life. This tuft of blood-red hair scattered into dozens of strands, swirling like willow catkins, and fell to the ground. He actually dodged it. Xiao Han's soul fluctuated and let out a sigh of disbelief, deep helplessness, and deep regret. However, Xiao Han had just comprehended the saber chi of life and suddenly released it. Until now, the small amount of saber chi had been used up. But it had been used up. He had to make up for it. It would probably take 10 days to half a month. At this moment, boom! 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 Dozens of strands of red hair fell to the ground. The power was as if the sky was collapsing and the earth was collapsing. The foundation of the third floor of the monster metropolis was completely smashed. Even the crust of this area was cracked. A terrifying earthquake suddenly spread out with this area as the core. The area within a radius of 10,000 miles was completely shattered into ruins. Countless demon emperor-level creatures were shattered into pieces for no reason. Seeing this, Xiao Han was shocked once again. It was simply indescribable. Just a few dozen strands of hair were as heavy as mountains. When they smashed down, it was like a meteor crashing into the ground. The doomsday disaster. Too strong. He was ridiculously strong. Oh. Ha ha ha. My strength has recovered to less than 100,000th. Ha 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 ha. After all, your body is still too weak to allow me to unleash too much power. Furthermore, I haven't mastered my heaven-defying cultivation technique. So. Ha ha ha. Next time we meet. Human young man, work hard. I hope your body will be stronger than it is now. Only then will I be able to unleash more power. Ha 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 ha. I hope you won't disappoint me. Ha 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 ha. The voice of the divine soul contained endless mockery and ridicule. Then, poo poo poo, the aura of Xiao Han's body actually decreased by 1,000 miles. The invincible demon chi suddenly shrank, making a strange sound as if it was deflating air. The next moment, Xiao Han's spirit fluctuated and returned to the brain of his body. Bang! At the same time, Xiao Han's body seemed to have been squeezed dry. He lost all his strength and fell to the ground. I seem to be back. After a moment of absent-mindedness, Xiao Han found that his soul had returned to his body. He had regained control over his body. That guy, left on his own. Xiao Han's heart was filled with mixed feelings. He didn't know what to feel at the moment. However, the subtle feeling of surviving a disaster and regaining what was lost still lingered in his heart. But soon, Xiao Han's mind tensed up again. He felt a chill on his spine. My body was tampered with by that guy. It seems to have been modified. Xiao Han was frightened. He directly looked inside. After a few breaths, that's strange. My spirit fluctuated just now. He clearly saw that my body was modified by the extremely powerful demon chi. My body was filled with small worlds, and there were even countless demon clan talismans and chains of order. Almost every drop of my blood was a world of its own. But now, all the strange phenomena disappeared. My body is still the same as before. However, my vitality is extremely weak, as if I had just recovered from a serious illness, or like a lamp that has run out of oil. Xiao Han carefully looked inside and found that his current body was completely different from the god spirit body that had just been possessed. His current body was still the same. There was no change. Moreover, before he came to the demon metropolis, the precious medicine that the master of the demon night tower gave Xiao Han had lost its efficacy. That precious medicine had given rise to boundless resentment and demonic chi inside of Xiao Han. It had even given birth to the demon realm, the kingdom of the demon realm. Because of that, Xiao Han had been able to perfectly disguise himself as a member of the demon realm, and then sneak into the demon capital to assassinate Yan Lang. But now, after the possession just now, the efficacy of the precious medicine was completely annihilated. Xiao Han regained the vitality of the human race. If those monster race sovereigns or even some ordinary monster emperors saw Xiao Han now, they would definitely recognize that Xiao Han was a human at first glance. Then, he looked at Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm. 600,000 demon veins. 13 demon emperor crystals. The capacity of each demon vein was 150 times that of an ordinary demon emperor. Nothing changed. Nothing had changed. I'm still me. An inexplicable ecstasy surged in him. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiao Han's heart started to tremble again. He carefully sent his mental fluctuations into the position of his heart. There were no changes in other parts of his body. All the strange phenomena had disappeared. Even Zhuo Bing Emperor's palm was the same as usual. Even the demon qi in his body that was used to disguise himself had disappeared. But as for his heart and the demon egg in his heart, Xiao Han did not dare to imagine. Finally, Xiao Han still looked at his heart. He looked inside. There were countless seals on the demon egg. It was already in disarray, and it was a scene of desolation and devastation. There were thousands of cracks on the eggshell, and terrifying demon qi seeped out from them. Moreover, there was an inexplicable throbbing inside the demon egg. Xiao Han could deeply sense that within the demon egg, there was a fearsome life being nurtured without restraint. The fluctuations of life within this demon egg were ridiculously strong. It was extremely evil, tyrannical, and absolutely invincible. It was countless times stronger than the demon hero pagoda master or woodfern emperor. 10,000 times? 100,000 times? 1,000,000 times? 10,000,000 times? Such a difference. There was no way to describe it with numbers. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. It was like comparing an ant to a dragon. Xiao Han had a premonition. Once the life inside the demon egg broke out of its cocoon, it would bring an apocalyptic disaster that would destroy all worlds. Moreover, there were too many cracks on the eggshell, and demon qi leaked out at every moment. This was a terrible situation. Even if Xiao Han returned to the human world, ordinary people who had never cultivated martial arts would be able to feel the demon qi emanating from Xiao Han's body. Martial artists who had cultivated true qi could even sense the demon clan's secret treasure inside Xiao Han's body. The life inside the eggshell. I know. It must be the terrifying god that tried to possess me just now. It could kill a demon emperor with a wave of its hand and destroy this plane with a single thought. If that god really wanted to possess me, it would have succeeded. Even if I wanted to die together with it, it would be impossible, but it gave up on possessing me at the critical moment. It seems to have returned to the demon egg. It gave up on possessing me. No. It thinks that my body isn't strong enough for it to possess me perfectly, and it seems to be cultivating some secret technique and hasn't succeeded yet, so it's not in a hurry to possess me. Damn it. Am I going to be possessed again in the end? Could it be that my future cultivation is just to provide a more perfect home for it? Xiao Han's heart was cold. He felt a sense of doom, a feeling that he couldn't escape. A deep sense of despair gripped Xiao Han. He was disheartened. Could it be that from now on, everything that I, Xiao Han, have done is to help the wicked? It's all just a wedding dress for that evil and powerful god? I can't escape death in the end? When my body becomes stronger and stronger, or when that god succeeds in cultivating the heaven-defying technique, it will possess me again, erase my soul, and take over my body. Damn it. Xiao Han's eyes widened, and the corners of his eyes were about to tear. Be manipulated by others? No. If I self-destruct, then what? A thought that was close to abandoning himself to despair suddenly rose up in his mind. That god is too powerful. It is definitely more powerful than the legendary immortals. Just now, that high-quality demonic chi temporarily transformed my body. I could see that even a single drop of blood in my body was like colored glass, sparkling and translucent. It contained the universe, the starry sky, time, planes, immortals, demons, hells, devil gods, all living beings, dust particles. I couldn't stop it from possessing me, no. How can I, Xiao Han, be a fool who will do anything for others? Instead of this, why not? Xiao Han's heart was completely cold. Self-destruction. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, deep in Xiao Han's heart, there was a surge of unwillingness. Self-destruction? Everything will vanish like smoke. I, Xiao Han, have finally been reborn into this world, finally grasped a little bit of power, finally obtained precious dignity. But now, I have to self-destruction? No. Gone. Exen. Xiao, suddenly, the lifesaber chi in Xiao Han's soul flashed, killing all the negative emotions that had arisen in Xiao Han's heart. No matter what, if it wants to possess me again, it won't be a matter of a day or two. I still have time. Yes, I still have time, I still have a chance of survival. At this moment, all of a sudden, Xiao Han discovered that the seals on the surface of the eggshell, which had been shattered into pieces, were now shining brightly. The numerous seals were repairing themselves. And, wang, a round golden ball finally formed in Xiao Han's heart. Furthermore, with the golden orb as the center, ancient and mysterious formations were being set up. Puff. 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 1 array formation, 2 array formations, 3 array formations. A total of 4,309 formations were generated. It was the 10,000 Immortals formation. Xiao Han knew about this 10,000 Immortals formation. Only those who had cultivated their true chi to the 8th level of true chi, the talisman formation realm, were qualified to cultivate it. Originally, Xiao Han should not have been able to cultivate this technique at the moment. However, after Xiao Han refined the round golden stone taken from Yan Lang's body, it automatically set up 4,309 formations. This round golden stone contained some of the source energy needed to set up the 10,000 Immortals formation. It was a heaven-defying treasure that ensured that Yan Lang could survive in the demon metropolis for tens of thousands of years without being killed. However, this treasure was incomplete, and could not be used to set up 10,000 spirit formations. Now, after Xiao Han refined this treasure, the 4,309 formations did not spread out. Instead, they were set up around Xiao Han's body and wrapped around Xiao Han's heart. As a result, at least 70% of the demonic chi leaking out from the broken eggshell was blocked by the formations. Huh. That's good news. Inside of the demon egg is the invincible, evil creature. The seal on the surface of the egg has already shattered, and its sealing power is almost completely drained away. Originally, I was at my wit's end, but at the critical moment, this treasure set up 4,309 spell formations to block off more than half of the demonic chi leaking out of the demon egg. I wonder if these formations can stop the creature inside the demon egg from maturing and breaking out of its shell in the future. I have to reach the talisman formation realm as soon as possible, so that I can perfectly set up 10,000 formations in this 10,000 Immortals formation. That way, I'll be able to fight against the demon egg. Finally, Xiao Han found a hint of confidence to survive. With a thought, he used the spirit turtle true chi to wrap around the egg. With the 4,309 formations, the demonic chi leaking out from the demon egg was blocked by 80%, maybe even 90%. Basically, unless it's an ancient powerhouse, they won't be able to see through the demonic chi in my body. I'll return to the human world first. Xiao Han took a deep breath and stood up, trembling. Being possessed just now has caused my life force to wither and wither. It's as if I've just recovered from a long illness. I can't stay here for long. Xiao Han looked around and saw that the Woodfern Great Emperor and the other Great Emperors had already slipped away. However, with Xiao Han's current state, he would not be able to stop them if the Woodfern Great Emperor and the others returned. Let's leave the demon metropolis first. Xiao Han raised his left arm. Shao Han injected all his demonic qi into the North Mystic Demon Emperor crystal. It was like an illusion. Shao Han's body turned into a series of afterimages as he used greater teleportation. He was heading towards the Yaoxia region of the human race. To be continued. Chapter 373. This trip to the demon metropolis was simply thrilling to the core for Shao Han. Indeed, Shao Han had several fortuitous encounters in the demon metropolis. The demon emperor palm on his left arm had awakened 600,000 demon veins and completed the ultimate mutation. The capacity of each demon vein was 150 times that of an ordinary demon emperor. This allowed Shao Han to casually use the demon emperor palm on his left arm to unleash the power of 9 billion cauldrons. This mighty power was enough to break through the space barrier, crush the continental plate, and suppress the ages. With this kind of power, if it were to return to the human world, it would definitely shock countless people and shock the world. Moreover, there were 13 demon emperor crystals embedded in the left arm of the demon emperor palm. Moreover, Shao Han had successfully imprisoned the greatest alchemist in the history of the human race, Yen Lang. He had also comprehended the great accomplishment saber intent that could only be encountered by chance. It could be said that the current Shao Han had changed greatly from when he first came to the demon metropolis. He was like a completely different person. However, Shao Han, on the other hand, had been possessed. He was possessed by a mysterious almighty. This matter was like a nightmare that haunted Shao Han, and he could not get rid of it. Bone maggots. However, Shao Han definitely couldn't solve this matter properly in the demon metropolis. He could only return to the human world first and see if he could find a good way to resolve the calamity. Swoosh, an illusory movement, like the great spatial shift, caused Shao Han to flash in the direction of the human race's Yaoxia domain. I should have directly flashed out of the demon metropolis. Shao Han thought in a split second. I reckon that I can reach the human race's Yaoxia fortress after using the illusory movement a few times in a row. Now the strong demonic aura in my body that was disguised as a demon has dissipated, and the demon egg in my heart. The monstrous and violent peerless demonic aura that it emitted has also been shielded by the 10,000 Immortals formation and the spirit turtle true chi. I think the human demon who guards the fortress won't see anything wrong, right? It will probably let me pass through the fortress smoothly. Phew, Shao Han let out a long breath. Now, I'm no longer the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. I'm Shao Han, Demon Hero Shao Han. After leaving the demon metropolis, Shao Han also felt a sense of relief. Moreover, he was eager to return. In the next instant, Shao Han's shadow image disappeared without a trace. His true body stabilized, his feet firmly planted on the ground. First, Shao Han smelled the pleasant fragrance of mountain grass and flowers, heard the gurgling sound of a flowing stream, and even heard the cheerful chirping of birds. It's the air of the human world. Shao Han was very excited. After a few breaths, the scene in front of him became clear. Shao Han raised his eyes to look, and then, his whole body became a little sluggish. What's going on? Shao Han's feet did not move. They saw. This was a secluded valley with a clear stream flowing through it. Tall bamboos and some evergreen trees were planted in the valley in picturesque disorder. In the valley, there were a few huts built with tender bamboo and straw. The house was surrounded by a bamboo fence, and some chickens and ducks were eating. Colorful magpies and orioles, singing merrily on the treetops. The vegetation in the valley was abundant, and a thin layer of green clouds lingered, making the whole valley glow with a kind of flowing color. Every grass and every tree gave people a feeling that they were carved out of jade. The mist surged, and the immortal charm was faintly discernible. A kind of small bridge, flowing water, clear stream accompanied by ancient vines, the quiet and serene atmosphere immediately enveloped Shao Han. Everything. It was very much like the Shangri-La in the Book of Poems and Paintings, the farmyard, giggle giggle quack quack, the chickens and ducks cried in harmony. No way. Xiao Han was stunned. It should be known that Xiao Han exerted all his strength, and the movement was like an illusion, flashing in the direction of the demon hero region. This movement was like an illusion, although it was similar to the movement technique of teleportation. At the cost of draining all the demon power of the demon emperor's palm and his left arm, he could teleport more than 1,000,000 kilometers at one time. But the direction of the teleportation was controlled by Xiao Han's consciousness, and there would be no mistake. There could not be the slightest deviation. It was about 10 million kilometers from the demon metropolis to the demon hero fortress of the human clan. There could not be such a quiet and comfortable valley in the middle. There could not be any green mountains and clear water, let alone a small farmyard. The road between the demon metropolis and the demon hero fortress of the human clan was desolate. Desolate. Gloomy. Jagged bones. Gloomy. Like hell. Not to mention ordinary humans, even the experts among the demon heroes of the human clan would absolutely not dare to build a hut and live a secluded life on this road. If this place is only 1,000,000 kilometers away from the demon metropolis, then this lively valley and this small farmyard should never appear. Could it be that there was a deviation when my movement was like an illusion, and it sent me in a completely different direction from the demon hero region? However, the possibility of this happening is extremely small. Waves of doubts rose in Xiao Han's heart. Suddenly, Xiao Han glanced out of the corner of his eyes. There was a middle-aged man sitting quietly at the bank of the jade water stream. He was fishing with a fishing rod in his hand. This middle-aged man was wearing a coarse green robe, and there were a few patches on his clothes, showing a bit of shabbiness, but his clothes were clean. Beside the middle-aged man in green, there was a child about 6 or 7 years old, also wearing a simple coarse linen robe. His skin was snow-white and delicate, and his black and white eyes flashed with an innocent expression. "Ah! Uncle, the fish has taken the bait. The fish has taken the bait." The boy suddenly cried out with joy, and his expression was extremely excited. Then, he gently raised his hand, and a fat fish was pulled up. "What a big one. I'm afraid it's 4 or 5 Gene." He praised and hurriedly threw the fish into the basket beside him. "Good. Uncle, today we have fish soup to drink again. Uncle, you are really good at fishing." The boy clapped his hands and cheered. "It can't be, right?" Xiao Han was confused, shocked, and astonished. "I used illusory movement and flashed out of the demon metropolis. When I returned to the Yaoxia region, the place where I am now should be a desolate place, belonging to the border between the human territory and the demon territory. There should be no grass growing there. Life should be withering, but I inexplicably came to this valley with mountain flowers and grass. And what's even more strange is that there are actually people living here." Xiao Han's mind was tense, and his eyes looked at the middle-aged man who was fishing and the boy, and he thought to himself. Could it be? This old and young pair, are they demons? Or are they some hidden experts of the human race? Even I lost my way and came here. Is it because of these two people? But it should be impossible. I squeezed out all my demon power and used illusory movement in an instant. Unless it's those demon emperors or the top giants of the human race, it's impossible to change the direction of my teleportation. Yes, someone who could directly change the trajectory of Xiao Han's illusory movement was definitely a super expert. Xiao Han walked towards the stream cautiously, and he looked at the old and young pair. He thought to himself. Xiao Han's true chi surged, and he quietly took out a large number of heavenly desolate demon fruits from his storage ring, and fused them into his left demon emperor palm to replenish his lost demon power. It's nothing but death. This young master has even experienced something as terrifying as possession. If someone or a demon wants to play tricks on me, I'll be more than happy to entertain them. But they can't scare me. Xiao Han sneered in his mind. However, when Xiao Han took dozens of steps forward, he was shocked again. First of all, Xiao Han was sure that the old and young pair were definitely not demons. When facing them, the demon egg in his heart, there was not even the slightest fluctuation. Moreover, when Xiao Han opened the demon eye between his eyebrows, he could not see any trace of them being demons. No matter how perfect the demon disguise was, it could not hide from the demon egg and the demon eye. Humans? Xiao Han was slightly stunned. That's right, they're two humans. And there's not even the slightest bit of true chi fluctuation. Not only is there no true chi fluctuation, but their auras are also very ordinary. Strange. The old and young pair were actually two ordinary people who had never cultivated martial arts. Xiao Han was even more surprised. He stopped in his tracks and observed them carefully, making sure that he was not mistaken. The old and young pair's essence, chi, vitality, skin, bones, were all the state of ordinary people. They couldn't be any more ordinary. It should be known that for warriors who had cultivated chi, even if their cultivation was much higher than Xiao Han's, even if Xiao Han could not see through their true realm, Xiao Han would definitely be able to judge whether they had cultivated martial arts or not. Not to mention anything else, those who had cultivated martial arts were definitely different from ordinary people in terms of spirit and aura, a look, and a hint of temperament inadvertently revealed. At this moment, the green-robed middle-aged man who was fishing by the stream seemed to have finally noticed Xiao Han. He was slightly stunned, and he turned back to look at Xiao Han. He looked to be about 40 or 50 years old, and his face was thin. His eyes showed the vicissitudes of life, and there were crow's feet at the corners of his eyes. Ordinary people. Too ordinary. Because he had never cultivated martial arts, the middle-aged man's skin was not as firm as those of physical body realm martial artists. Because of his age, his skin had also gradually become loose. Little brother, where did you come from? The middle-aged man asked, puzzled. Although his voice was full and loud, it lacked chi, and it seemed that his internal organs were weak. Uncle, this little brother. The child also turned around, and his eyes widened as he looked at Xiao Han. Little guy, don't make trouble. The middle-aged man reprimanded in a low voice, and then he stuck the fishing rod into the stream, stood up, and walked toward Xiao Han. Little brother, you? How did you find this place? This is really strange. I have lived here in seclusion for more than 10 years, and no one has ever set foot here. In Xiao Han's heart, he was sure that this old and young pair were ordinary people without a doubt. His tense mind also relaxed, and he thought that there might really be a problem when he was using illusory movement just now, and thus he mistakenly entered this paradise. Big brother, you don't have to be so polite. This little brother came here by chance. The environment here is quiet. Big brother really knows how to enjoy life. TSK, this atmosphere of standing aloof from worldly affairs is really fascinating. Xiao Han said with a smile. It had been a long time since he had seen a normal human, and Xiao Han was full of good feelings towards this old and young pair. Standing aloof from worldly affairs, yes. To be the companion of the flowing water, to be friends with the swimming fishes, to admire the green trees, mountain flowers, and quiet grasses, what more can one ask for in life? The middle-aged man seemed to be a bit proud, and he could not help but shake his head. Seeing this, Xiao Han could not help but laugh. It seemed that this person was perhaps a scholar who lived in seclusion due to his lack of ambition in life, and thus lived in seclusion until his old age in the forest, or something like that. With the corner of his eyes, Xiao Han saw that behind the few thatched cottages, there was also a dozen mu of farmland. Spinach, rice, corn, and everything that one could think of could be found there. Little brother, a chance encounter is not as good as an invitation. Since you have already come to my house, then please stay for a few days before leaving. The middle-aged man said enthusiastically. His words were very sincere and simple. Little brother, stay for a few days before leaving. Can you play with me? That little boy also ran over, bouncing and skipping. Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Then, he shook his head bitterly. It should be known that Xiao Han was currently restless because of that mysterious demon egg. He definitely did not have the mood to stay in this farmhouse. He wished that he could grow a pair of wings and quickly return to the chivalrous pagoda. He wanted to see if he could use the vast amount of knowledge that the human clan's chivalrous pagoda had inherited over countless years to find a way to restrain that demon egg. Moreover, Xiao Han also wanted to quickly cultivate to the talisman formation realm, and then set up a perfect 10,000 immortal formation to protect his heart. Thank you for your kindness, big brother. Xiao Han smiled and touched the little boy's head. But I have important matters to attend to, so I will not disturb you. Little brother, since you are already here, stay for a few days. The middle-aged man persuaded bitterly. Wouldn't it be good to chat with big brother? In this secular world, there are so many troubles. So many people are blinded by greed, and so many people put away their bows when they are done. It is better here, peaceful, and worry-free. Come, little brother, today you can taste the authentic farmhouse dishes. Big brother, I really appreciate your kindness. Xiao Han modestly declined again and again. Then, he took a step to the side and nodded slightly. Big brother, little friend, I will leave now. After saying that, Xiao Han turned around and walked out of the valley. He thought, I will use illusory movement again. If I use it a few times, I should be able to return to the chivalrous region. At this moment, big uncle, little brother is leaving. Big uncle, will you continue to tell me the story of egg today? Yesterday, you said that there was a big demon living in that egg. Big uncle, I want to hear it again today. The little boy said crisply. Ha 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 ha, good, today I will continue to tell you, ha 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 ha, the story about egg. The middle-aged man also laughed. Hearing that, Xiao Han's body shook violently. It was simply thrilling. He could not control himself at all. About the story about the egg? To be continued, high-speed first release of the latest chapter of The Demon God. This chapter is chapter 373, The Story About the Egg. 37-178 address. Chapter 374. A story about the egg? Inside the egg, there was a very powerful monster. Xiao Han was scared out of his wits when he heard the conversation between the old man and the young man. All the blood in his body froze. Clay sculpture. He stood there in a daze. He was completely petrified. There was a mysterious demon egg in Xiao Han's heart. Only Xiao Han himself knew about it, apart from the supreme evil creature that was being bred in the egg. Even the powerful Yaoxia Tower Master and the Woodfern Great Emperor didn't know that there was a demon egg in Xiao Han's heart. They could only see that Xiao Han's body contained a powerful demonic aura. That was all. I used illusory movement to enter the Yaoxia domain and return to the human world. I can't be wrong. But it just so happened that we ended up in this farmer's courtyard. This is a first-class miracle, and these two people just had to keep talking about eggs. Xiao Han was shocked to the core. They're not ordinary people. I, Xiao Han, have misjudged them. They can't be ordinary people. Things can't be so clever. Xiao Han also understood that the creature being bred in the demon egg was absolutely invincible. No one in the world could match it. It would finally occupy Xiao Han's body one day and try to possess him again. It would completely erase Xiao Han's soul. It would turn Xiao Han into ashes, beyond redemption, and no longer exist in this world. It was almost impossible to escape from this disaster. But Xiao Han would not sit and wait for death. He would fight for the slightest chance to overcome this disaster with his life. And now, the conversation between the old man and the young man showed that they knew the origin of the demon egg. They had deliberately waited for Xiao Han here. Could it be? Were they going to enlighten it? Point out the right path? For a moment, Xiao Han's head was burning, and his heart was pounding wildly. He suddenly turned around, his legs trembling. Big brother. No, senior, I was impolite just now. Please forgive me, senior, Xiao Han said respectfully. It should be known that the old man and the young man. The fact that they were capable of reversing Xiao Han's movements meant that they were at least as strong as the Woodfern Emperor and the Demon's Lair Pagoda. Therefore, it was reasonable for Xiao Han to respectfully address him as senior. Oh. Seeing Xiao Han turn around and speak respectfully, the green-clothed middle-aged man was startled. He seemed to be very confused. Little brother, you are. Senior. Junior has misjudged you. Xiao Han blushed with shame. Senior, please don't blame me. Little brother, you're really. This. Where did this come from? What mistake? You've really confused me. The green-clothed middle-aged man's face was full of confusion, but he still acted like it. Uncle, what is this little brother saying? Little Chen doesn't understand. The little boy was also blinking his eyes in confusion. Judging from their appearances, Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. It was said that experts were unworldly and unconventional. Sometimes, they would even feign ignorance. From the looks of it, these two were unwilling to meet him in person. In that case, Xiao Han took a deep breath and decided to throw caution to the wind. He pulled himself together and walked back in a few steps, speaking in a well-behaved manner. Senior, it's nothing. This junior would also like to hear the story about the egg. Ha 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 ha. Little brother, do you want to hear the story? Ha 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 ha. That's good, that's good. I've always lived in seclusion and rarely interacted with others. I only tell stories to little Chen. Since you want to hear it, I'm more than happy to hear it. The green-clothed middle-aged man chuckled. The little boy was also clapping his hands, his face full of joy. Xiao Han didn't say anything else after this. Since these two were willing to tell him the story about the egg, he would open his ears and listen. How about this, little brother? Let's eat first and then tell the story. What do you think? The green-clothed middle-aged man invited warmly. Xiao Han naturally didn't dare disobey. Yes, senior. Ha ha ha, there's no need to call me senior. If little brother thinks highly of me, you can call me big brother. Calling me senior is too much. The green-clothed middle-aged man was extremely polite. This. Xiao Han thought that this eccentric person's temper was very strange. However, he didn't argue and said carefully. Yes, big brother. That's right. The green-clothed middle-aged man patted Xiao Han's shoulder. Little brother, we're eating fish today. Can you help me remove the scales? Remove the scales? This. No problem. Xiao Han quickly said. So, Xiao Han sat by the stream and took out a few fat fish from the basket. He asked the green-clothed middle-aged man for a short knife and seriously began to clean them. He removed the scales, removed the fish's organs, and washed them. Soon, lunch was ready. It was a banquet of wild vegetables. However, the green-clothed middle-aged man treated Xiao Han quite well. He specially killed a chicken and a duck and treated Xiao Han with great hospitality. During the meal, there was nothing unusual. Xiao Han simply let go and ate to his heart's content. It had to be said that this middle-aged man in green had superb culinary skills. He was only cooking ordinary wild vegetables, farmhouse chicken, duck, and fish, but he was cooking them so well that Xiao Han almost swallowed his own tongue as he cheered. After the meal, the child obediently cleaned up the dishes. Then, he brewed 2 cups of tea and served them. The 3 of them sat around a stone table in the farmhouse's courtyard. Xiao Han looked at the green-clothed middle-aged man eagerly. Heh. The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Suddenly, his gaze became a little playful. He took a sip of tea and smiled. Little brother, the story of this egg is just a story. Do you understand? This? Xiao Han was stunned. He didn't understand the green-clothed middle-aged man's true intentions. Big brother, this? What does this mean? Suddenly, the green-clothed middle-aged man raised his head and looked at the blue sky. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Xiao Han, "Little brother, what your big brother means is, this story is made up by your big brother. Just listen to it and don't take it seriously. And don't ever tell this story to anyone else. Do you understand?" The green-clothed middle-aged man's voice seemed to become extremely serious. For a moment, Xiao Han's mind. All kinds of thoughts came one after another. These two. There was no doubt that they were experts and eccentric people. But they always pretended to be ignorant. Now that they wanted to tell the story of the egg, they repeatedly warned me that it was just a fictional story. Could it be that they also had some hidden troubles? Or this was originally a big secret. They had some scruples and didn't dare to say it out loud. So, they beat around the bush and used the method of a story to enlighten me? Xiao Han's thoughts were exquisite. With such thoughts in mind, he solemnly nodded his head and said, "Big brother, little brother understands. This is just a story, there's no hidden meaning." Yes. I finished listening to this story. And I forgot about it. Big brother, please tell me this purely fictional story. Just treat it as a fun time after dinner. Ha 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 ha. The green-clothed middle-aged man nodded and laughed. Good, little brother, it's good that you understand. Big uncle, quickly tell me the story." The child took out something similar to a goose egg from somewhere and put it on the stone table. "Big uncle, quickly tell me." Okay. Big uncle will tell me now." The green-clothed middle-aged man used his hand to touch the child's little head. Then, he picked up the egg on the stone table and looked at Xiao Han. "Little brother, once upon a time, there was a group of monsters. A monster that could eat people. The leader of this monster was very powerful. Ordinary hunters not only couldn't control it, but would also be killed by it." Yes. Big brother, this monster seems to be very powerful. Xiao Han's mind was completely attracted by this story. However, the number of monsters was much less than the hunters. The hunters often joined forces to kill this group of monsters. The green-clothed middle-aged man's eyes were also blurred. He seemed to have fallen into a long and tedious memory. He said slowly, "The battle between the monsters and the hunters, year after year, day after day. I don't know how many years it has been fighting. Many monsters died, and many hunters also died. Sigh, it was very tragic. The casualties on both sides were too heavy, so the hunters swore that they would slaughter all the monsters. The monsters on the other side were not to be trifled with. The monsters also wanted to eat all the hunters. Especially the leader of the monsters. Not only was he very powerful, but he was also very cunning. Is he talking about the battle between the human race's monsters and the demon race?" Xiao Han's heart moved, but his expression did not change. He said cautiously, "Big brother, what happened after that?" Suddenly, the green-clothed middle-aged man's muscles twitched slightly. He seemed to recall something extremely terrible. He weighed the goose egg in his hand a few times. After that, something happened. "Look at this egg." Xiao Han stared at the goose egg. This egg, in the story, is not a goose egg, chicken egg or duck egg. This is the egg of the strongest monster in the universe. This monster is also very powerful. It is not weaker than the leader of the monsters. Little brother, let me tell you, this monster can swallow the sun in one breath. Do you think it's powerful? Swallow the sun? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. That's really powerful. Yes, it's powerful. However, after the monster laid this egg, it was exhausted. Its soul withered and died. The green-clothed middle-aged man looked far away, as if there was a distant world there. The monster died, but the leader of the monsters is very powerful. He found this egg. Then, the leader of the monsters wanted to use this egg to make himself stronger. What do you think happened to it? What happened? Xiao Han blurted out. This monster went into that egg. It had abandoned its own body. But don't think that the leader of the monsters is a fool. It abandoned its body and used its soul and spirit to incubate the egg. Little brother, guess what kind of strange thing it is when the egg hatches? The green-clothed middle-aged man's voice trembled. The strongest monster in the universe and the leader of the monsters. Once it hatches, it will be the strongest and most terrifying existence. All the hunters cannot defeat such a monster. Xiao Han said with a trembling voice. Yes, this is a parasite. The azure-clothed middle-aged man took a sip of tea. Xiao Han noticed that his hands were trembling slightly. If this monster leader successfully hatches an egg, then it will be terrible. In this world, all the hunters, as well as the hunters' families and relatives, will all die. This world will be occupied by the monsters. After pausing for a moment, the green-clothed middle-aged man took a deep breath. Later on, a hunter discovered the monster leader's terrifying plan. Then, the hunter team and the monsters had a fierce and cruel battle. It was a bloodbath. Blood was everywhere, and there was killing everywhere. Who knows how many hunters died in that battle, and who knows how many monsters died. Even the heavens cried, and it rained cats and dogs for a few months. In the end, the egg was snatched by the hunters. However, the hunters did not have the ability to destroy the egg. The hunters held a meeting. In the end, a large group of hunters used their own power to seal the egg. They froze the life of the egg so that the leader of the monsters inside could not successfully break out of the egg. Hearing this, Xiao Han seemed to understand something. His heart was completely grasped. Big brother, then. What happened after that? After that, more monsters came to snatch the egg. The two sides fought and fought until the sky was dark. The green-clothed middle-aged man shook his head. In the end, the egg was left behind. Left behind? Left behind. Where did it go? Xiao Han's mouth was dry. It was left behind in another world. Suddenly, the green-clothed middle-aged man looked deeply into Xiao Han's eyes. After this egg was left behind in another world, it first went into the body of a little monster. This little monster was, of course, muddle-headed. It only felt that it was getting stronger day by day. However, good times did not last long. This little monster was killed by a hunter in that world. After the little monster died, the egg secretly went into the heart of a young boy who was beside the hunter. Xiao Han's blood froze. He was so fascinated that he could not control himself. His voice was choked with sobs. Yes. Yes. The little monster was killed by the hunter. Then a young boy who was watching the show with the hunter felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. I see. From then on, that egg was lodged in that young boy's heart. The green-clothed middle-aged man shook his head slightly. The story is over. Little brother, it's fine if you just listen to it. This is just a story. Shockingly. Xiao Han stood up immediately. His body was trembling. Big brother, that young man is innocent. That egg somehow wormed its way into his heart. In the beginning, nothing happened between the young man and the egg. However, gradually, the seals on the eggshell began to loosen, and the life force of the egg began to circulate again. One day, the monster head in the egg will hatch. It will kill the young man, and it will definitely bring about an apocalyptic disaster. Big brother, how do you think the young man should deal with it? Please tell me. To be continued. Chapter 375. The azure-robed middle-aged man finished telling Xiao Han the story of the egg. Hearing this, Xiao Han felt like he had been struck by lightning. His soul trembled. He couldn't do it himself. It was obvious that Xiao Han was an important part of this story. The azure-robed middle-aged man had already pointed it out. In this story, the egg eventually burrowed into the heart of a young man who was watching the fun. The creature in the egg was still growing. Sooner or later, it would hatch into an invincible monster that could dominate the universe. And this young man watching the show was naturally Xiao Han. Unexpectedly, this green-clothed middle-aged man was very clear about Xiao Han's situation. As clear as a candle flame. Monster leader? Could it be that the head of the demons is? Xiao Han's mind was in a mess. Demon. Demon god? The faith of countless demons in countless planes? In other words, an existence as powerful as the demon god had abandoned its physical body and sent its soul into the egg of the strongest monster in the universe. The demon immortal's soul would fuse with the monster egg, and the resulting entity would be invincible. Devouring the stars, covering the sky with one hand, slaughtering immortals like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Xiao Han couldn't help but shiver. Trembling with fear. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Xiao Han's mind. Oh. Ha ha ha. I've only recovered less than 100,000th of my strength. I've been put in a very difficult situation by you. Ha 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 ha. After all, your body is still too weak to allow me to unleash too much of my strength. Furthermore, I haven't mastered my heaven-defying cultivation technique yet. Therefore. Ha ha ha. Next time we meet. Young man of the human race, work hard. Next time, your body. It could be stronger than it was now. Only in this way will this lord be able to display even greater strength. Ha 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 ha. I hope you won't disappoint this lord. Ha 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 ha. These were the words of the evil creature that was trying to possess Xiao Han. If Xiao Han's guess was correct, this extremely powerful evil creature should be the demon god. It was the leader of the demon race, who had abandoned his physical body and integrated his soul into the egg of the cosmic behemoth. It still hasn't mastered its heaven-defying cultivation method? Xiao Han couldn't help but nod. I got it. The demon god's soul had yet to merge with the egg of the cosmic behemoth. A perfect fusion. It's not time to hatch yet. Right now, my body is like the demon god's dwelling. When its soul perfectly fused with the giant beast egg and hatched, it would be able to seize my body and appear in the form of a giant beast to conquer the world. In any case, no matter what, as long as the demon god succeeds, I will definitely die. Big brother. Please give that young man a way out. Xiao Han said with a trembling voice. The green-robed middle-aged man nodded. He couldn't help but look up at the blue sky and fell silent. Big brother. The situation is extremely perilous. Now that things had come to this, Xiao Han no longer hid anything and poured everything out to his heart's content. That monster leader hasn't been able to perfectly fuse with the Ultralisk's egg, but if it succeeds, then this world will be destroyed. No one in the universe could stop it. It would sweep through the universe, and no one would be its match. Big brother, I am trying to save myself, but I am also trying to save the world. Don't let the egg hatch. Big uncle, what should we do now? The child also looked at the green-clothed middle-aged man in a daze. A dozen breaths later, the middle-aged man withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiao Han. The egg can't be destroyed. The egg contains the power to destroy the world. If we forcefully destroy the egg, the consequences will be unimaginable. I'm afraid that even the universe will be destroyed and return to chaos. And now, the seal on the surface of the egg is extremely weak, and the surface of the egg is riddled with holes. There are two ways to stop this catastrophe. Finally, the green-clothed middle-aged man's expression became very serious and stern. Big brother, what are the two ways? Xiao Han held his breath. First, have those highly skilled hunters find that youth, kill him, and carefully extract the egg from his heart. Then, place more seals on the eggshell to freeze the growth of the eggshell. Hide the egg, suppress it, and prevent the demons from finding it. The azure-robed middle-aged man smiled. This. Xiao Han's heart went cold. Kill me? Cut open my heart? Then dig out the demon egg, place countless seals, and control the incubation speed of the demon egg? Kill me? Xiao Han squinted his eyes slightly and looked at the green-clothed middle-aged man. This person's background is unknown, and his words are shocking. He knows the origin of the demon egg like the back of his hand. He might be a legendary immortal. Could it be that he came to find me, to kill me? Xiao Han tried his best to control his emotions. Big brother, what's the second way? The second way is... The green-clothed middle-aged man suddenly looked at Xiao Han with a playful expression. If that young man is able to defeat the evil creature in the egg, then all the problems will be easily solved. Defeat. Hearing this, Xiao Han's throat choked. The heavens have mercy on me. That's a demon god. An existence even more terrifying than the immortals. Who knows how many immortals it has killed? With a single thought, it can control the life and death of a plane. How to defeat it? It's completely unimaginable. Moreover, the demon egg had fused with Xiao Han's heart. In fact, it was already a part of Xiao Han's body. In other words, did Xiao Han have to fight with his own heart? Heh. The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled. The first way is fast, but it's not very appropriate. Little brother, think about it, even if you kill that young man, dig out the egg from his heart, and seal it again, it's hard to guarantee that the egg won't be lost again, right? Moreover, this egg is already half broken, it's no longer intact. Sealing it again is useless. It can only delay the incubation of the evil spirit in the egg, but it can't be sealed forever. 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, in short, there will be a day when the evil spirit in the egg will be born. Sigh. The green-clothed middle-aged man sighed. Perhaps many hunters will choose to find this young man, kill him first, and dig out the egg first. But this is only treating the symptoms, not the root cause. Little brother, your big brother thinks that instead of delaying a bit, it's better to let that young man fight with the evil spirit in the egg. It's better to let that young man fight the evil spirit in the egg. The azure-robed middle-aged man frowned slightly. Of course. The young man can defeat the evil spirit in the egg. The possibility is very small. But if he succeeds, it'll be over once and for all. Once and for all, little brother, don't you think so? Yes. Xiao Han was not an idiot. The seemingly casual conversation between the two of them was, in fact, related to Xiao Han's life and death. Life and death. His life was hanging by a thread. Obviously, if they chose the first way, then Xiao Han would die without a doubt. The hunters that the green-clothed middle-aged man spoke of. They were probably powerful existences like immortals. If he was chased by a group of immortals, then it would be hard for Xiao Han not to die. Therefore, when the green-clothed middle-aged man mentioned the second way, to let Xiao Han defeat the evil spirit in the egg, Xiao Han almost did not think and nodded. Heh. The green-clothed middle-aged man looked at Xiao Han calmly. Little brother, do you also think the second way is more appropriate? It seems like we have the same idea. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, suddenly, an even greater sense of helplessness drowned Xiao Han like a tide. Xiao Han laughed at himself and sat down dejectedly. Defeat the evil spirit in the egg. Yes, I do have strong confidence. I have experienced too many times to survive in the face of death. Fight after fight, counterattack after counterattack. My spirit has been sharpened to the extreme. I've never given up, not even when I faced the Hierophant Pagoda, not even when I faced the treacherous and well-protected Yan Lang, not even when I faced the strongest monster on this plane, Great Emperor Woodfern. But, to defeat the evil spirit in the egg. That was a demon god. That was a god. To defeat a god? In the demon metropolis, the demon god possessed Xiao Han for a short period of time. Because Xiao Han's physical body was not strong enough to bear all of the demon god's energy, the demon god could only use less than 100,000th of the demon god's energy after possessing Xiao Han. Even so, he was still able to squash a demon arch to death like an ant. Xiao Han only realized how insignificant he was after witnessing that kind of almost invincible power. What's wrong, little brother? It seems like you are very disheartened. The green-clothed middle-aged man looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han did not speak. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the green-clothed middle-aged man laughed loudly and stared at Xiao Han. Little brother, let me ask you a question. Oh. Xiao Han raised his head slightly. Little brother, in the story, the demon egg eventually burrowed into the heart of a young man. Do you think that young man regretted it? The green-clothed middle-aged man asked seriously, emphasizing each word. If he had another chance, if that young man had a choice, do you think he would refuse the demon egg? This. Boom. Xiao Han's mind exploded. Regret? If he had another chance, would he still choose the demon egg? The green-clothed middle-aged man's questions were like thunder, shocking Xiao Han. It was a complete and utter enlightenment. In the next moment, the helplessness and dejection in Xiao Han's eyes disappeared without a trace, replaced by a touch of determination and indifference, as well as a kind of relief. Thank you for the advice, big brother. Xiao Han suddenly smiled freely. He also sank into his memories. Big brother, back then, that young man was just a living target, bullied and humiliated all day long. He was bound to die sooner or later. Heh, if he hadn't obtained the demon egg, would he still be alive today? His bones would have been cold. Moreover, the living target would have been thrown into a barren mountain, without even a grave. Ha 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 ha, he obtained the demon egg. Although it was a huge hidden danger, he at least relied on the demon egg to obtain many opportunities. Until now, he could be considered proud. If he had another chance, he would still choose to accept the demon egg. Ha 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 ha. I understand now. Xiao Han clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. This life was also picked up. What's the harm in taking a gamble now? Come. Kill. The evil spirit in the egg is a god. A god of the demon race, but why should I, Xiao Han, fear it? Defy the heavens. Who says that I, Xiao Han, cannot defy the heavens? If the god wants to destroy me, then I will kill the god. Ha 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 ha. The green-clothed middle-aged man also laughed. His expression was one of relief. Little brother, you really have a backbone. Ha 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 ha. One must have a backbone. If you're a coward, you should just die, right? Ha 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 ha. At this moment, Xiao Han's state of mind. It had already undergone a transformation. There was a kind of withered wood coming back to life. It was a completely new feeling. His spirit and temperament had also undergone earth-shattering changes. His state of mind was like the blazing sun, cloudless for thousands of miles. Big brother, please ask little brother, how do you defeat the demon god in the egg? Suddenly, Xiao Han stood up and faced the green-clothed middle-aged man. He bowed deeply, his attitude was very respectful. The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Little brother, you're welcome. Right, little brother, when you helped me to remove the fish scales, what did you use? Huh? Xiao Han was stunned. Big brother, little brother uses a saber. Saber. A saber can remove fish scales, and it can also slay demons. A saber can also protect the body. The green-clothed middle-aged man smiled. Can a saber cut a river, a waterfall? This. Xiao Han licked his lips. Big brother. Ordinary sabers can't cut a waterfall, but saber intent can. Can a saber cut the void? The green-clothed middle-aged man asked repeatedly. A saber cannot. Saber intent can. Xiao Han nodded. Saber intent? If heaven has feelings, saber intent is merciless. The green-clothed middle-aged man also stood up. Little brother, where's your saber? The saber is here. Xiao Han's mind moved slightly, and the air around him fluctuated, creating a sawtooth saber ripple, cutting the air and making a chi-chi sound. Little brother, your saber intent, what use do they have? The green-clothed middle-aged man stared at Xiao Han. Slay demons, slay inner demons, slay void, slay negative emotions, Xiao Han answered. Good, good. Slay external demons, inner demons, slay negative emotions, slay all nothingness. The green-clothed man nodded satisfactorily. That evil spirit in the egg, is it also an inner demon? Boom. Xiao Han's mind was a blank. A touch of enlightenment surged into Xiao Han's mind. Big brother. This little brother seems to have understood a little. Saber intent, saber intent. Xiao Han was completely intoxicated. Big brother, you mean to use the saber intent to slay the divine soul of the demon god before the demon egg hatches? Yes, before the demon god hatches, it has no physical form, it only has a soul. To defeat it, to destroy it, the only way is to erase its soul. Now that the demon egg has fused with my heart, if I destroy the demon egg, it's no different from destroying my heart. If I'm not careful, the egg will break and I will die. The only way to defeat the demon god is to erase its soul. With saber intent. To me, the demon god's soul is equivalent to my inner demon. Yes, it's an inner demon. Yes. Saber intent and sword intent can slay inner demons and negative emotions. Of course, to slay an inner demon, I can't rely on external forces, I can only rely on myself. Right now, my saber intent is at the great accomplishment stage. It seems like I can't slay the demon god's soul with one slash. I have to persevere on the path of comprehending saber intent. The great accomplishment stage of saber intent was not the end of the path of saber intent. Above the great accomplishment stage of saber intent, there was still saber intent godly. Saber intent godly meant that one's natal saber chi, mental strength, saber intent, battle intent, and state of mind had all been brewed to the peak, cutting open the door to the saber realm that was close to nothingness, receiving the blessing of the ancient saber soul, and killing immortals and gods. Big brother, what's the door to the saber realm? Xiao Han suddenly asked. Ha 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 ha. The green-robed middle-aged man did not answer Xiao Han. Instead, he burst into laughter. Suddenly, his entire body emitted an ethereal aura. With a gentle grasp of his right hand, the little boy, Little Chen, turned into a horsetail whisk. In the next moment, the green-robed middle-aged man, wearing a feathered robe and holding a horsetail whisk in his hand, was surrounded by immortal chi and emitted an aura beyond the 9 heavens. He looked at Xiao Han and nodded. The door to the saber realm, it's a spiritual world. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, I hope you won't disappoint me. There's only one way to kill a demon god, and that's to destroy its soul. Right now, the demon god is residing in your body. Only you have the chance to destroy its soul. You're on your own now. With a wave of the horsetail whisk, the space and time reversed. That person had already disappeared. At the same time, Xiao Han's heart warmed up. The golden orb that had been refined in his heart was glowing brightly. This golden orb was originally a damaged treasure. Now, it seemed to have been repaired. It shot out one formation after another. Not long after, 10,000 ancient formations were set up around Xiao Han's heart. They circulated continuously, blocking the demonic chi leaking out from the demon egg in his heart. In a daze, Xiao Han's vision blurred. He found that the valley, the farmhouse, the mountains, and the rivers had all disappeared. He was standing on a brownish-yellow path with withered grass and demonic chi lingering in the air. To be continued. Chapter 376. At this moment, Xiao Han stood silently on the rustling path, as if it was a lifetime ago. On one side of the path was the monster metropolis, and on the other was the Yaoxia fortress. Xiao Han turned around and stared in the direction of the monster metropolis. He could not help but shake his head. I really didn't expect my trip to the monster metropolis to be so smooth. Xiao Han was in no hurry to return to the Yaoxia region. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and various thoughts flowed through his mind like water. The senior who enlightened me earlier must be an immortal. Moreover, before he left, he repaired the treasure that contained the 10,000 Immortals formation, so that the round golden stone could set up 10,000 formations. Now, the power of time and space circulated endlessly near my heart, causing the aura of the demon egg to be completely concealed. Even the tower master of the demon-slaying pagoda won't be able to sense even a trace of the demon clan's origin energy from my body. Xiao Han's mind was already flawless. There was no longer any despair or helplessness. Instead, he was full of fighting spirit. He directly looked inside. The round golden stone shone brightly. Layers of ancient formation mist sprayed out, wrapping around the demon egg in his heart. The demon egg wriggled slightly, steaming with a domineering, dictatorial, evil, invincible, and supreme aura. Xiao Han could vaguely sense the will of the demon god. However, the many seals around the demon egg were also mottled with starlight, repairing themselves. The 10,000 Immortals formation contains a total of 10,000 formations. Every single formation can suppress demon chi. Now, it seems that the incubation speed of the demon egg has become extremely slow. As long as the demon god doesn't appear, Xiao Han will still have a chance to survive. With the 10,000 Immortals formation shielding the demon chi, Xiao Han used the spirit turtle true chi again. The 50 true acupoints in his body revolved at the same time, emitting the sound of surging tides. Strands of true chi were infused into the demon god's palm, completely concealing the aura of the demon god's palm. That way, even the great figures of the human demons, or even the master of the tower, would not be able to sense even the slightest fluctuation of demon chi from Xiao Han. That's better. Xiao Han nodded with satisfaction. Now, Xiao Han, don't have any trace of demon chi on me. Even if I face the tower master of the hero pagoda, I'm afraid he can't find a reason to harm me, right? However, I had to be careful. Those old fogies from the monster hero tower weren't easy to deal with. Sly as an old fox, he could not trust them. Also, according to what the azure-robed immortal said, most of the immortals want to find me and kill me first. They want to kill the goose that lays the golden eggs and dig out the demon egg from my heart. I have to be careful and be extra vigilant. Since the azure-robed immortal could come to this plane, the other immortals might be able to find me. As Xiao Han pondered, he checked the condition of his vitality and prepared to return to the devil hero domain, because the demonic aura that had filled his internal organs and accumulated in his acupoints had dissipated. Xiao Han was now able to use the true energy that he hadn't used for a long time. All 50 of his acupoints were filled with true energy. Furthermore, Xiao Han had already accumulated enough true meridian during this training, allowing him to open his 51st true meridian at any time. Xiao Han was also very optimistic about the number of times he could expand his acupoints. When he returned to the monster hero tower, Xiao Han would go into seclusion, get rid of all distracting thoughts, and open his 51st true meridian in one go. The heat of the indestructible golden body flowed on the surface of Xiao Han's body, causing each of his pores to emit hazy starlight. It was a spectacular sight. The saber intent of the great accomplishment stage caused Xiao Han's body to produce a natal saber chi. This natal saber chi had fused with Xiao Han's soul and was sent out with Xiao Han's will. It was near the speed of light, and it could slay gods and ghosts and cut through the sky with just a thought. Now, Xiao Han knew that the demon god was his inner demon. To kill it, he had to improve his saber intent again. He had to reach the legendary saber intent godly. He could sense the saber realm. He could guide the ancient saber soul and add it to his natal saber chi, forcefully killing the demon god's soul. However, Xiao Han was still clueless about the concept of saber intent godly. Moreover, the azure-robed immortal did not say much about it. Xiao Han had to ask a powerful saber master when he returned to the human world. In terms of demonic power, Xiao Han was flourishing. Seriously speaking, Xiao Han's true chi cultivation level was considered a mess in the human world of demon heroes. Before he expanded his meridians, if he did not use the great accomplishment stage saber intent and only relied on his true chi cultivation level, Xiao Han would not even be able to defeat an ordinary ancient giant. However, in terms of demonic power, The demon, the arch palm on his left arm, had awakened 600,000 demon meridians. The capacity of each demon meridian was 150 times that of an ordinary demon emperor. He had embedded and refined 13 demon emperor crystals. Other than the demon, the arch, Xiao Han was invincible among the demon clans in this plane. Even the alluring demon emperor, who was known as the strongest ultimate variant demon emperor, would not be a match for Xiao Han even if it was at its peak. Just by using the demon, the arch palm, Xiao Han could unleash a power of 9 billion cauldrons without using any demonic techniques. It could shatter mountains and crush armies. If I use demonic power and demonic techniques, I'm afraid I can sweep away all the ancient giants of demon heroes. I wonder if I can fight against them. Xiao Han was very confident. This time, the demon hero pagoda master used me to threaten and lure me into the demon metropolis to assassinate Yan Lang. He definitely won't expect that I, Xiao Han, will come back alive one day. Heh. In order to prevent him from hiding his bow after he has served his purpose, I have to keep a trump card. Xiao Han smiled faintly. Then, the 13th demon emperor crystal on the palm of the demon, the arch left arm, flashed with brilliance. Xiao Han's mental fluctuation fused into the 13th demon emperor crystal, the 13th demon emperor crystal. In the despair demon compound. The autumn wind was bleak. Withered leaves covered the ground. At this moment, Yan Lang stood in the courtyard with a face full of despair and fear. He stared blankly at a crooked tree in the courtyard. Damn it. Damn the silver mask demon emperor. He actually imprisoned himself in a piece of demon emperor crystal. Damn it. Yan Lang's tone was full of resentment. And, he even, took away the treasure in my dantian. He took it away. That treasure had accompanied me for tens of thousands of years. It was the foundation of my life in the demon metropolis. It made it impossible for any demon race to lock onto my true location and kill me. But now, Yan Lang was very afraid. Without the protection of thousands of ancient formations, he was in imminent danger in the demon metropolis. He could be eaten and swallowed by a powerful demon emperor at any time. Oh no. That silver mask demon emperor. He won't eat me, right? Yan Lang's entire body was paralyzed with fear, and his teeth were chattering. This is bad, this is bad. At this moment, ha 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 ha. Master Yan Lang, are you used to staying here? Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han's mental fluctuation condensed into a physical form and appeared in the despair demon compound. He smiled at Yan Lang. Master, you don't look good. Why, are you afraid? What? Silver mask. You evil creature. Yan Lang roared angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, he slapped Xiao Han with his palm. The power of his palm could topple mountains and overturn seas. However, Xiao Han's mental fluctuation condensed into a physical form and appeared in the despair demon compound. Yan Lang's true qi attack naturally had no effect on him. Enough, Master Yan Lang. You are already a prisoner. Don't resist anymore. It's useless, do you know? Xiao Han sneered. Moreover, Master Yan Lang, your alchemy is outstanding, but your true qi cultivation. Ha ha ha, you can't even withstand a single blow. Do you understand? You can't even withstand a single blow. If I want to kill you, a single thought is enough. You. Yan Lang trembled as he looked at Xiao Han. Silver mask, what exactly do you want? If I say that I want to eat you and occupy your body, I wonder if you will be afraid? Ha 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 ha. I'm afraid that in the demon metropolis, there are many demons who want to eat Master's brain, right? Ah ha 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 ha. Xiao Han deliberately scared Yan Lang. No. As expected, Yan Lang burst out with a terrified wail and retreated. Silver mask. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. What do you want? I can refine all kinds of treasured medicine for you, how about it? As long as you don't eat me, I am willing to serve you for the rest of my life and refine any elixir you want for you. Ha 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 ha. Master, I'm just joking. Xiao Han couldn't help but laugh again. Forget it, I won't make fun of you anymore. I'm not the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. I'm also a human like you, and I'm also a demon hero. Demon hero Xiao Han. This time, I was ordered to come to the demon metropolis to assassinate you, Master. Ha 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 ha. Master, you never thought of this, right? Xiao Han looked at Yan Lang mockingly, and a trace of true qi was released. True qi? This is true qi. Yan Lang was horrified. Xiao Han. I've heard of this name before. This is a super genius of the human race recently. He's a newcomer among the demon heroes, but he has endless potential. He's known as a genius of the human race that only appears once in 10,000 years. Even at such a young age, he already has a place on the demon hero ranking. The name Xiao Han is also mentioned by some demons in the demon metropolis. I didn't expect it to be you. But why do you have the skills of the demon race? Master, you don't have to ask about these things. Xiao Han sneered. Yan Lang, you're the most shameful traitor in the history of the human race. You should know what they'll do to you if I hand you over to the demon hero pagoda. I'm afraid that they'll skin you, pull out your tendons, and cook you in a pot of oil. Hearing this, Yan Lang's face turned pale. He felt that his life was coming to an end. His knees softened and he knelt on the ground. Xiao Han. Xiao Han, I beg you, don't hand me over to the demon hero pagoda. You can't. Please let me go, don't hand you over to the demon hero pagoda. Then how about throwing you back to the demon metropolis? I don't know if those demons will eat you or not. After sucking your brain, they'll be able to master your divine ability to concoct medicine. I think there will be many demons who can't wait to eat you, right? Xiao Han teased. No. You can't. Yan Lang was like a virgin girl who was surrounded by dozens of burly men. There was no longer a trace of blood on his face. His willpower had completely collapsed. Xiao Han, please let me live. I beg you, please let me live. Don't hand me over to those demons and don't hand me over to the demon hero pagoda. It's not impossible for me to let you go. Xiao Han looked at Yan Lang. However, from today onwards, you'll be my slave. It's fine as long as you work for me and help me concoct all kinds of pills. If you disobey me, I don't need to hand you over to the demons or the demon hero pagoda. I, Xiao Han, want you to be in a life and death situation. While speaking, Xiao Han's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness and ruthlessness. Yes, I promise you. Xiao Han, I'll be your slave. I promise you, as long as you give me a chance to live, I'll be your slave. Yan Lang hurriedly said. It seemed like he was also a coward who was afraid of death. Oh. You're still calling me Xiao Han? Xiao Han said coldly. No. Master. From today onwards, you're my Yan Lang's master. Yan Lang hurriedly corrected himself. Demon hero pagoda master. Xiao Han's eyes rolled a few times. I will lie and say that darling Yan has already developed a batch of precious medicine to create a demon emperor. However, he is being controlled by me and is being hidden in a secret place. I would like to see if the pagoda master still dares to make a move against me in broad daylight because he is afraid of harming the innocent. You're known as the most outstanding alchemist in many planes. You're also of some use to me. That's why I've spared your life. Xiao Han smiled disdainfully. Yes. Thank you for your mercy, master. Yan Lang repeatedly expressed his gratitude. For some unknown reason, Xiao Han's aura had undergone a slight change. His entire being had become somewhat ruthless, and his occasional words and actions were filled with killing intent. There was a formless aura around him that could suck away one's soul. Chapter 377. The Demon Capital. At this moment, the demon capital was extremely cold and cheerless. In fact, there was even a smell of ruin. Every inch of space still had the lingering smell of the disaster. On every floor of the demon metropolis, a large number of buildings collapsed. The earth's crust was deformed and cracked. Ruins could be seen everywhere. The third level of the demon capital. In the collapsed five-colored demon palace. The nine-headed demon emperor, led by Great Emperor Woodfern, was exasperated. However, their expressions were filled with fear and trepidation, as if they were birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. It's too terrifying. That silver-masked demon emperor, actually devoured Lord Demon God's will, and even transformed. After it transformed, it's as strong as a deity. It can almost destroy our plane. It can trample on the rules and order wantonly. Tsung Xiu Demon Emperor was actually killed by it in an instant. It's definitely not the power of our plane. It's too evil. It makes us feel despair. Complete despair. Even the aftermath of that power has killed countless demon emperors. A demon emperor muttered incessantly. He looked like a young girl who had just been ravaged by hundreds of burly men in turn. Shut up. Great Emperor Woodfern scolded. Its expression had also become extremely hideous and twisted. He paused for a moment, then said with a trembling voice. How many demon emperors did we lose? Great Emperor Woodfern, we've truly suffered a calamity this time. Another great emperor's voice was hoarse and he sounded like he was about to cry. Great Emperor Woodfern, there's no need to mention the ordinary demon emperor bloodline. Many of them died during Grandmaster Yan Lang's birthday celebration. After this disaster, more than half of our mutated demon emperors have been killed. More than half. Great Emperor Woodfern cried out in shock. Yes, Great Emperor Woodfern has definitely lost more than half of his troops. Especially the ultimate variant demon emperors. We've lost hundreds of them. We've really suffered a great loss. This loss is immeasurable, the other martial monarch immediately added. Also, Grandmaster Yan Lang has been kidnapped. That's one disaster after another. In recent years, Great Master Yan Lang's concoction skills have become more and more refined. He can almost create a large number of ultimate variant demon emperors. Originally, we all expected that in the next 100 years, the number of ultimate variant demon emperors in our demon capital would exceed 10,000. Definitely over 10,000. Although the ultimate mutated demon emperor created by the precious medicine refined by Master Yan Lang was not as powerful as the ultimate mutated demon emperor with a noble bloodline, it could at least resist some of the powerhouses of the human clan. Tens of thousands of ultimate mutant demon emperors formed an army. The human demons could be destroyed in the blink of an eye. It was only a matter of time before the Yaoxia Pagoda was flattened. But now, all the plans have come to naught. Roar! Grand Emperor Woodfern let out a heart-wrenching howl, his teeth clenched, and every word he spoke was filled with rage and unwillingness. Silver Mask Demon Emperor! You evil creature! Destroying our foundation. The demons of this plane were miserable. Tragic. Tragic. It should be noted that the potential and achievements of any demon race were closely related to their bloodline and genes. For example, human cultivators might not have much talent, but if they cultivated diligently and had a bit of luck, there was still a chance that they could become a great cultivator. But the demon race was different. The demon race depended on their bloodline and genes. Hard work and luck didn't matter. The demon race depended on their innate conditions. Those with poor bloodline and genes couldn't break through the shackles of their genes no matter how much they cultivated or how much demonic chi they absorbed. As a result, there were exactly 1,000 ultimate variant demon emperors in this plane. And now, they'd lost hundreds of them. One dead meant one less. Originally, with Yan Lang's existence, they could create more ultimate variant demon emperors. But now, even Yen Lang had been kidnapped. What do we do now, Grand Emperor Woodfern? One of the great emperors asked, his heart trembling. The demon capital is on the verge of collapse. If the human clan demons attack, we won't be able to hold them off. We will be completely annihilated by the human race. The human race has millions of heroes, powerhouses of the past, as well as the Council of Elders and the Pagoda Master whose battle prowess is on par with you. Great Emperor Woodfern, we are in danger. The balance of power between the demon race and the human clan has been broken once again. We're weak. We're definitely at a disadvantage. That's right, Grand Emperor Woodfern. If we don't think of a countermeasure soon, the human clan will definitely send their army to our borders once they learn of the situation in the demon capital. Several of the great emperors barked anxiously. Silence. Everyone, quiet down. Grand Emperor Woodfern took control of the situation. A while later, the situation is indeed very dangerous. Grand Emperor Woodfern nodded slightly. Based on the current situation, the human clan demons do indeed have the strength to annihilate us. Furthermore, the greater danger is the mysterious Silver Mask Demon Emperor. When Grand Emperor Woodfern mentioned the Silver Mask Demon Emperor once again, the other 8 great emperors held their breaths. They didn't even dare to breathe loudly. The secret treasure in the Silver Mask Demon Emperor's body is too powerful. It can actually draw upon the power of the demon world and transform. If it wants to destroy us, it'll only take a single thought. Once the Silver Mask Demon Emperor returns, we'll be in grave danger. We might even have no choice but to submit to it. Grand Emperor Woodfern's majestic body was trembling. Grand Emperor Woodfern, you're saying that the Silver Mask Demon Emperor is drawing upon the power of the demon world? One of the great emperors sucked in a breath of cold air. It's definitely the power of the demon world. It might even be the power of one of the great emperors in the demon world. However, given the strength of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor's body, he can't use such destructive power frequently. Otherwise, his body will explode. He definitely can't endure such destructive power for a long period of time. However, we have to be wary of this fellow. All of a sudden, Grand Emperor Woodfern licked his lips with a bloody, barbed tongue. His eyes flashed with a strange light. If we can capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and extract the demonic chi in his body, we'll be able to obtain his secrets. Then, the situation will be reversed. We'll be able to turn the tide. Capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? Great Emperor Woodfern, your thoughts are too crazy. Even now, you're still thinking of obtaining the secrets of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Crazy. This is too crazy. The other great emperors felt their hearts palpitating. Master Yen Lang is still in the hands of that bastard. For the future of the demon capital, we have no choice but to capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and rescue Master Yen Lang. Grand Emperor Woodfern roared. The other great emperors were speechless. After a short pause, Grand Emperor Woodfern said thoughtfully. Of course, given our current strength, it's indeed very difficult for us to deal with the Silver Mask Demon Emperor while worrying about the demon heroes of the human race. Thus, we can only send a message to our brethren in the other planes and ask them to help us. What? Grand Emperor Woodfern's words shocked the other 8 great emperors. Silence. An eerie silence. After a few hundred breaths, one of the great emperors finally spoke up in a trembling voice. Grand Emperor Woodfern, you're being a little too rash. I'm afraid it's inappropriate to ask the demons of the other planes to come to our plane. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Grand Emperor Woodfern was flustered and exasperated. The current situation is very delicate. Paper can't wrap fire. There's no way the humans don't know what's happening in the demon capital. It's only a matter of time before the humans find out about our disaster. Once they attack, how are we supposed to defend ourselves? How are we supposed to fight against the demon heroes of the human race? 100 of them are more than enough to kill us. Not to mention the demon hero elders and the demon hero pagoda master. Now that the situation is dire, we can only send a distress signal and ask the demons of the other planes to come over. Furthermore, we can use the demons of the other planes to capture the silver masked demon emperor. It's not impossible for us to fish in troubled waters and gain some benefits from the chaos. Sigh, I can't help but feel helpless with this plan. Although we're inviting a wolf into our house, it's still better than being killed by the humans, right? Moreover, we still don't know who the real wolf is. The other 8 martial monarchs nodded slightly after hearing this. Yes, if they didn't receive reinforcements, the demons of this plane would be wiped out in a short period of time. As a result, the demons of this plane would no longer exist, and the humans would be the sole hegemon of this plane. But one of the great emperors hesitated. Emperor Woodfern, in this world, other than the supreme plane of existence known as the upper world, there are many other ordinary planes that are as numerous as the sands of eternity. Our plane is just a drop in the ocean among the many ordinary planes. In the countless dimensions, there are many of the same kind of demons. In fact, there are even some dimensions where the demon race has dominated and the human race has been exterminated. Yes, there are demons that are weaker than us in other planes, and there are also demons that are stronger than us. Grand Emperor Woodfern nodded. However, Grand Emperor Woodfern, the distance between any plane of existence and another plane of existence is extremely great. Between the adjacent planes was a vast and boundless universe. The universe was filled with all kinds of energy, such as peck wind, black thunder, blue fire, sky fire, black hole, space fragments, meteorite flows. Ordinary demons and humans with slightly lower realms did not dare to fly in the vast universe. Furthermore, it's impossible to teleport in an unstable space. Therefore, there are 2 problems with traveling from one plane of existence to another. First, the distance is too great. Second, there's a high chance of death during the flight. Grand Emperor Woodfern, even if you send out a distress signal, there's a chance that the demons of other planes won't take the risk to fly to our plane. It's too easy to get lost and die. It's also easy to get the wrong direction while flying in space, and the chances of death are very, very high. Yes, your worries are reasonable. Grand Emperor Woodfern nodded. However, demon emperors like us can still resist the chaotic energy flows of the universe, such as peck winds, black holes, meteor flows, and so on. When I send out the distress signal, I'll send out the coordinates of our plane of existence. With the coordinates, the chances of getting lost in space will be greatly reduced. Grand Emperor Woodfern paused for a moment, then laughed coldly. I'll use the secrets of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor as bait to lure high-level demons from other planes to come here. I believe that many high-level demons will be willing to take the risk and fly over from other planes. This is also a gamble. If we're lucky, those high-level demons will become our pawns. They'll help us wipe out the demon heroes of this plane of existence, and they might even help us capture the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Of course, if we're unlucky, our plane of existence will be invaded and taken over by the high-level demons of other planes. Let's say it's half and half. Half and half. But if we don't do this, we'll lose everything. We'll all die at the hands of those damned demon hero pagoda. Dozens of breaths later, since that's the case, Grand Emperor Woodfern, we'll follow your plan and send out the message. We'll use the Silver Mask Demon Emperor as bait to lure high-level demons from other planes over. The other 8 great emperors all agreed to Grand Emperor Woodfern's plan. It just so happens that I have a demonic communication technique. Once I use it, with our plane as the center, the message will spread to all corners of the universe. There will definitely be many demonic brethren in other planes who will receive the message at the same time. No matter what, the humans of our plane of existence are facing a calamity. Ha 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 ha. Using the strength of the high-level demons of other planes to wipe out the humans of our plane of existence is far too simple. Ha 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 ha. Right. Grand Emperor Woodfern, those that can fly over must be demon emperors from other planes of existence. With more demon emperors, it'll be easy for them to flatten our demon hero pagoda. Humans, tremble. Calamity is upon us. Chapter 378. Shao Han's 13th Demon Emperor Crystal. Inside the demon compound of despair. This. Master, what sect are you from in the 4 regions of the human race? Yan Lang nagged beside Shao Han. Shao Han smiled faintly and shook his head. This Yan Lang was indeed a character in the past. When he was young, he was talented and passed a strict selection to become a demon hero. After entering the demon metropolis, he held power in his hands. But in the face of life and death, he was very cowardly. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was afraid of death. The more afraid a person was of death, the easier it was to control him. Southern Region, Beacon Fire Empire, Cloud Sect. Have you heard of it? Shao Han said casually. Oh. Cloud Sect? I've heard of it. Master, I'm from the Eastern Region, but I've also heard of the Cloud Sect. The sect master of the Cloud Sect is called Cloud Sect, and he's also a genius. Yan Lang kept trying to curry favor. Alright, enough with the idle talk. Shao Han waved his hand impatiently. Then, he stared at Yan Lang with a hint of coldness in his eyes. Yan Lang, there's something I want to ask you. For some reason, Yan Lang felt that Shao Han's every move had a fierce and domineering temperament. When Shao Han glared at him, his body trembled in fear. He knew very well that Shao Han was extremely powerful, and his methods were extremely cruel. That's right. Ordinary demon heroes, even the Tower Master of the demon hero world, would definitely not dare to go to the demon metropolis alone and cause trouble under the demon emperor's nose. But Shao Han dared. Moreover, he kidnapped him and escaped unscathed. Too monstrous. Besides, Yan Lang had witnessed Shao Han slaughtering quite a few ultimate mutant demon emperors in the ceremony with his own eyes. His potential was unfathomable. Therefore, Yan Lang absolutely did not dare to resist Shao Han. He said submissively. Master, what do you want to ask me? Have you refined a slow-acting poison called heart-eroding bone pill? This pill is colorless and tasteless, and after taking it, one will only have 3 years of life left. Shao Han said coldly. Oh. Heart-eroding bone pill? Yan Lang was stunned, but then he revealed a proud expression. Yes, this is a small poison that I casually refined in the past. Not worth mentioning. However, this little thing wasn't something that an ordinary alchemist could refine. It wouldn't be a problem for him to poison an expanding aperture realm pinnacle cultivator to death. Ha 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 ha. Unless one's true chi cultivation has reached the talisman transformation stage, only then would it be possible for one to dissolve the poison by themselves. Ha 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 ha. If one is below the talisman transformation stage and consumes this heart corrosion bone pill, without the antidote that I personally refined, one would undoubtedly die. No one in this world can save me. Ha 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 ha. Yan Lang was extremely narcissistic. Shao Han glared at him, and Yan Lang immediately shut his mouth. Yan Lang, I'll give you 3 days to refine the antidote for this rotting heart bone eroding pill. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Yes, as long as Master gives me the ingredients to refine the antidote, I will refine the antidote in 1 day. I only need 1 day. Yan Lang was trembling in fear. Shao Han heaved a sigh of relief. His eyes became a little absent-minded as he murmured. Yun Rong. I finally got the antidote for you. Where are you now? There was still more than a year before the poison in Shao Yunrong's body flared up. Before Shao Han came to the demon metropolis, the demon hero pagoda's tower master had already promised Shao Han to find the missing Shao Yunrong for him. Moreover, when he rescued Shangguan Wudi, Shao Han had also mentioned this matter to Shangguan Wudi. Presumably, now that Shao Han had returned to the demon hero pagoda, he might be able to see Xiao Yunrong. There's no time to lose. I'll return to the Demon Hero Pagoda now. I'll give you the ingredients to refine the rotting heart bone eroding pill as soon as possible. With a thought, Xiao Han's body rippled and was about to disappear from the demon compound of despair. Master, you must not hand me over to the people of the Demon Hero Pagoda. Yen Lang hurriedly emphasized. Xiao Han's mental energy fluctuation was withdrawn from the demon compound of despair. Xiao Han stabilized his body and looked into the distance. Millions of miles away was the human race's demon hero fort. Passing through the stronghold meant that Xiao Han had officially returned to the human race's territory. Heh. I also miss the sect master, my senior brothers, and my 2 wives. I also hope that Yunrong will no longer wander the world and can be found. All right. I, Xiao Han, will return now. Xiao Han's eyes were also filled with longing. In the next moment, swoosh, Xiao Han released the demonic power in the demon emperor's palm on his left arm and used it to move like an illusion. He turned into a series of afterimages and flew 1,000,000 miles away. The last line of defense of the human race adjacent to the demon metropolis. The stronghold. The stronghold floated in the air. It was boundless and its entire body was dark. On the surface of the stronghold, there were many formations. In the depths of these formations, there were the world's most perfect spirit stones, mineral veins, and gems, transmitting energy. Without a doubt, just a little bit of the formation would be enough to kill all living beings and exterminate demons to defend the Tao. For thousands of years, even the demons of the demon metropolis did not dare to invade. Occasionally, some demons would try to provoke the dignity of the stronghold and disguise themselves in order to pass through the stronghold. However, all of them ended up in a miserable state and were refined into ashes by the formation on the spot. Bronze patterns could be seen on the surface of the fortress, and there were even layers of protruding ancient divine dragon bones, making the fortress look extremely ferocious, like a primordial beast that was choosing its prey to devour. However, from time to time, there would be true chi flying in and out. The human race's demons looked vigilant and ready to fight. Not long ago, the ancient giant, Shengguan Wudi, who had been imprisoned in the stronghold, was actually kidnapped by a few demon emperors on the way back to the Demon Hero Pagoda. This made the human race's ancient giant, who was guarding the stronghold, furious. Now, the number of human demons stationed in the stronghold had obviously increased. Inside a palace in the stronghold, a middle-aged man dressed in white sat on top of the palace. His black hair was draped over his shoulders, and he looked cultured and elegant. He looked like a wealthy young master of the secular world. Strands of divine light poured down from the top of his head. It was as if there were stars and a silver moon above his head. Every time he moved, the heavens would shine with light. This person was the human race's ancient giant, Ling Qianxiu, who was guarding this stronghold. He was a big shot who could move mountains and fill seas with a wave of his hand. When he was angry, he could turn mountains and rivers into ashes. On the left and right sides of the palace sat dozens of demons. Each of them had an extraordinary temperament, and their true chi fluctuated like a surging river. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Ling Qianxiu laughed loudly. His face was glowing, as if he was proud of his success. I didn't expect that my big brother Shengguan Wudi would have a fortuitous encounter and dispel the evil demonic chi that had been haunting him for 1,000 years. Ha 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 ha. Big brother Shengguan Wudi has restored his glory. He has recovered the invincible strength of the past. In a month's time, in the North region, the East region, and the Great Wilderness, he killed 9 ultimate variant demon emperors in succession and showed off his skills. Ha 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 ha. The return of Senior Shengguan is really a great blessing for our human race's demon world. It is also a blessing for the common people in the world. Immediately, the demons in the palace all laughed and said. A young demon hero suddenly said. Senior Lang, I don't know what fortuitous encounter Senior Shengguan had. He was kidnapped by those demon emperors and sent to the demon metropolis. Could it be that Senior Shengguan had obtained some fortuitous encounter in the demon metropolis? I heard that the most shameful traitor in the history of our human race, the alchemist Yan Lang, lived in the demon metropolis all year round. I don't know if this matter has anything to do with Yan Lang. Don't make wild guesses about the key to this matter. With my friendship with Big Brother Shangwan, he didn't say anything about this matter and asked me not to ask more. I think it's inconvenient for Big Brother Shangwan to say this matter. Leng Qianxiu said with slight displeasure. The young demon quickly changed his words. Yes, Senior Leng. Senior Leng, the return of Senior Shangwan must be a sign that the luck of our human race is beginning to flourish. This is a good sign. Maybe it won't be long before we can march straight into the demon metropolis and kill all the demons in this world. Ha 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 ha. Yes, this is a good sign. The group of demons all laughed. The matter of attacking the demon metropolis also needs to be decided by the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower. However, it is said that Yan Lang has created a large number of mutated demon emperors in the demon metropolis. It is unwise to attack rashly. Leng Qianxiu said lightly. Suddenly. There is a wave of demonic aura. Leng Qianxiu frowned and stood up. In the palace, a few demons immediately said. Senior Leng, let's go out and take a look. Swish, a wave of demonic aura came from thousands of miles away. After the demonic aura condensed, Xiao Han's figure appeared. Ha ha ha. We've finally arrived at the human fortress. Xiao Han raised his head and looked at the steel castle floating in the air. He couldn't help but feel a sense of familiarity in his heart. At this moment, stop. How dare you? How dare you trespass into the Demon Hero Fortress? You came from the direction of the Demon Metropolis. Are you a spy of the demon race? Whoosh 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 whoosh. The sound of something piercing through the air resounded in the sky. It was extremely violent. Suddenly, there were experts with profound cultivation of Jin Qi flying out from the fort and landing around Xiao Han. It was not just one, there were 5 of them. All of them were experts with powerful Jin Qi. They surrounded Xiao Han. Oh. They are all demons of the expanded point realm. Xiao Han raised his head and glanced at the 5 people. He immediately activated the spirit turtle True Qi and sealed the demonic aura on the left arm of the demon emperor. He smiled innocently. Ha ha ha. We are on the same side. On the same side? The 5 fiends were confused when they saw Xiao Han. Because when they used their True Qi to scan Xiao Han, they found that there was not a trace of demonic aura on Xiao Han. He was a pure human. Wait. A man in green clothes with a sword on his back stepped out and stared at Xiao Han. He was focused and calm. His whole body shone with sword qi. There was a wave of demonic aura just now. I heard that the traitor, Brother Yan, can concoct a medicine that can block off demonic aura. We will not be able to detect it after the demon race takes it. However, don't think you can fool us. This fortress is guarded by our ancient giant, Senior Leng Qianxiu. Why don't you follow us back to the fortress first? Don't act recklessly, or else, you will die. Ha 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 ha, you are making a mountain out of a molehill. Xiao Han burst into laughter. You are all demons. I am also a demon. You're also a chivalrous hero? The chivalrous heroes were all stunned. I am Xiao Han. I am rank 1650 on the demon ranking. Ha ha ha, you are all at the expanded point realm. However, your ranking on the demon ranking might not be higher than mine. Xiao Han laughed casually. As soon as he said that, the 5 heroes were all dumbfounded. Xiao Han? You are really Xiao Han? The man in green clothes with a sword on his back swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Of course I am Xiao Han. However, my demon hero token is not with me. But I don't need to lie, right? Xiao Han laughed. How dare you? How dare you? Why don't you pretend to be someone else? How dare you pretend to be Xiao Han? one of the demons in white clothes said angrily. Xiao Han died a long time ago. A few days ago, the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower had just issued an obituary, saying that an unprecedented Yaoxia hero, young Xiao Han, had been born in the most brutal Yaoxia trials in the history of the Yaoxia world in our world. Young Xiao Han rose like a comet. In less than 3 years after becoming a demon hero, he was ranked 1650th on the demon ranking. He was like the sun in the sky, and his luck was like a rainbow. However, when things reach an extreme, they will fall. Young demon hero Xiao Han was killed by the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. His brain was sucked and his body was taken over. From then on, the demon hero with the most potential in the history of the human race died at an early age. Huh? My brain was sucked by the Silver Mask Demon Emperor and I died? Xiao Han was dumbfounded. Chapter 379. Oh. This. The demon hero tower actually said that I, Xiao Han, am dead? Xiao Han was completely dumbfounded. He had only been in the demon metropolis for a few months, and the news of his death had already been announced to the world. What was the intention of the higher-ups of the demon hero tower? Thief. No matter where you come from, you actually dared to pretend to be the young demon hero Xiao Han. This is a heinous crime. The green-clothed sword cultivator's words were sharp and aggressive. The young demon hero Xiao Han had killed Demon Emperor Qing Lin and annihilated Demon Emperor Azure Dragon. To the common people of the human race, it could be said that he had made outstanding contributions. He was still young, but he wasn't afraid of the demon clan. In fact, he even fought with the notorious Silver Mask Demon Emperor to kill the demons and get rid of the evil for the people. Although he died in the hands of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor, in the end, his actions have already become the symbol of the demon clan. Monument. Eternal glory, enough. Xiao Han was also annoyed when he heard this guy nagging about him as if he was dead. I, Xiao Han, am not dead. This news of my death was deliberately released by the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower to hide it from the world. Hide it from the world? One of the demon heroes was stunned. Yes, because. Xiao Han said enigmatically. I, Xiao Han, was ordered to go to the demon metropolis to complete a shocking mission. This mission must be extremely confidential. Yes, do you understand? What mission? The green-clothed sword cultivator raised his eyebrows. Ha ha ha. This. Everyone, with your status, you don't have to ask about this kind of mission. To put it bluntly, your ranking on the demon hero ranking is too low. You don't have the authority to know the details of this mission, understand? Xiao Han smiled casually and threatened them. You. The 5 demon heroes were shocked and angry at the same time. At this moment, whoosh 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 whoosh, in the stronghold, flowing light overflowed in all directions. Rays of true chi light rippled out one after another. In an instant, densely packed figures floated in the sky. They were all demon heroes. Hundreds and thousands of demon heroes flew out of the fortress and stared at Xiao Han. Suddenly, a few of them blurted out. Xiao Han. It really was Xiao Han. Xiao Han, the youth from the Clouds sect of the southern region. His performance in the Hex Hero preliminaries was very outstanding. I once recorded the video through the Magic Eye Stone, and witnessed the whole process of Xiao Han in the competition. Yes. It was Xiao Han. I can't be wrong. There's no mistaking it. Yes, it's Xiao Han. I've seen him in person. Once in the Yaoxia Tower, I saw Xiao Han from afar. It was him. His expression is just like that. There's a little bit of arrogance, a little bit of arrogance. A female demon dressed in colorful clothes looked at Xiao Han with stars in her eyes. Young hero, handsome and elegant, however, according to the obituary published by the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Pagoda, Xiao Han died in the hands of the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. His brain was sucked dry and the Silver Mask Demon Emperor took over Xiao Han's body. This guy in front of me might be the silver mask demon emperor in disguise. No way. Would the silver mask demon emperor dare to barge into the fortress? How many times has it mutated? For a moment, there were all kinds of discussions around the fortress. Many demon warriors were looking at Xiao Han curiously. Oh. Xiao Han. Suddenly, a faintly discernible voice rang out from within the fortress. This voice was light and gentle, giving off a feeling as though one was bathing in the wind. However, it contained an unparalleled majesty. Senior Lang. All the demon warriors present were silent, restrained their aura, and greeted him respectfully. An ancient giant? The ancient giant who guards this fortress? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. At the next moment, swoosh, auspicious clouds and auspicious vapors rose, sandalwood incense curled up in spirals, and jade-like runes fell in front of Xiao Han. In an instant, these runes swam like tadpoles, forming an array formation about half a mu in size. There was a faint power of space. A small teleportation formation? Xiao Han nodded slightly. Martial artists who cultivated vital qi could expand their acupoints at the 6th stage, transform their vital qi into true talismans at the 7th stage, and form all kinds of formations with the 8th stage. However, for the ancient giant who guarded the fortress, setting up a simple teleportation formation was simply a matter of breathing. Little friend, you say you are Xiao Han. But as far as I know, the young demon Xiao Han has already been sacrificed. Forget it, come see me. I will negotiate with you face to face. Don't worry, if you are not a demon, I promise I will not harm you. All right. Xiao Han did not mind and directly stepped into the small teleportation formation. The fortress. In a warm little house. Wooden table, bamboo chair, bookcase, and fragrant tea. The ancient giant who guarded the fortress, Ling Qianxiu, sat opposite Xiao Han. He carefully observed Xiao Han, and soon, his eyes were filled with shock. As for Xiao Han, he casually smiled and looked at Ling Qianxiu. His eyes did not dodge or flatter, and his state of mind was as calm as still water. Xiao Han allowed Ling Qianxiu's spiritual force to scan his body. The spiritual force of an ancient giant was extremely powerful. It was as vast as the abyss, able to observe people down to the smallest detail, and able to lock one's soul for thousands of miles. As long as this ancient giant used his spiritual force slightly, he could even clearly see the pores, cells, meridians, and blood vessels in Xiao Han's body. It was as clear as a candle flame, like looking at the lines of a palm. Xiao Han smiled without saying a word. Let him see. Before entering the demon metropolis, although there were only a few cracks on the demon egg in Xiao Han's heart, existences with slightly higher cultivation could still detect the demonic qi in Xiao Han's body. For example, Wu Bai, and even Xiao Mingchu could slightly peek at Xiao Han's secrets. Not to mention the ancient giants and the tower masters who were the leaders of the human race. But now, on the demon egg, countless seals had collapsed and broken. There were thousands of cracks on the surface of the eggshell. It was a complete mess, but now there was a barrier like the 10,000 Immortals formation. 10,000 Immortals formation. A total of 10,000 ancient formations. Every ancient formation was an immortal formation. Profound and mysterious. It contained all kinds of energy. Inescapable net, yin and yang changing, 5 elements flashing. Although this 10,000 Immortals formation was only set up by a magic treasure and could only display the tip of the iceberg of this immortal technique, it was still not something that ordinary martial artists could see through. Ling Qianxiu's spiritual force directly swept into Xiao Han's heart. Then, his spiritual force was lost in the layers of immortal formations. You alone can't see through these formations and see my heart. Xiao Han smiled in his heart. Once my cultivation reaches the talisman formation realm, I will be able to gather all kinds of treasured qi from beyond the heavens and personally set up the 10,000 Immortals formation. The power and wonders of that 10,000 Immortals formation will surpass this round golden ball magic treasure. Ling Qianxiu was stunned for more than 10 breaths. Then, he swept his spiritual force towards Xiao Han's left arm. Xiao Han used all his spirit turtle true chi to wrap around the demon sovereign's palm tattoo on his left arm. However, the spirit turtle true chi's ability to conceal the demon sovereign's palm was far inferior to the 10,000 immortals formation near the heart. Leng Qinxiu, a great figure throughout the ages, could still see some clues about Xiao Han's left arm. Of course, he could only see the demon sovereign's aura on Xiao Han's left arm, but it was impossible for him to distinguish the strength of the demon sovereign's palm. He has opened 50 true acupoints. In terms of true qi cultivation, he is only at the peak of the 5th level. He hasn't expanded his acupoints yet. His physical body is as strong as the ocean. Each of his muscles is as heavy as a mountain. Just the strength of his physical body alone is enough to sweep through a large number of people on the demon hero ranking. If I'm not mistaken, his left arm has indeed refined a demon sovereign's palm. That's right. I've heard of that young man, Xiao Han. He possesses some techniques of the demon race. That is his strongest trump card. Leng Qinxiu nodded slowly and said solemnly. Young man, there is indeed no demon qi in your body. There is no demon qi in your 5 viscera and 6 bowels, pores, bones, and meridians. Everything is crystal clear. Moreover, you have a great fortuitous encounter. There is actually a fluctuation of immortal qi near your heart. This fluctuation of immortal qi is awe-inspiring and righteous. It is very unlikely for it to appear in the body of a demon race. Could it be that you are really Xiao Han? Your true qi cultivation is weak, your physical body is incomparably strong, and you possess the techniques of the demon race. These are the 3 characteristics of that young man, Xiao Han. You match all of them. Ha 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 ha. Senior Lang, of course I am the real Xiao Han. If I was a spy of the demon race, why would I come here to die knowing that you, the ancient magnate, is guarding the stronghold? Xiao Han said with a smile. The trip to the demon metropolis not only increased Xiao Han's combat strength, but his mentality had also undergone a transformation. Now, even when facing an existence as powerful as the ancient magnate, Xiao Han was able to be neither servile nor overbearing. This made Leng Qinxiu even more amazed. TSK. Young man, your mentality. With your cultivation, you are actually able to maintain your poise and your heart is as calm as water in front of me. It is truly rare. Ha ha ha, Senior Lang, this junior's true qi cultivation is indeed weak. However, after this trip to the demon metropolis, I have accumulated a lot of true qi. It will only take a day for me to expand my acupoint. After returning to the demon hero pagoda, I will find a spirit room and directly break through the 51st true acupoint. I also want to see how many times I can expand my acupoint. Yes. You have accumulated enough. It is completely enough. Leng Qinxiu also sighed. You can talk and laugh freely in front of me. This tempering of your mentality is already pure and untainted. Once you expand your acupoint, I am afraid it will shock the entire demon hero world. Xiao Han. Is it really Xiao Han? Right at this moment, Leng Qinxiu's expression slightly changed. His expression became somewhat respectful as he took out a demon hero token from his bosom. Leng Qinxiu held the demon hero token in his hand and remained silent. However, his expression was focused. It was obvious that he was communicating with the other demon heroes through the spirit room. Oh. To be able to make Leng Qinxiu so polite and respectful. Could it be that the higher-ups of the demon hero pagoda are communicating with him? Xiao Han was also puzzled. After dozens of breaths, Leng Qinxiu kept the demon hero token and smiled. Young man, since you say that you are Xiao Han, then please stay in this fortress for a while. I have an elder brother who is also on the demon hero ranking. He is a famous ancient magnate. His combat strength and ranking are much higher than mine. Moreover, he is gifted in identifying demonic qi. How about this? I will let my elder brother meet you. My elder brother will know right from wrong. Elder brother? A famous ancient magnate? Xiao Han's heart slightly moved. Who is that? Ha 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 ha. That elder brother of mine used to be unparalleled in the world. Ling Qianxiu laughed proudly. Ranked 23rd on the Demon Hero ranking, Shengguan Wudi. To be continued. Chapter 380. Oh. Shengguan Wudi. Xiao Han couldn't help but smile when he heard Shengguan Wudi's name. He immediately recalled that when he was in the demon metropolis, Shengguan Wudi was sent to the grand ceremony by Yan Lang as a test for many high-level demon emperors. After that, Xiao Han helped Shengguan Wudi refine the nightmarish demonic aura that haunted him for thousands of years, so that Shengguan Wudi could regain his glory. If he hadn't met Xiao Han, Shengguan Wudi would have exploded and died. As a price, Shengguan Wudi also agreed to be Xiao Han's henchman. Listen, Shengguan Wudi, I can make you rise again, look down on the world, and take back everything you lost. But as a price, you will be my servant for the rest of your life. Young man, do you know my brother Shengguan Wudi? Ling Qianxiu asked doubtfully. Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. Senior Shengguan Wudi is also coming to the fortress? Ling Qianxiu nodded and said. He will be here soon. How about this, you come with me to meet brother Shengguan Wudi? Sure. Xiao Han smiled and nodded. In the palace of the fortress. Ling Qianxiu sat in the main seat of the palace. On his left and right, there were dozens of demon heroes. Xiao Han also sat on the side. Everyone was waiting for the arrival of Shengguan Wudi, the big shot of the demon hero world. However, many of the heroes present were looking at Xiao Han suspiciously. They were also discussing among themselves in low voices, who is this guy? Is he Xiao Han or the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? I wonder if Senior Lang has figured out his identity. Seeing that he is sitting here, I guess, he can't be the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. If he is really a demon, Senior Lang would have killed him long ago. This is interesting. The news of Xiao Han's death was announced by the Great Tower Master himself. This is really a big mistake. As soon as the news of Xiao Han's death was announced, the entire demon hero world was filled with grief and sighs. After all, the Tower Master was fooling everyone. The Tower Master wouldn't do such a disgraceful thing, right? At this moment, ha 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 ha. Outside the palace, a majestic laughter came. An enormous aura descended. Waves of fierce and domineering true energy surged into the main hall. These waves of true qi were innumerable and the atmosphere was solemn. Each wave of true qi revealed a huge momentum. In the blink of an eye, each wave of true qi turned into a true qi divine dragon. The true qi divine dragon danced chaotically in the palace. The dragon might was vast and mighty, exuding an unparalleled momentum. The sovereign descends upon the world. Seeing this, all the demons in the palace stood up and bowed respectfully. Welcome, Senior Shengguan Wudi. Even Ling Qianxiu stood up and walked out to welcome them. However, Xiao Han, remained seated. His body did not move at all as he looked at the entrance of the palace with a smile. Stand up and welcome Senior Shengguan Wudi. A middle-aged man standing beside Xiao Han immediately shouted at Xiao Han. Stand up quickly. Oh. Xiao Han looked up at the flustered and exasperated middle-aged man. Why would I stand up? Why should I stand up? Impudent. How dare you? The middle-aged Taoist was enraged. Do you know who is coming? Senior Shengguan Wudi. An ancient giant. In the demon world, his reputation is even higher than Senior Lang's. Kid, who do you think you are? Even if you are Xiao Han, so what? When you see Senior Shengguan Wudi, it is not impossible for you to kneel. How dare you be so arrogant? All of a sudden, all the demons in the palace looked at Xiao Han with extremely dissatisfied eyes. Some of the demons even showed a gloating expression. All the demons present, including Lang Qianxiu, greeted Shangguan Wudi respectfully to show their respect. Xiao Han, however, sat casually. This was a great disrespect. And Shangguan Wudi was extremely violent. When he saw such a young man who did not understand etiquette, he would probably explode. Humph! Even Lang Qianxiu glared at Xiao Han with some disgust. He regarded Shangguan Wudi as his elder brother. At this moment, seeing Xiao Han's attitude, the little good impression he had of Xiao Han was instantly swept away. Instead, it was disdain and hatred. He said coldly, "Young and frivolous. Don't know your place." Yes, even if Xiao Han was a genius, the most outstanding demon of the new generation, so what? In the face of the older generation of demons, there should be at least the most basic respect. What's more, Shangguan Wudi was a big shot who ranked 23rd on the demon list. In the entire demon world, he was a top existence. Xiao Han didn't mind it and smiled. In Xiao Han's view, when facing Shangguan Wudi, he did not need to be too reserved and worship. After all, there was an agreement between him and Shangguan Wudi, brother Lang. Ha 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 ha. No need to be so polite, no need to be so polite. With Shangguan Wudi's hearty laughter, he strode into the palace in a green robe. Xiao Han also glanced over. At this moment, Shangguan Wudi was no longer as disheveled and dirty as he used to be. On his body, there was no trace of demonic aura at all. His entire person seemed to have been reborn. Refreshed. At this moment, Shangguan Wudi's face showed the light of enlightenment. It seemed that because he had been tortured by demon qi for a long time, his mind had been tempered. Now that he had been reborn, his cultivation had improved. It was like he had been reborn. His whole body emitted a pearl-like halo, and his aura was smooth, flawless, and unfathomable. Every inch of his bones, every piece of flesh, and every cell glowed with new vitality. A strong immortal aura emanated from his body. He was in high spirits, his black hair fluttering in the wind, his eyebrows like swords, and his eyes contained the arrogance of someone at the top. He looked down on the world and pacified the four seas. His back was like a sharp sword that pierced through the sky. He showed off the sharpness that an ancient giant should have. As he strode forward, another world appeared behind him. In that world, demon spirits were flying, and one could vaguely see immortal kings and gods. Ah! Senior Shangguan Wudi, what a strong aura. No wonder you are one of the best among the ancient giants. Heaven's favored one, a dragon among men. All the heroes present held their breaths and exclaimed in admiration. Moreover, when Shangguan Wudi came in, they immediately felt the world shaking. It was as if the whole palace was spinning, and it was going to explode at any time. Big brother. Your aura has become so much stronger. Unbelievable. It seems that the 1,000 years of suffering is the path of tempering your heart, big brother. All the setbacks are paving the way for big brother's glory today. Lang Qianxiu praised from the bottom of his heart. Big brother, I wasn't a match for you in the past, and I'm definitely not a match for you now. Ha 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 ha. Brother Lang, you're too serious. Shangguan Wudi waved his hand casually. It's all thanks to a fortuitous encounter that I was able to make a comeback. If I hadn't met my benefactor, I would have died a long time ago. While speaking, Shangguan Wudi's eyes suddenly became absent-minded, and he murmured to himself. I don't know when I can see my benefactor again. I, Shangguan Wudi, have been open and above-board all my life, and I know how to repay kindness. What I want to do most now is... Well, forget it, if there's still no news of him in another month, I'll kill my way into the demon metropolis. Shangguan Wudi frowned, and a worried look appeared on his face. At this moment, Shangguan Wudi glanced at Xiao Han, who was sitting on the side, out of the corner of his eye. There was a horrified expression on his face. Shangguan Wudi's whole body even began to tremble slightly. This is... Involuntarily, Shangguan Wudi walked towards Xiao Han step by step. In an instant, all the people in the palace looked at Xiao Han. And in the eyes of most of the heroes, there was pity, gloating, and ridicule. Someone is going to be unlucky. Humph. The green-robed sword cultivator who stopped Shao Han to interrogate him outside the fortress said in a strange voice. Yes, in the entire palace, dozens of heroes stood up in fear to welcome Shangguan Wudi, and even Ling Qianqiu did not dare to be negligent. Shao Han was the only one who was sitting there with a majestic aura. This is courting death. It should be known that offending an ancient giant was no different from courting death. An ancient hegemon could casually find an excuse to kill you. Shangguan Wudi's eyes opened wider than a cow's egg, and he slowly stretched out his right index finger, pointing at Shao Han. A strange trembling sound came from his throat, as if his throat was being squeezed by an invisible hand. Heh. It seems that Senior Shangguan Wudi is really angry. This kid is dead for sure. He might be killed on the spot. Yes, even if he is really Shao Han, so what? If Senior Shangguan Wudi wants to kill him, I'm afraid the higher-ups will not blame him at all. Big brother. At this moment, Ling Qianqiu finally could not bear it anymore, and he quickly said in a low voice. Big brother, this young man has a strange origin, and he keeps saying that he is Shao Han. Just now, I used my spirit wave to scan him. He should not be from the demon race. However, big brother, please take a closer look. Also, big brother, he is still young, and does not know etiquette. Please do not lower yourself to his level. At this point, Ling Qianqiu felt a little pity for Shao Han. He was afraid that Shangguan Wudi would squash Shao Han to death with a single finger. Go away, Shangguan Wudi's body trembled, and he directly pushed Ling Qianqiu away. Shangguan Wudi bared his teeth and pointed at Shao Han. His expression was strange. He looked extremely ferocious. Shao Han was still sitting upright, and there was a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He thought to himself, it seems that Shangguan Wudi has recognized me. No wonder he is an ancient giant, he has his outstanding points. Big brother. This young man is indeed rude, but I hope big brother will show mercy. Ling Qianqiu was also a little anxious. He knew his big brother's temperament very well. It could be said that he was violent and murderous. Go away. Shangguan Wudi did not even look at Ling Qianqiu, and his voice was extremely distorted. Don't be noisy. He is dead, that guy is dead for sure. Even Senior Lang will not be able to protect him. The demon warriors in the palace all laughed. Finally, Shangguan Wudi walked to Shao Han's side. His lips were completely dry, and his breathing was heavy. You are, at this moment, Shao Han was no longer sitting still. He stood up slightly, stretched his waist, and said in a low voice that could not be heard. Listen, Shangguan Wudi, I can make you rise again, look down on the world, and take back everything that you have lost. But as a price. You will be my slave for the rest of your life. Ah. Hearing this, Shangguan Wudi suddenly burst out with a roar. He completely lost his composure. They are going to attack. That guy seems to have said something that angered Senior Shangguan Wudi. It's over, this young man is finished. Ling Qianqiu also shook his head repeatedly. The next moment, it really is you. Suddenly, Shangguan Wudi bowed slightly to Shao Han. Don't worry, I, Shangguan Wudi, dare not forget the agreement between us. Everyone was silent. Absolute silence. To be continued. Chapter 381. Although Shao Han was not wearing the silver mask at this moment, Shangguan Wudi recognized Shao Han at a glance. Especially when Shao Han said, Listen, Shangguan Wudi, I can make you rise again, look down on the world, and take back everything you lost. But as a price. You will be my slave for the rest of your life. When he said this, Shangguan Wudi no longer hesitated. He was absolutely sure that the handsome and elegant young man standing in front of him was his savior. The silver-masked demon emperor, who had kidnapped him, the grace of rebirth. Shangguan Wudi was completely excited. His heart palpitated. Trembled. It started to tremble. Shangguan Wudi had a very high status in the world of demons and held power. When he was angry, he could turn mountains and rivers into ashes and millions of corpses. However, his nature was extremely straightforward. Indomitable. Know how to repay kindness. The evil demonic aura had troubled Shangguan Wudi for 1,000 years. It was like maggots in his bones, causing him to suffer all day long and begging for death. At the most painful time, he even begged for a quick death. He never hoped to make a comeback. However, it was Xiao Han who helped him take back everything that belonged to him. Power. Glory. Glory. The respect of the world. From the day he left the demon metropolis, Shangguan Wudi had been thinking about his benefactor all the time. He even wanted to rush into the demon metropolis to save Xiao Han several times at the risk of his life. And now, his benefactor was in front of him. How could Shangguan Wudi not go crazy? He lost his composure. He bowed to Xiao Han on the spot. And called Xiao Han, you, respectfully. The chivalrous heroes and the ancient tycoon, Ling Qianqiu, were dumbfounded. He was a giant who ranked 23rd on the Devilman ranking list. An ancient giant. Supreme Qing Tian. He actually bowed to a young man. He was very respectful. On the other hand, this young man was very arrogant. This was simply absurd to the extreme. Well, I just returned from the demon metropolis. Xiao Han said to Shangguan Wudi in a very low voice. Let's not talk too much for now. Let's find a place to talk alone. Yes. Shangguan Wudi immediately nodded his head, then said to Ling Qianqiu with extreme excitement. Brother Lang, please arrange a quiet place for me that won't be disturbed. I want to have a good time with this little brother Xiao Han. Alright, big brother. Ling Qianqiu stared blankly for a moment, then he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly agreed. Stronghold. It was an exquisitely decorated wooden building, a small courtyard filled with potted plants, and a table filled with delicacies. A few jars of wine. Xiao Han, Shangguan Wudi. Ling Qianqiu and the other two sat around the table and drank to their heart's content. The atmosphere was extremely intense. Come. Drink. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Han. I didn't expect you to be able to leave the demon metropolis unscathed. Ha 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 ha. Shangguan Wudi was elated. He raised his wine cup and toasted Xiao Han. Back then, when you told me that you were the human hero, Xiao Han, I was still a little doubtful. But today, when we meet again, I no longer have any doubts. I still believe in my own judgment. You're definitely not a demon. I understand now. Everything that happened in the demon metropolis was all a disguise. Ha 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 ha. You're really something. Even I was mistaken. Tisk tsk. Big brother, what you said just now was too thrilling and bizarre. Xiao Han, you're amazing. You actually snuck into the demon capital and assassinated Yan Lang. This is the most terrifying and difficult mission in the history of our human race's demon chivalrous world. Even we old antiques who have cultivated for countless years don't dare to set foot in the demon capital. But you, at such a young age, already have such courage. Unbelievable. Ling Qianqiu praised repeatedly and also raised his cup to toast Xiao Han. Come, Xiao Han, you saved my big brother's life. I'll also toast you. For your earth-shattering courage, I propose another toast to you. Under Xiao Han's hint, Shangguan Wudi only told Ling Qianqiu about his encounter with Xiao Han in the demon metropolis and how he borrowed Xiao Han's power to perfectly remove the demon qi in his body. As for the secret agreement between him and Xiao Han, he didn't say it out loud in order to avoid being too shocking. He also didn't hide the fact that Xiao Han was ordered to assassinate Brother Yan. Brother Lang, Xiao Han is a young hero of our human race. There's no doubt about this. As for the so-called Silver Mask Demon Emperor, he's indeed a high-ranking member of the Demon Hero Tower. He deliberately arranged a fake identity for Xiao Han to successfully sneak into the demon metropolis. There's no silver-masked demon emperor in this world. Shangguan Wudi looked at Leng Qianxiu and said solemnly. Brother, from now on, don't doubt Xiao Han's identity anymore. Yes, big brother, I believe you. Indeed, I've also checked Xiao Han's life force just now. He's a real human. No matter how good Brother Yan's medicine is, he can't hide it from us. Leng Qianxiu nodded. Leng Qianxiu observed Xiao Han's expression and realized that there seemed to be some unknown secrets between Xiao Han and his big brother Shangguan Wudi. Coupled with Shangguan Wudi's attitude towards Xiao Han, Leng Qianxiu vaguely guessed that the relationship between Shangguan Wudi and Xiao Han wasn't as simple as it seemed. However, it made sense. Xiao Han was Shangguan Wudi's savior, so Shangguan Wudi's attitude towards Xiao Han was naturally subtle. Thus, Leng Qianxiu's words also went along with Xiao Han's wishes. Xiao Han, congratulations on returning to the human race. You'll definitely become an immortal legend in the demon hero world. You'll be talked about enthusiastically. You're the first human in countless years to sneak into the demon metropolis and escape unscathed. Leng Qianxiu finally couldn't help but ask after a pause. Xiao Han, I wonder if the mission to assassinate Brother Yan was successful? Leng Qianxiu's voice trembled as he spoke. Brother Yan was the key figure in the future struggle between the human race and the demon race in this plane. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as Brother Yan didn't die, the power of the demon race in this plane would grow day by day and might eventually overwhelm the human race. Thus, the mission to assassinate Brother Yan was also the most important mission in this plane of the demon hero world. Ha ha ha. Brother Yan? Xiao Han smiled noncommittally. Senior Leng, there are too many twists and turns involved in this mission. I'll just say a few words. In a few words, it's hard to explain. Xiao Han would never spread the news that Brother Yan was imprisoned by him. Brother Yan. He would become an important trump card for Xiao Han to deal with the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower. Alright, Brother Leng, you don't have to ask about these things. Shangguan Wudi defended Xiao Han. Immediately, his eyes flashed with extreme dissatisfaction. Speaking of which, the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower are really messing around this time. They actually arranged for Xiao Han to go to the Demon Metropolis to assassinate Brother Yan. This mission was obviously to send Xiao Han to his death. If it wasn't for Xiao Han's boundless luck, I'm afraid he would have already died in the Demon Metropolis. Xiao Han, the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower, even the Tower Master, must have threatened and tempted you. How about this, if you have any dissatisfaction, just say it. I, Shangguan Wudi, will risk my life to find the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower and seek justice. Big brother, don't be reckless. Leng Qianxiu smiled bitterly. Then, he looked at Xiao Han. Xiao Han, what's going on? I've also thought about it. You're a talented young hero with unparalleled talent. The Demon Hero Tower cherishes you and can't wait to nurture you. Why did they send you to the Demon Metropolis to complete that almost impossible mission? Is it because you have the means of the demon race that allows you to disguise yourself and you're the best choice to complete that mission? Or is it because you really offended some of the interests of the higher-ups, so they didn't hesitate to kill you? Xiao Han took a sip of wine and said indifferently. It doesn't matter. I don't want to mention the matter of me taking the risk to assassinate Brother Yan anymore. Now, I only want to do 3 things. The first thing was to meet the pagoda master after returning to the Yaoxia pagoda and clarify some things. The second thing was to choose a psyche house and focus on breaking through the 51st acupoint. The third thing was to ask the higher-ups of the Yaoxia pagoda to clarify and announce to the world that I, Xiao Han, had died. I don't want the world to think that I, Xiao Han, am a dead man. I don't want to take the initiative to get involved in anything. Yes, Xiao Han did have a grudge against the higher-ups of the Demon Hero Tower and the Tower Master. But after experiencing the calamity of being possessed by a demon god, Xiao Han was no longer concerned about such things. Xiao Han no longer cared about ordinary grudges. The most important thing now was to find a way to kill the soul of the demon god that was hibernating in the demon egg. Well, Xiao Han, you're indeed a person who can see the big picture. Ling Qianqiu smiled and nodded. However, Xiao Han, if you return to the Demon Hero Tower now, you won't be able to meet the Tower Master and the Elders for the time being. Oh? Xiao Han was stunned. Shengguan Wudi added. Yes, Xiao Han. The Tower Master and the Elders have already gone into seclusion last month. It's not just you, even us eternal giants who are ranked in the top 100 can't meet the Tower Master and the Elders for the time being. Seclusion? What seclusion? Xiao Han was surprised. I heard that they're trying to comprehend some information from the upper realm. Ling Qianqiu's face became solemn. This is no small matter. Information from the upper realm? Xiao Han was shocked. Yes, the upper realm. Ling Qianqiu's deep eyes flickered with a strange light, revealing a leisurely and fascinated expression. Xiao Han, you probably don't know that the plane we're in is only an ordinary plane. Planes like ours are as common as dust. There's only one upper realm. Simply put, the upper realm is divided into the immortal realm and the demon realm. This time, it's said that the immortal realm has sent down some information to let us, the human race of ordinary planes, know. As for what the information is, we're not sure. Only when the Tower Master and the Elders come out of seclusion will there be an important announcement. But, information from the upper realm to ordinary planes is something that's rarely seen in billions of years. At least in my lifetime, this is the first time I've heard of such a thing. Oh. That's interesting. Xiao Han murmured. Immediately, a monstrous wave rolled up in his heart. For the immortal realm to send a message to an ordinary plane, it must be an extremely important matter. Xiao Han couldn't help but touch the position of his heart. The shock in his heart had evolved to the extreme. Could it be news about the demon god and the demon egg? When I left the demon metropolis, the green-robed immortal I met by chance was most likely from the immortal realm of the upper realm and descended to the mortal world. That green-robed immortal knew my encounter like the back of his hand. Now, it seems that there's another immortal who discovered that the demon egg was left in an ordinary plane and then issued a message to capture the living being who obtained the demon egg, right? The more Xiao Han thought about it, the more frightened he became. If that was really the case, then he would be in danger. It was too much of a coincidence. Things were too much of a coincidence. The appearance of the green-robed immortal and the news from the immortal realm, these two things collided. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, don't be surprised. Shengguan Wudi laughed. In my opinion, the news that the immortal realm has sent down for the first time might be an opportunity for us, the human race of ordinary planes, a real immortal fate. He looked at Xiao Han and said seriously. Xiao Han, if something good really happens, with your potential and talent, you might be able to get a share of it. Ha 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 ha, Xiao Han's heart was filled with confusion. Get a share of it? My ass. Xiao Han smiled bitterly and cursed in his heart. To be continued. Chapter 382. Even Shengguan Wudi and Ling Qianqiu, the ancient giants, couldn't help but reveal a happy expression at the mention of the message from the immortal world. Even their cheeks were flushed and they couldn't hold back their emotions. Xiao Han, on the other hand, knew his own difficulties. Xiao Han, you're still young and probably don't understand what's going on in the immortal world. The immortal world is the dwelling place of the immortals beyond the 9 heavens. It's above all living beings. Below the immortals are the evil heroes, and below them are all living beings. Shengguan Wudi talked incessantly. There are immortals in the immortal world who can live forever. The sun and moon will decay, but the immortals will not die. The heaven and earth will perish, but the immortals will not perish. Yes, Xiao Han, don't look at our ordinary plane. What ancient giants, what evil hero tower master, compared to real immortals, we are just ants. Our level of life is absolutely just ants in front of real immortals. We can't compare, we can't compare. So, we attach great importance to the message from the immortal world. Ling Qianxiu also laughed. Indeed. It's impossible not to. Shangguan Wudi emphasized. Now, we just need to wait for the Tower Master and the elders to come out of seclusion and announce the message from the immortal world. I hope it's something substantial. Xiao Han took a sip of wine, drove away the worry in his heart and smiled bitterly. Immortals? Do we have immortals in this ordinary plane? I once heard that the ancient giants of the evil hero tower are suspected to have become immortals. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Shangguan Wudi and Ling Qianxiu looked at each other and laughed. Xiao Han, brother Ling Xian and I are both ancient giants of the devil hero realm. Therefore, I can tell you clearly that we are not immortals. Moreover, the evil hero tower master is not a real immortal. It's very difficult for immortals to be born in an ordinary plane. Once they condense an immortal body, they will definitely ascend and become immortals. It's impossible for them to stay in an ordinary plane. According to the historical records of our plane, there are only a few mortals who became immortals, broke the void and ascended to the immortal world. Moreover, that's all in the ancient times. The so-called suspected to have become immortals is just an exaggeration from the outside world, Shangguan Wudi explained patiently. Xiao Han, listen to me. In the true Qi realm, the 6th stage of true Qi is the expanded meridian, the 7th stage of true Qi is the talisman, the 8th stage of true Qi is the talisman formation. Xiao Han got rid of all distracting thoughts. I have heard of the expanded acupoint realm, talisman formation realm and talisman formation realm. However, I am not too sure about the realms after that. Xiao Han, it's true that your cultivation of true energy isn't very strong, so you might not be clear about many realms of true energy. So, listen to me now. Shangguan Wudi naturally told Xiao Han everything he knew without holding anything back. Once you open the 81st acupoint, you will enter the true treasure stage, the 9th stage of true Qi. The true treasure realm referred to transforming one's true Qi into a Dharma treasure. Once one stepped into the true treasure realm, one's attack power would no longer be restricted to true Qi cultivation methods. Instead, they would directly use their treasures to attack. It's very powerful. True treasure realm? True Qi transforms into magical treasures? Xiao Han nodded, not really understanding. Xiao Han, for example, the true Qi cultivation method that I specialize in is called the Yin-Yang Destruction Great True Qi. When I stepped into the true treasure stage, my true energy gave birth to my natal treasure, the Yin-Yang mirror, Shangguan Wudi said with a smile. Big brother Shangguan Wudi's natal magical treasure is the Yin-Yang mirror. It looks like a bronze mirror. Once it is used, it can determine the life and death of a person. It has two sides, yin and yang. The yin side is white and the yang side is red. If the white side shakes, it will lead to death, and if the red side shakes, it will lead to life. Ling Qianxiu smiled and explained. My natal magical treasure is a binding type. Its power is not as strong as big brother Shangguan Wudi's magical treasure. Heh. Brother Lang, you are too modest. Shangguan Wudi smiled. In the next moment, boom. 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 Billions of true Qi runes rushed out from Shangguan Wudi's body. In an instant, a hurricane filled the sky. The densely packed true Qi runes surged in the air and combined together, forming thousands of arrays in an instant. These arrays were either pure yang or pure yin. They showed heaven and earth, sun and moon, day and night, cold and heat, male and female, up and down. It was a marvelous sight. Xiao Han, look. Suddenly, Shangguan Wudi waved his hand, and the countless yin-yang arrays above his head suddenly merged together. They formed a bronze mirror that was half an acre in size. The bronze mirror was indeed white on one side and red on the other. It emitted an energy wave that could shatter the void. In the sky, yin and yang changed and flickered, controlling life and death. Xiao Han, do you understand now? True Qi runes, true Qi runes, true Qi runes are arranged into arrays, and natal magical treasures are created from the arrays. However, every time I use this natal magical treasure, it consumes a lot of true Qi. Therefore, I usually use true Qi cultivation techniques. Shangguan Wudi waved his hand, and the yin-yang copper mirror immediately turned into densely packed true Qi runes and rushed into the true meridians in his body. Impressive. Too impressive. Xiao Han, who was standing at the side, sighed in amazement. His heart was slightly moved. This human clan's true treasure realm is able to transform their true Qi into magical treasures. It's similar to my black-yellow demon pagoda, demon city, and even the demon compound of despair. Heh. Xiao Han, you have such a monstrous talent and great luck. One day, you will reach the 9th stage of true Qi and create your own magical treasure. Shangguan Wudi laughed. However, I have to remind you that the properties of your natal magical treasure are related to the true Qi cultivation technique that you cultivate. Because Brother Ling Xian is most proficient in true Qi techniques, binding type techniques, the natal magical treasure that he has evolved is the demon binding rope. 10th stage of true Qi. Immortal Eye Realm. Shangguan Wudi said seriously. The 10th stage of true Qi refers to opening the 91st to 100th true meridian. There are a total of 100 true meridian in the human body. After opening all of them, you are qualified to open the 101st true meridian. The 101st true meridian is not in the body, but between the eyebrows. Shangguan Wudi pointed at his eyebrows. This is the last true meridian, the location of the 101st true meridian. Because this location happens to be in the soul sea, it is regarded as one of the true meridian outside the body. We call it the immortal meridian. Once the 101st true meridian is successfully opened, a heaven's eye will appear between the eyebrows. In other words, the 101st true meridian is a heaven's eye. The heaven's eye can see the immortal Qi in the unseen world and guide it to cleanse the body. That means I have become an immortal? Xiao Han's eyes widened. Ha ha ha. That's not it. The heavenly eye can only see the immortal Qi drifting in ordinary planes or between two adjacent ordinary planes. The quality of the immortal Qi is not high. The heaven's eye cannot see the world of immortals, so it cannot obtain the supreme immortal Qi from the world of immortals. Opening the 101st true meridian, the heaven's eye will absorb the low-grade immortal Qi and cleanse the body, transforming the body and giving it a slight immortal Qi. It is not comparable to a real immortal, but it is above ordinary mortals, Shangguan Wudi explained. In our plane, there is only one person who has opened the heaven's eye. The pagoda master? Xiao Han blurted out. Yes. Tens of thousands of years ago, the pagoda master opened the 101st true meridian and opened the heaven's eye. He can see the immortal Qi that we can't. Shangguan Wudi smiled. The pagoda master absorbs the immortal Qi to nourish his body. When his body contains enough immortal Qi, he will have the chance to form a real immortal body and ascend. However, the immortal Qi in ordinary planes is very little, and the quality is very thin and impure. Therefore, it is not easy for him to form a real immortal body. Perhaps he will never have such a chance in his life. Moreover, he does not dare to cross the boundary and go to other planes to absorb immortal Qi. It is very dangerous to search for immortal Qi in the universe of neighboring planes. There are many terrifying energy turbulence in the universe, such as heavenly fire, black holes, time and space storms, Ling Qianxiu added. In other words, even if the pagoda master has opened the heaven's eye, it will not be easy for him to become a real immortal. Xiao Han understood. Not easy. Shangguan Wudi nodded. However, there are some planes that are relatively easier to reach. Maybe some ordinary planes contain a lot of immortal Qi. As long as you open the heaven's eye, you will be able to see immortal Qi and obtain it to refine your body and form an immortal body. But at least in our plane, there is not enough immortal Qi. Then, Senior Shangguan Wudi, Senior Lang, how far have you cultivated? Xiao Han asked curiously. I have opened 97 true meridian. Shangguan Wudi did not hide anything. I am still some distance away from the 100th true meridian. Also, only after you have opened all 100 true meridian will you be qualified to open the heaven's eye. This is too difficult. Shangguan Wudi shook his head. I have opened 95 true meridian. I am still far from opening the heaven's eye, Ling Qinshu said. You two are already very strong, Xiao Han said seriously. At the same time, Xiao Han understood. No wonder everyone says that cultivating true qi is the right way to become an immortal. Yes, I have to open the heaven's eye to see immortal qi that mortals can't see. For example, no matter how strong my body is, if I can't open the heaven's eye and find immortal qi, I will never become an immortal. I see. Then, Xiao Han was slightly stunned. Right, Senior Shangguan Wudi, I asked you to help me find the female disciple of the Sword Mountain Villa. She is also a monster hero, Xiao Yunrong. Have you found her? Monster Hero Pagoda. The top floor. There was only one room on the top floor of the Monster Hero Pagoda. The thick metal door was tightly shut. There were countless ancient words and talismans carved on the metal door. There were also star veins, all kinds of phenomena, holy light, and even traces of immortal qi. It was supreme. If someone looked at the door for a long time, they would feel a suction force that sucked their soul into a vast and mysterious world. Strands of destructive aura lay dormant within the door, and it caused the heavens and the earth and the universe to tremble before it. No one could go against it. It was as if there was a group of ancient gods inside the door. Inside the metal door. It was an extremely mysterious space. It was almost boundless. In this space, there were undulating sacred mountains and illusionary palaces, as well as a powerful mental storm that rolled and swept across the area. There were even strands of immortal qi and immortal talismans intertwined, giving off rare divine light everywhere. Wind, cloud, thunder, water of the yellow spring, eternal divine wind, and spatial rifts all appeared. It made people feel that the people in this space shouldn't be mortals, but immortals. Divine light surged, and mist rolled. In this space, there were more than a dozen mind storms that were as powerful as ancient gods, wriggling and releasing some power of rules and laws. It was just a mind storm, but it was invisible. In this space, there were a total of 13 mind storms, which seemed to represent 13 ancient gods. Among them, 12 mind storms surrounded the 13th mind storm in the middle, constantly spinning. The 13th mind storm had the most terrifying aura. It expanded like the nucleus of a planet. Violent air currents lingered around this spiritual storm. The speed of each air current surpassed the speed of light. Each air current let out a long roar that shook the heavens and the earth, like a dragon or a crane. The mind storm that looked like the core of a planet seemed to have established a mysterious connection with the universe. Dense lights radiated from the mind storm. Rays of great power that could collapse the sky and destroy the ages were wriggling. Countless sacred lights and various talismans intertwined like rainbows. This made the mind storm have a dominating aura, and it even gave people a feeling of immortality. The 13th mind storm belonged to the Tower Master, the leader of the monster warriors in the human world. The existence with the most powerful true qi cultivation in the human world. He had unlocked 101 true meridians and opened the so-called heavenly eye. He could see immortal qi that mortals couldn't see, and he had been nourishing his body with the immortal qi for a long time, making his body almost between an immortal and immortal. Half immortal. Everyone, I didn't expect the immortal realm to send a message to an ordinary plane like ours. The immortal serendipity is here. The real immortal serendipity is here. The Tower Master let out a rumbling voice. It was obvious that he had lost his composure. Congratulations, Tower Master. Congratulations, Tower Master. If you can use this immortal serendipity to obtain more supreme-grade immortal qi to nourish your body, you might actually be able to form an immortal physique one day and ascend to the immortal realm. To the immortal realm. Humph. The immortal chi in our plane is thin, and the quality is terrible, so I couldn't obtain much nourishment from the immortal chi even after I opened the heavenly eye. It's not that I'm not talented, but I can't make bricks without straw. The tower master was displeased. If I grew up in some other plane, I might have become an immortal a long time ago. The tower master said in a serious tone after a pause. After more than a month of seclusion, we've carefully analyzed the message released by the immortal world. Finally, we've completely understood the sacred edict. It turns out that the immortals in the immortal realm are divided into true immortals and immortal emperors. Ordinary immortals are called true immortals. A group of extremely powerful immortals are called immortal emperors. There are a lot of true immortals in the immortal realm. However, there are only a handful of immortal emperors, the Tower Master said. Even among this small group of immortal emperors, there are strong and weak. The message from the immortal realm this time is related to the immortal emperor ranked third in the history of the immortal realm. The Tower Master's voice became heated. The immortal emperor ranked third is almost the strongest existence in the entire immortal realm. Think about it, in the immortal realm, there might be millions of true immortals, but there are at most a few hundred immortal emperors. Ranked third? What kind of concept is that? Ha 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 ha, it's definitely an invincible existence. To be continued. Chapter 383. The higher-ups of the Freak Hero Pagoda, led by the Pagoda Master and a group of elders, were cultivating in seclusion while analyzing the sacred decree from the immortal world. The third-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world, the Pagoda Lord said, trembling with excitement. This is a true almighty being who can move unhindered in the universe. Compared to him, we're not even dust. Yes, in the entire immortal world, immortals were divided into true immortals and immortal emperors. There were tens of millions of true immortals. And there were only a few hundred immortal emperors. Almost every immortal emperor was a dominating existence, invincible to all tribulations. The sun and moon would perish, but they wouldn't perish. The heaven and earth would decay, but they wouldn't. It can speed up time in the blink of an eye, causing countless planets to be born and destroyed. Its magic power is boundless, and its divine abilities are boundless. It can traverse the 10,000 worlds in the universe. Even true immortals from the immortal world would be able to reverse the cycle of life and death, and remain unharmed for 10,000 years. They could be reborn from a single drop of blood. He could be said to be the overlord of the universe, the enlightened being between heaven and earth. Beneath the world of immortals, there were countless ordinary planes of existence, where humans cultivated true energy and became wraith heroes to fight against the demon folk. As a result, the true chi martial artists who stood out from the crowd were born. Countless geniuses were born. It was also the birth of the so-called eternal giant, the devil hero Pagoda Master. But even though they were giants of the ancient times, they would still die in the end. There would come a day when they would die. Take this plane as an example. The master of the Yaoxia Pagoda was the strongest true energy realm martial artist of the human race. He was a well-deserved leader. He had opened 101 acupoints and the third eye to capture demonic energy to nourish his body. However, before he could truly condense an immortal body, he would still die one day. It could be said that he was the leader of the Yaoxia Tower in any ordinary plane. Countless ancient giants. His life force was far inferior to any random true immortal in the immortal world. Right now, the message from the immortal world was related to the third strongest immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world. This made the human beings of the ordinary planes go crazy. It was like a dream. Suddenly, the Pagoda Master's voice completely lost its composure, and instantly became a heart-wrenching, lung-splitting howl. The news from the celestial world this time is actually about the third strongest celestial emperor in the history of the celestial world. The treasures left in the universe. That was the lifetime treasure of this mighty immortal emperor. Roar. According to the celestial realm, this celestial emperor has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, the lair he left behind in space has finally been found. Tower Master. He was ranked third in the history of the immortal world. At this moment, it wasn't just the Pagoda Master, all the elders were stunned. All of them went crazy, completely unable to control their emotions. They were like poor people who saw an endless mountain of gold. Any random immortal emperor was already in existence that could look down on the entire immortal world. What kind of treasures would the third strongest immortal emperor in the history of the immortal world leave behind in his lair? It must have reached a horrifying level. Listen up. The Pagoda Master's voice grew louder. The treasures of an immortal emperor's life. I cannot describe what it means. Let's talk about ordinary true immortals first. In history, ordinary perfected immortals would occasionally leave behind a small number of cave abodes in the universe. I know that even the cave abodes left behind by ordinary perfected immortals contain abundant supreme-grade immortal chi, immortal elixirs, and immortal skill manuals. In an ordinary plane like ours, once we obtain the treasures left behind by a perfected immortal, we can at least create several immortals. The treasures of the third strongest immortal emperor in the immortal world are definitely 10,000 times more precious than those of ordinary perfected immortals. 100,000 times. Or even 1,000,000 times. It's no exaggeration to say that if our plane gets a share of the treasures of the immortal emperor, I'm afraid that the top 100 giants of the Yaoxia Tower, including us, will all become immortals and ascend to the heavens. They were speechless. Indeed, all the elders of the Yaoxia Tower were silent. They felt as if their throats were choked and they could not speak. Silence. After 100 breaths, the Pagoda Master said in a trembling voice. This time, I've studied the message sent by the immortal world the most thoroughly. It wants us, the human warriors of the ordinary planes, to explore the treasures of the immortal emperor. The immortal emperor has been missing for hundreds of thousands of years. Now, it seems that he may have died, but he left behind a lair. The world of immortals has received reliable intelligence that the lair is enormous, several times larger than our own plane. The fluctuations of immortal chi are very strong, and the light of treasures is more dazzling than the stars. In other words, there are countless treasures piled up in this lair. The lair was several times larger than this plane, and it was filled with treasures. What a freak. Of course, the message sent by the immortal world is not directed at our plane, but to countless ordinary planes, so that the human heroes of these planes will know about it. The Pagoda Master's voice became a little cautious. After a period of time, the immortal world will send the spatial coordinates of the treasure to ordinary planes like us. At that time, the human heroes of any plane can participate in the competition and get a share of the treasures. The scene will be unprecedentedly intense, and the competition will be unimaginably fierce. Hiss. The elders gasped when they heard that. Pagoda Master, countless human heroes from the ordinary planes are going to compete for the immortal emperor's treasure. That's too cruel. I'm afraid our plane won't be able to gain the upper hand in the competition. An elder said worriedly. Shut up. The Pagoda Master berated crazily. That's the lifetime treasure left behind by the immortal emperor who ranked third in the history of the immortal world. It's impossible that the competition won't be fierce. That's right. In the universe, there are as many ordinary planes as there are eternal sands. Our overall strength might not be too high or too low. Compared to those more powerful ordinary planes, we might be at an absolute disadvantage. But do we not compete because of that? This is an immortal opportunity bestowed by the heavens. I don't expect to get a lot of treasures, but even a little bit is enough for all of us here to ascend and become immortals. After a pause, the Pagoda Master's voice slowed down and he enunciated each word clearly. I've opened my heavenly eye, so I can see clearly. The quality of the immortal chi in our plane is too low. And the quantity is very small. In such a plane. It's my sorrow. Relying on this scarce source of immortal energy. It's almost impossible for me to ascend and become an immortal. In the end, I'll reach the end of my life, die unwillingly, and turn to dust. And all of you will end up the same as me. None of you have opened your heaven eyes yet, but that doesn't matter. Even if you open your heavenly eyes, you won't be able to find any immortal energy to nourish your body. Instead of living a mediocre life like this, why don't I seize this rare immortal fortune to take a gamble? Yes. Fight. Go all out and fight to the death. Many of the elders began to shout in a frenzy. However, Tower Master, there is one thing that I am very confused about. An elder said hesitantly. Since it's such a shocking treasure trove in the immortal world, it's impossible for it to exist. There must have been countless true immortals and even all the immortal emperors. Since when did it become the turn of nobodies from ordinary planes like us to dip our fingers in it? We don't seem to be qualified. Since your cultivation realms are lower than mine, you didn't receive a very important part of the message from the immortal world. As for me, I completely understand. Now, listen carefully, the Tower Master said solemnly. The immortal emperor's lair is not in the immortal world, but in a spatial rift in an ordinary plane. He used his supreme magical power to create a world in this spatial rift. This method of creation is naturally not something that we can fathom. This world is clearly divided into layers. The outermost layer also contains a large number of treasures. However, the most precious treasures are placed in the core area of this world. However, the immortal emperor has set up a restriction in the outermost layer of this world. Restriction? Yes, a restriction. The Tower Master suddenly smiled. This restriction is very mysterious and overbearing. It has restrictions on immortals. Those who have become immortals are absolutely not allowed to enter the outermost layer of this world. Ordinary true immortals will be killed and turned into ashes once they enter the outermost layer. Even immortal emperors are not allowed to enter. This immortal emperor is known as the third strongest immortal emperor in history. He is very powerful. Normally, immortal emperors who are ranked lower than him will also die if they enter the first layer. The first layer of this world has a restriction. Immortals are not allowed to enter. Immortals will die if they enter. Impressive. I didn't expect there to be such a restriction. Then, Tower Master, the first and second immortal emperors should be able to enter, right? Not really. The first and second immortal emperors won't die if they enter this layer, but the entire treasure vault will collapse and explode. No one will be able to obtain it. The Tower Master sneered. What do you think? This immortal emperor is full of tricks, isn't he? Tower Master, are you saying that only human cultivators from ordinary planes like us, who have not become immortals, can enter the first layer of this world to explore and search for treasures? One of the elders smiled. That's interesting. Yes. The restriction on the outermost layer of this world not only prohibits immortals from entering, but also places a requirement on the age of the person who enters, the Tower Master said solemnly. To be more precise, the first requirement to enter the first layer of this world is that the person cannot become immortals. The second requirement is that the person must be below 10,000 years old. Any human over 10,000 years old that enters will be instantly obliterated and reduced to ashes. What? There's an age restriction? The elders cried out. Then we can't enter at all. 10,000 years old? Yes, the actual age of the Tower Master and the elders was far above 10,000 years old. At their level of cultivation, their lifespans were extremely long. Each of them was hundreds of thousands of years old, or even millions of years old. To them, 10,000 years old was no different from a child. Tower Master, we can't enter. Shut up. If we can't enter, does that mean no one else can enter our plane? The Tower Master bared his teeth. There are many monsters in our plane who meet the requirements to enter the first layer of this world. Among the ancient giants, there are many who are below 10,000 years old. In fact, there are even one or two ancient giants, geniuses among geniuses, who are less than 10,000 years old. They can all enter. But if that's the case, our plane's competitiveness will be even weaker, idiots. The Tower Master laughed coldly. That restriction isn't specific to our plane. It applies to any other ordinary plane. Neither I nor you elders, as well as most of the most powerful people throughout the ages, can enter our plane. It's the same for other planes. Those who can enter are the most outstanding geniuses below 10,000 years old. The world of immortals says that the outermost layer of the world created by the immortal emperor is called the Genius Zone. There are many treasures in the Genius Zone. Although they're inferior to the treasures in the core of this world, they're still incredible treasures for an ordinary plane like ours. Just a little bit is enough to create an opportunity for ascension. The Tower Master was very certain. Once all the treasures in the Genius Zone are taken, the restrictions on the first layer will disappear. The second layer also has some restrictions, but it might be able to allow people of our level to enter. Perhaps true immortals will also be allowed to enter. However, I won't ask for too much. I only hope that the geniuses of our plane can take a few more treasures from the first layer. As for the second and third layers, and the core, we'll take what we can. If we can't, that's fine. The Tower Master was very confident. Chapter 384. The elders of the Yaoxia Pagoda trembled with excitement after hearing the Pagoda Master's words. Pagoda Master, you mean the nest left behind by the third-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal realm contains countless treasures? As for the lair, it was divided into several layers, and each layer had a different restrictive spell. The restriction on the outermost level doesn't allow real immortals to enter, so the immortal realm has to rely on us, the creatures of ordinary planes. An elder said. Yes. If it wasn't for the special restriction on the first level, do you think the almighties of the immortal realm would give us the chance to explore the treasures? The Pagoda Master snorted. Anyway, we'll succeed if we can find some treasures in the outermost level. Yes, Pagoda Master. However, countless ordinary planes will send their elites to participate in the exploration. Therefore, we must take our time and plan before we act. An elder said complacently. Pagoda Master, how much do you know about the immortal emperor? Not much, the Pagoda Master said indifferently. 1. The third-ranked immortal emperor in the history of the immortal realm. 2. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao. 3. The immortal emperor with the most treasures in the history of the immortal realm. Oh. Immortal Emperor Zhu Dao? It seems that the immortal emperor is a saber cultivator. The immortal emperor with the most treasures in the history of the immortal realm? TSK, the most treasures. Alright, let's not talk about these unimportant things anymore. Continue your seclusion. Study the treasure hunt in the Genius Zone, the Pagoda Master scolded. Okay. Continue your seclusion. Pagoda Master. What's your plan? First of all, this must be kept a secret. It can't be announced to the world, not even in the monster warrior realm. Otherwise, the world will be in chaos. If everyone wants to take the risk, our plane will become an empty shell. No one will stay behind, the Pagoda Master said slowly. Therefore, this information, at best, could only be told to the top 100 giants on the Hex ranking list. Then, send a private message to the elites who can participate in the Genius Zone exploration. That's right, Tower Master, don't spread this news. Then, Tower Master, who are you going to choose? What about participating in the Genius Zone's expedition? First of all, it's definitely below 10,000 years old. After that, in terms of true chi cultivation, you must reach the Talisman Transformation realm, the Pagoda Master said with certainty. Those under 10,000 years old who are still expanding their acupoints or haven't even started expanding their acupoints, don't bother going. They'll just be sending themselves to their deaths. The last condition was to be loyal to the Yaoxia Pagoda. If these 3 conditions are met, I will personally inform them to prepare for the expedition. I can be your slave. I will never betray you in my life. He Xiaohan smiled slightly, his eyes were a little indifferent. Back then, Xiao Han set this condition with Shangguan Wudi on the spur of the moment. But now that Xiao Han knew that he was possessed by a demon god, his state of mind had changed. There were many things in the world that Xiao Han had become indifferent to. Take an ancient giant as a slave? Yes, if this was before he entered the demon metropolis, Xiao Han would definitely be very interested. But now, forget it, Senior Shangguan Wudi, the previous agreement is invalid. Xiao Han said calmly. Xiao Han. You don't have to do this. I, Shangguan Wudi, am also a man of indomitable spirit. I will never go back on my words. If you didn't do it, I would have exploded and died. Therefore, you will never take advantage of me. I, Shangguan Wudi, am willing. Shangguan Wudi looked straight at Xiao Han. Really, there is no need. Xiao Han smiled calmly. How about this? Senior Shangguan Wudi, if you're willing, please take care of my sect in the future. That is, the Cloud sect. As for becoming my slave, it was indeed a joke. Senior Shangguan Wudi, please don't take it seriously. This. Shangguan Wudi was stunned. Oh yes, Senior Shangguan Wudi. I asked you to find Xiao Yunrong. Do you have any information? Xiao Han asked again. Xiao Han, this. I am sorry. Shangguan Wudi's eyes dimmed slightly. Ever since I left the demon metropolis and returned to the human world, I used all my connections to find Xiao Yunrong, but Xiao Yunrong's Yin chivalrous token has always been closed. I even personally searched the 4 regions of the human race and the great wilderness. I searched everywhere in the mortal world and in the Jianghu. But I couldn't find Xiao Yunrong. Xiao Han. I am sorry. You can't find her? Xiao Han's heart suddenly twitched. Xiao Han, I swear, I have tried my best. Shangguan Wudi said very sincerely. This. Xiao Han closed his eyes and felt a sharp pain in his heart. Yunrong. Where are you? Even someone as powerful as Shangguan Wudi couldn't find you. You. Where on earth are you? I have found the antidote for you, but you are nowhere to be found. But I will not give up. Yunrong, there is still more than a year before the poison in your body takes effect. I still have a chance. I will find you at all costs. After a pause, Xiao Han pulled himself together and looked at Shangguan Wudi. And, Senior Shangguan Wudi, I still have to thank you for this. It doesn't matter if you can't find her now. I will continue to look for her in the future. Senior Shangguan Wudi, please pay more attention and keep this matter in mind. Xiao Han, don't worry. I will not slack off in looking for Xiao Yunrong. Also, since you are not willing to fulfill the original agreement, then I will do my best to protect your sect, the Cloud sect. And you, Xiao Han, from now on, if you have any errands, just tell me. I will go through mountains of swords and boiling oil, and I will not frown. Thank you, Senior Shangguan Wudi. Xiao Han smiled. By the way. Shangguan Wudi looked at Xiao Han deeply. Xiao Han, you are very different from the last time I saw you in the demon metropolis. Your spirit, temperament, and temperament have all undergone great changes. Xiao Han, what exactly happened to you? Can you tell me? Ha. Xiao Han smiled silently. Then he said indifferently. Back then, I covered my body with demonic qi and disguised myself as the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Now, I have restored my human appearance. Of course, there will be changes in my body. No, it's the temperament change. Shangguan Wudi shook his head slightly. Xiao Han, the feeling you give me right now is that you have a transcendent temperament. But to put it bluntly, it's like he's completely disheartened, as if he doesn't care about anything anymore. Nothing much. Xiao Han rubbed his temples. By the way, Senior Shangguan Wudi, I'll be returning to the Yaoxia Pagoda tomorrow. Taking advantage of tonight's gathering, I have some questions that I would like to ask you. Shangguan Wudi saw that Xiao Han was unwilling to tell him the truth, so he did not pursue the matter. Xiao Han, if there's anything you want to ask me, just say it. As long as I, Shangguan Wudi, know it, I will definitely tell you. Xiao Han thought for a dozen breaths, and then said energetically. First, Senior Shangguan Wudi, what do you know about saber intent godly in saber intent? Among the human sword cultivators in our realm, is there anyone who has achieved sword Dao entering godly state? Second, True Qi realm 7th stage talisman materialization realm, 8th stage talisman formation realm, 9th stage true treasure realm, and 10th stage True Qi realm celestial vision realm. One had to know that Xiao Han's cultivation in his life was mainly based on the techniques of the demon clan. He had basically neglected the cultivation of the true Qi of the human clan. However, to become an immortal, one had to cultivate true Qi. Therefore, Xiao Han also attached great importance to the cultivation of true Qi. Moreover, he was a human after all. He could not be too extreme and specialize in the techniques of the demon clan. Therefore, when facing an ancient giant like Shangguan Wudi, Xiao Han also tried his best to ask some questions that he did not understand. Because Xiao Han knew that asking Shangguan Wudi would definitely be more reliable than asking his own sect master, Wu Yu. To be continued. Chapter 385. The Godly Saber Intent of the Saber Intent? Shangguan Wudi was slightly surprised. Xiao Han, you're asking about this? I have cultivated some superficial saber Dao. That's why I asked. Xiao Han smiled faintly. In an instant, strands of formless saber Qi appeared around Xiao Han's body, slicing the air with a sizzling sound. Saber intent? Xiao Han, your saber intent actually contains your soul mark, allowing you to kill your opponent as you please. This is life-bound saber Qi. Xiao Han, you actually have the sword intent of the great accomplishment stage. Shangguan Wudi exclaimed in shock. Heh, you are an ancient giant. With my insignificant cultivation, I have to embarrass myself in front of you. Xiao Han said with some embarrassment. Shangguan Wudi sat down and shook his head. Amazing, too amazing. At such a young age, you have actually comprehended the great accomplishment saber intent. Xiao Han, don't be modest. There are many saber cultivators in the entire demon hero world, but it is rare to find someone like you who has comprehended the great accomplishment saber intent. Oh. Xiao Han was surprised. Is it that hard to comprehend the great perfection sword intent? Difficult. How could it not be difficult? Among the ancient giants of the devil hero world, there were also a few sword cultivators, but in terms of the realm of sword Dao, they only stopped at the Desheng stage. Among the ancient giants, there were also sword cultivators, but none of them possessed the sword Dao of the great accomplishment stage. Shangguan Wudi glared at Xiao Han. Do you think it's difficult? That is to say, there are only a few people like you in the entire devil hero world who have really comprehended the sword intent of the Desheng stage. There are countless sword cultivators in the entire devil hero realm, but none of them have reached sword Dao transcendent. Xiao Han was slightly disappointed. Not even one. Although the 10,000 Immortals formation had temporarily delayed the incubation of the demon egg, preventing the god beast's soul from fusing with the giant beast in the egg and hatching it, the 10,000 Immortals formation did not allow the god beast's soul to merge with the giant beast in the egg. But it was only a delay. He had to rely on his saber intent in order to kill the demon god's soul completely. An invincible saber intent. Greater mastery saber intent was far from enough. He had to achieve sword will transcendent and open the legendary saber realm gate. Only then would Xiao Han have a chance at survival. Otherwise, there would be no room for discussion. But now, Shangguan Wudi actually said that no one in this realm had comprehended the blade intent to the godly state realm, including the blade cultivators of the ancient era. This made Xiao Han's heart palpitate. If no one could comprehend it, could he comprehend it? How is that possible? Of course not. Shangguan Wudi said matter-of-factly. Xiao Han, has no one ever told you before? Entering godly sword intent was only a legendary sword Dao realm. Ha! Xiao Han, I wonder who is the teacher who taught you the saber Dao. If he was the one who told you that, saber intent entering divinity, a mythical realm that exists in this world, then he would be lying to you. Of course, he could also be encouraging you to pursue the way of the saber. Legend? Myth? Was entering godly saber intent really that illusory? Shangguan Wudi quickly said when he saw Xiao Han's dazed expression. Xiao Han, don't be disheartened. What I just said is also very one-sided. It's just that among the sword cultivators in our realm, there's no one who has attained sword Dao godly. However, in other realms, there might be cases of saber intent reaching godly. Our plane doesn't have it, but it doesn't mean that other planes don't have it. It doesn't mean that it didn't exist in the past, and it won't exist in the future. Xiao Han felt a little dizzy from Shangguan Wudi's words. Shangguan Wudi continued. Xiao Han, I'll try my best to tell you what I know about saber Dao's saber intent godly. I've also heard some powerful sword cultivators talk about sword Dao godly before. Senior Shangguan Wudi, please tell me. Xiao Han immediately pricked up his ears. Xiao Han, you don't have to be so polite. Shangguan Wudi smiled and said seriously. According to the analysis of several eternal giant swordsmen, entering godly saber intent is theoretically possible. According to legend, in the vast universe, apart from the upper realm and lower realm, there was also the saber realm and the sword realm. The saber realm and the sword realm were spiritual worlds. Not the material world. Spiritual world? Xiao Han was a little confused. Yes, the spiritual world. In other words, the outstanding sword cultivators and sword cultivators in the world. After they died, their pursuit of the saber Dao or the sword Dao did not disappear along with the death of their body and soul. Their dedication to the saber Dao and the sword Dao was preserved and sealed in the saber realm and the sword realm. According to the legends, there are mountains, rivers, oceans, stars, the sun, the moon, palaces in the saber realm and the sword realm. However, these are not made of material, but of the spirit of the sword cultivator and sword cultivator. When the spirit of the sword cultivator or sword cultivator, as well as their understanding of the saber Dao and the sword Dao, reaches a certain level, it is possible to sense the door of the saber realm and the sword realm. Of course, because the saber realm and the sword realm are not material worlds, it is not the person's body that enters, but the person's spirit body. This is the so-called primordial spirit leaving the body. When the spirit of the sword cultivator or sword cultivator enters the saber realm and the sword realm, it can summon the ancient sword soul and sword soul to attack the enemy. This kind of attack is very terrifying. It is an attack that does not discriminate between people. It has the effect of destroying heaven and earth. Once this technique is used, everything in the world will freeze and be slaughtered. When one's primordial spirit leaves the body and opens up the saber realm and sword realm, they will receive the ancient saber soul and sword soul. This is a kind of power that is neither alive nor dead. The attack power it forms can reach a powerful force that can stop time and space. However, I heard from those saber artists that in order to comprehend the realm of saber intent entering godly, the first requirement is that one's spirit and soul force must be abnormally strong and sharp. The second requirement is to possess a domineering aura that can dominate the world. The third requirement is to possess a strong physical body. The physical body and the spirit soul complement each other. If the spirit soul power is too strong, without a compatible physical body, it is very possible that after summoning the ancient sword soul and killing the enemy, one's physical body will also explode. I understand. Xiao Han nodded seriously. A weak physical body cannot bear an overly strong spirit soul. So. Shangguan Wudi thought for a few breaths and said word by word. There are 3,000 ways to achieve the same goal. Although I don't cultivate the saber Dao, I have my own judgment. The reason why none of the saber cultivators in our world can reach the saber intent godly state is because their comprehension and mental state are not good enough. Another reason is that their physical bodies cannot reach the requirement of the primordial spirit leaving the body and opening the door of the saber realm. Their physical bodies are too weak. Xiao Han nodded in agreement. Xiao Han, your physical body is very strong and different from ordinary people. Maybe you can refine it and cultivate a physical body that is compatible with the ancient sword soul, Shangguan Wudi said seriously. However, Xiao Han, you don't have to be anxious now. You need to work hard on your true qi. Let me tell you, when you reach the talisman formation realm, you can use your true qi talisman to set up a formation. It will greatly increase the strength of your physical body. You can set up a formation to strengthen your physical body with the true qi talisman. It will increase the strength of your physical body. You can't turn into a talisman now and you can't set up a formation. It is still not enough to rely on the strength of your physical body. Senior Shangguan Wudi, after hearing what you said, I understand a lot. Xiao Han took a deep breath and a plan formed in his mind. From now on, he had to refine his physical body. In terms of his true qi cultivation, he had to reach the talisman formation realm as soon as possible. After that, he had to continue researching the saber Dao and raise his soul energy. Xiao Han, let me tell you about the various stages of the true qi realm and the situation of one's offensive strength, Shangguan Wudi said seriously. Xiao Han was naturally listening attentively. The first 5 stages of the true qi realm are all about building the foundation. When one reaches the 6th stage, which is to break through the 51st acupoint, it is the crucial time to start expanding the acupoints. The number of times one can expand the acupoints is related to the amount of true qi stored, Shangguan Wudi said patiently. Before expanding the acupoints, each acupoint can hold about 1,000 ding of true qi strength. That is to say, as long as one doesn't expand the acupoints, a martial artist at the pinnacle of true qi realm who has opened 50 acupoints can hold about 50,000 ding of true qi strength. Xiao Han nodded. Expanding the acupoints. It can increase the strength of one's true qi by several times. Every martial artist who has stepped into the acupoint expansion realm has 10 chances to expand their acupoints. The number of times one can expand one's acupoints is extremely important. Let's take me for example. When I broke through the 51st acupoint, the first time I expanded it, it was 11 times. The first time you expanded it, it was 11 times? Xiao Han's heart skipped a beat. That's heaven-defying. Xiao Han remembered clearly that sect head Wu Li had once said that if one's first acupoint expansion exceeded 10 times, one would be a genius among geniuses. My Cloud sect's first senior brother Xiao Mingchu's first acupoint expansion was 7 times. Back then, he was already known as an unparalleled genius, but who would have thought that he would pale in comparison to senior Shangguan Wudi? Xiao Han sighed. To reach 11 times in the first acupoint expansion. Incredible, too incredible. That's nothing. Shangguan Wudi smiled faintly. Xiao Han, you haven't expanded your acupoints yet, but I can bet that the first time you expanded it, it will definitely exceed mine by 11 times. Let's hope so. Xiao Han smiled. However, he had experienced the journey to the demon metropolis, where he was tempered by life and death, and was temporarily possessed by the demon god. Hence, his accumulation was definitely unprecedented in this plane. Xiao Han was very optimistic about the number of times he could expand his acupoints. After 10 times, my acupoints have expanded to 78 times. Shangguan Wudi said with a smile after doing some calculations. In other words, when I'm at acupoint expansion realm pinnacle and have 60 acupoints opened, my pure Jinshi strength will be around 4 to 5 million ding. For a genius like Shangguan Wudi, if he were to be at expanded acupoint realm pinnacle, under the condition that he doesn't utilize his Jinshi cultivation technique, his Jinshi strength should be around 4 to 5 million ding, Xiao Han calculated. After reaching acupoint expansion realm pinnacle, one will enter talisman shaping realm, and the quality of one's Jinshi will be further improved. At talisman shaping realm, one will have 10 chances to refine a true talisman, and each refine will improve the quality of one's Jinshi. It's the same principle as acupoint expansion, Shangguan Wudi explained. The first time I refined a true talisman, the quality of my jinqi increased by 13 times. After 10 times, the quality of my jinqi increased by 81 times. In other words, when I'm at talisman shaping realm pinnacle, my pure jinqi strength will be around 4 to 5 million ding. If I use any ordinary jinqi cultivation technique, I will be able to exert at least 800 million ding of strength, Shangguan Wudi said with a smile. Genius talisman shaping realm pinnacle, with a pure jinqi cultivation technique, my attack power will be doubled if I use it. Xiao Han calculated. Furthermore, Xiao Han started to compare the strength of the human race and the demonic race. For example, when Xiao Han was in the demon metropolis, he had killed 3 ultimate variant demonic emperors in Yan Lang's villa. Demonic Temple Demonic Emperor. Divine Power Demonic Emperor. Demonic Elephant Demonic Emperor. Demonic Temple Demonic Emperor. Opened 810,000 demonic meridians, the capacity of which was 27 times that of ordinary demonic emperors, and the maximum demonic strength was 2 billion ding. Divine Power Demonic Emperor. Opened 840,000 demonic meridians, the capacity of which was 30 times that of ordinary demonic emperors, and the maximum demonic strength was 5 billion ding. Divine Power Demonic Emperor. Opened 880,000 demonic meridians, the capacity of which was 33 times that of ordinary demonic emperors, and the maximum demonic strength was 9 billion ding. In other words, the human race does not use jinqi cultivation techniques, and the demonic race does not use demonic techniques. In terms of pure strength, the peak strength of a human talisman shaping realm genius is around 4 to 5 million ding, while the peak ultimate variant demonic emperors are around 2 to 3 billion ding. The difference between the two is huge. If a human talisman shaping realm genius encounters an ultimate variant demonic emperor, he will definitely die. Xiao Han nodded. Shangguan Wudi continued. After reaching the peak of talisman shaping, one will open the 71st acupoint and enter the talisman formation realm. The talisman formation realm, as the name suggests, involves setting up formations with true talismans. If the true chi of a talisman shaping realm martial artist is like a disorganized army, then after entering the talisman formation realm, these lazy soldiers will form a well-trained army. The quality of the jinqi will increase again. However, the improvement of the jinqi quality in the talisman formation realm is not like the acupoint expanding realm and the talisman shaping realm, where the improvement is dozens or hundreds of times. Take me, Shangguan Wudi, for example. My talent is considered extraordinary in the entire demonic warrior world. After I reach the peak of the talisman formation realm, the formations I set up with my jinqi can increase the quality of my jinqi by 6 times. This will allow my pure jinqi strength to reach 2 to 3 billion ding. Of course, with the help of the jinqi divine technique, the attack power will not be so little. Oh. That is to say, among the human true energy realm martial artists, the more talented ones, like Shangguan Wudi, will be able to fight against some of the more powerful ultimate variant demon emperors of the demon clan after reaching the peak of the talisman formation realm, Xiao Han concluded. However, Xiao Han had heard from Yan Lang that the strongest ultimate variant demonic emperors in the demon metropolis had opened 980,000 demon meridians. The capacity of each meridian was 41 times that of an ordinary demonic emperor. In other words, the pure demonic power of an ultimate variant demonic emperor of this level was close to 4 billion ding. Such ultimate variant demonic emperors could still kill most of the human true chi level 8 talisman formation realm. True chi level 9, true treasure realm. My jinqi can turn into a magical treasure. The quality of my jinqi will increase again. Shangguan Wudi continued to explain. The transformation of the jinqi into a magical treasure depends on the element of the magical treasure. My magical treasure is the yin-yang mirror. When it is used to the extreme, it can increase the attack power by 1-fold. Only by 1-fold? Xiao Han was surprised. Senior Shangguan Wudi, your magical treasure, the yin-yang mirror, can only increase the attack power by 1-fold when it is used to the extreme? Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, one fold is already very good. Let me put it this way. If I don't condense my Jinqi and cultivation technique into the yin-yang mirror, I can only use the pure strength of my Jinqi and the cultivation technique to attack. My yin-yang destruction great Jinqi can produce an attack power of about 10 billion ding. However, if I use the yin-yang mirror, I can produce an attack power of at least 20 billion ding. Xiao Han, after some martial artists enter the true treasure realm, the magical treasure formed by their Jinqi and cultivation technique can only increase the attack power by a few %. They can't double the attack power. I can be considered to be SOSO. Shengguan Wudi smiled. I see. Xiao Han kept calculating in his mind. In other words, an ancient giant like Shengguan Wudi can almost kill most ultimate variant demon emperors when they are at the peak of the true treasure realm. The power of the magical treasure can reach 20 billion ding. Unless it is an ultimate variant demon emperor with a super strong innate demonic technique, they will all be killed. However, using the magical treasure to attack consumes a lot of Jinqi. Shengguan Wudi shook his head and laughed. After the true treasure realm is the 10th stage of Jinqi, the Celestial Eye Realm. The Celestial Eye Realm is not mainly used to increase the attack power, but to open the Heaven Eye. Xiao Han, I have opened 97 true acupoints and belong to the Celestial Eye Realm. However, I have not opened the Heaven Eye yet. At the Celestial Eye Realm, my attack power increases by about 30%. Therefore, you should understand the limit of my attack power now. Shengguan Wudi smiled and looked at Xiao Han. I got it. Without using the magical treasure and just using the Jinqi and cultivation technique, your maximum attack power is about 13 billion ding. If you use the yin-yang mirror, your maximum attack power can reach 26 billion ding. Xiao Han also calculated. Yes, that's right. Shengguan Wudi smiled. But now, Xiao Han immediately evaluated his own extreme combat power. Xiao Han's strongest battle power must be the demonic emperor left arm palm. The demonic emperor left arm palm had opened 600,000 demon meridians, and each meridian was 150 times that of a normal bloodline demon emperor. In other words, the pure power of Xiao Han's demonic emperor left arm palm was 9 billion ding. However, this was not Xiao Han's maximum attack power. Xiao Han had demonic techniques. Among them, the two most powerful demonic techniques. 1. Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda. Because of the increase in the quality of the demonic emperor palm, the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda's attack power also increased. Once the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda was used, the pure power would reach 15 billion ding. Moreover, all the various formations in the 9 levels of the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda were activated. The 10,000 Demon Array, Howling Wind Array, Toxic Sand Array. Once the opponent was sucked into the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda and refined, the killing power would increase. 2. A Demon City. This Demon City was mainly used to trap enemies. Moreover, there were 81 illusory maze formations, 49 offensive formations, and 25 defensive formations. With Xiao Han's current demonic strength, he could perfectly control a demon city and various formations. Now it's clear, Xiao Han compared his extreme combat power with Shengguan Wudi's extreme combat power. Shengguan Wudi, rank 10 True Qi Realm, Immortal Eye Realm. Without using a magic treasure, his maximum attack power is about 13 billion ding. If I use the Yellow-Black Demon Pagoda, 15 billion ding of power, we are evenly matched. However, if he uses the magic treasure Yin-Yang Mirror, his attack power will double to 26 billion ding. I am still not his match. However, one thing I can be sure of is rank 9 True Qi Realm and below True Treasure Realm, if their True Qi and cultivation techniques are not transformed into magic treasures, they are not my match. Xiao Han let out a breath. I didn't expect that I, Xiao Han, would have such a high level of battle power. Senior Shengguan Wudi, I heard that there are only 100 ancient giants in the entire demon hero world. These 100 people must be rank 9 True Qi realm and above True Treasure realm, right? Xiao Han asked. Among the 100 ancient giants, the last ranked ones are all True Treasure realm. The top 40 are all Immortal Eye realm. Shangguan Wudi said with certainty. However, although everyone has demonstrated their own magical treasures, some magical treasures can only increase one's attack power by 10%, some by 20%, some by 30%. Like me, there are only 20 or so magical treasures that can increase one's attack power by 100% or more. Then, are there any True Treasure realm experts among the ancient giants? Xiao Han continued to ask. Shangguan Wudi thought for a moment. The ancient giants who are ranked 100 to 200 are the most likely to join the ranks of the ancient giants. Among them, there are less than 10 who are already rank 9 True Qi realm and True Treasure realm. Understood, Xiao Han completely understood. In other words, if Xiao Han were to use the demon god's palm on his left arm and unleash his strongest demonic technique without any scruples, there would only be 10 people who could compete with him among all the powerhouses in the demon hero world. If I, Xiao Han, use the techniques of the demon clan, I will be able to defeat the ancient giants in the demon hero world. Moreover, if the power of those 10 True Treasure realm experts' magic treasures is not strong enough, it is not impossible for me to fight against them. Xiao Han's heart was burning. Shangguan Wudi thought for a moment. Among the 10 True Treasure realm experts, at least 5 of them are actually qualified to join the ranks of the ancient giants. In the next sacred war of the Demon Hero Pagoda, they might be able to take the top spot. They can challenge and defeat the ancient giants who are ranked lower and directly take the top spot. Suddenly, Shangguan Wudi said to Xiao Han with a meaningful smile. Among the 5 strongest ancient giants, 2 of them are in the southern region. And one of them is from the Pure Rain sect. Ha ha ha. Xiao Han, do you understand what I mean? P.S. This chapter mainly talks about the combat power of the top experts of the human and demon clans. Although it is very long-winded, it must be explained, otherwise the power system will be messed up. Please forgive me. Chapter 386. After the conversation between Xiao Han and Shangguan Wudi, he finally understood the difference in combat strength between the chivalrous man of the human clan and the demon emperor of the demon clan. For example, Shangguan Wudi, ranked 23rd on the monster hero ranking with True Qi at level 10, could easily defeat most of the mutated ultimate demon emperors in this world with his Dharma treasure, the Yin-Yang mirror. Shangguan Wudi wouldn't be a match for a great emperor of the monster race, unless he was facing a stronger great emperor of the monster race. Senior Shangguan Wudi, tell me, in the entire monster hero world, among the 1,000 ancient giants, 10 of them were at the 9th level True Treasure realm, and 5 of them had the potential to become one of the ancient giants. And among them, there's a person from my Pure Cloud sect. Xiao Han was delighted. Could it be the current sect master of our Pure Cloud sect, Wu Yu? Ha 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 ha, yes, it's a turtle. Shangguan Wudi said with certainty. Shangguan Wudi paused for a moment, then said with a smile, Wushu, this guy is very low-key. In fact, Crow is only 188th on the Devilman list. This ranking did not match his battle prowess. He was at the 9th level of True Qi, the True Treasure realm. Among the ancient giants, there were only 10 True Treasure realms, and Wu Yao was one of them. According to his strength, he should at least be ranked within 110, but he didn't fight for it. It's been a long time since he competed for a ranking. I really admire Wu Yu's indifferent attitude towards fame and fortune. Shangguan Wudi praised him from the bottom of his heart. Xiao Han, this sect leader of yours is really low profile. I only found out about him through some secret channels. He had already stepped into the True Treasure realm. But the entire Devil Hero world. Not many people knew about this. Most of the fiendish heroes thought that Wu Li's cultivation level was still at level 8 True Qi, the Talisman Formation realm. He didn't spread the news that his cultivation had reached the True Treasure realm. Indeed. Sect Master is really low-key. Xiao Han also laughed. Xiao Han immediately stood up. Alright, Senior Shangguan Wudi, let's stop here. I'll leave tomorrow morning and return to the Yaoxia Pagoda. N. Xiao Han, I have made a promise with a few good friends that we are going to the depths of the great wilderness to hunt a few ultimate variant demon sovereigns. We will also set off early tomorrow morning. I won't accompany you back to the Yaoxia Pagoda. The pagoda master and the elders were in seclusion. It seemed that in a short period of time, he wouldn't come out of seclusion. So, Xiao Han, you don't have to worry about encountering them and being bullied. Don't worry, I'll go back to the Demon Hero Tower to find you after I kill those ultimate mutant demon emperors. At that time, if the pagoda master still wants to find trouble with you, I will argue with him. Ha ha ha, okay. Xiao Han laughed happily and shrugged his shoulders indifferently. No matter what, the first thing I have to do now is to return to the Yaoxia Pagoda and find a house of Psyche to break through the 51st acupoint. This is the most important thing. By the way, Senior Shangguan Wudi, my Yen Chivalrous token isn't with me. It's being kept by the Tower Master, so I can't send a message to the sect. Please help me tell my sect master, Lord Wu, that I've returned to the Yen Chivalrous Tower safely. Please don't worry about me. Alright, Xiao Han, I will help you pass on the message. Just focus on your cultivation, Shangguan Wudi said with a smile. You have accumulated so much, and your state of mind is as steady as a boulder. You are detached from worldly affairs. I personally think highly of your Meridian Point expansion. Heh. I have a hunch. Oh. Xiao Han smiled. Shangguan Wudi's voice became solemn. Xiao Han, you may become the human martial artist who has expanded his meridian points the most in the history of this plane. Xiao Han, let me tell you, on this continent, the person who has reached the highest meridian point expansion realm in the Yaoxia world is the ancient giant who is currently ranked 3rd on the Yaoxia ranking. When he was young, he broke through the 51st acupoint and expanded it 16 times for the first time. 16 times? Xiao Han frowned. Yes. Shangguan Wudi nodded. In the end, he expanded his meridian points 10 times, a total of 95 times. He made history. In the field of meridian point expansion realm, no one has been able to break the legend he created. Few a total of 95 times, he is indeed a monster. Xiao Han also admitted. But Xiao Han, you may make history. So that this glorious history would be gone from now on. You can totally change history. Shangguan Wudi stared at Xiao Han, very excited. Ha ha ha. Senior Shangguan Wudi, it seems that you are more confident than me. Xiao Han laughed. Of course. Shangguan Wudi was full of confidence. After all, Xiao Han, you are someone who has experienced life and death in the demon metropolis and came back alive. Since ancient times, you are the first one. Even if we, the ancient giants, entered the demon metropolis, we would be killed instantly. It is impossible for us to walk out alive. But you succeeded. This kind of accumulation is very scary. Moreover, I've observed your spirit and bearing. You're very extraordinary. When facing me and Brother Lang, you didn't show any stage fright at all. You'll definitely break the record. Now, let's see how much you can surpass. Thank you for your kind words. Xiao Han smiled. The night was silent. Early the next morning, Xiao Han bade farewell to the 2 ancient giants, Shangguan Wudi and Leng Qianxiu, and returned to the Yaoxia Pagoda alone. In the dazzling morning light, Xiao Han controlled his true energy and traveled through the sky. At this moment, Xiao Han's lips curled into a confident smile. I, Xiao Han, may be weak in terms of true qi cultivation. However, it does not mean that I will be weak in the future. Just wait and see. Breaking through to the Meridian Point expansion realm is just the first step. Yaoxia Pagoda. An extremely high level. More than a dozen old antiques sat quietly in a hall. Their auras were extremely strong and terrifying. Pieces of runes lingered around them. When they opened and closed their eyes, there was a strange phenomenon of the sun, moon, and stars vanishing. Even the air was about to be crushed with a slight breath. It was extremely terrifying. These old antiques were all senior yaoxia. They had once shaken the world and were famous everywhere. However, now they had all retired and even gave up their positions on the yaoxia ranking. In the yaoxia pagoda, they were responsible for some internal affairs and could be considered free and unfettered. In recent years, this group of old antiques, on a whim, he had actually gathered babies with excellent bloodlines and bone structures in the 4 regions and the Great Wilderness, and nurtured them with great care, creating a group of outstanding geniuses who were unparalleled throughout the ages. After their currying favor and operation, they selected 100 outstanding people from this group of heroes and let them participate in the yaoxia selection in recent years, preparing to make them amazing. Among them, there was a genius named Garen, who was recognized to be a peerless enchanting genius who would definitely become an immortal in the future. He was brilliant and had a promising future. However, all of this was completely destroyed by a young man named Xiao Han. Garen died. All the contestants in the yaoxia region were either dead or dead, and the rest were all eliminated. This made this group of old antiques. All of them were ashamed and almost lost their reputation. In the huge yaoxia pagoda, they did not dare to look up when they were criticized by others. Naturally, they hated Xiao Han and the people related to him to the bone. And now, ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Since the higher-ups announced Xiao Han's death last month, I have been in a much better mood. It's like suddenly seeing the light. Ha 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 ha. The depression in my heart was swept away. Garen and the other children's revenge was finally avenged. Ha 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 ha. But it's hateful. That bastard Xiao Han did not die in our hands. Suddenly, an old antique grimaced and said. His eyes were full of resentment and ferocity. It said that his brain was sucked out by some silver-masked demon emperor. It's too easy for him to die like this. It's a pity that he didn't fall into our hands. Otherwise, he would have been cut into pieces. He was sentenced to death by 1,000 cuts. His flesh was cut off piece by piece for a month, and he died from the pain. Xiao Han, that little bastard, is finally dead. So satisfying. So satisfying. The other old antiques also gritted their teeth and growled. Humph. It's just Xiao Han's death. Why are you so excited? Xiao Han's sins are enough to kill his whole family. Now that he's dead, let's observe secretly and find a chance to kill all the people related to him. Only then can we vent our hatred. Another old antique said in a strange tone. The best thing to do would be to trample everyone related to Xiao Han to death. That said, Xiao Han's sect is the Pure Cloud sect, and the sect lord, Wu Lu, is a very powerful individual. Although he keeps a low profile, he's very strong. After a moment of thought, another old-timer's eyes began to shine with a sinister green light. We can't touch Cloud. But I heard that Xiao Han, that little bastard, has married 2 wives. So, let's find a chance to capture his wives. Then, the group of old antiques happily discussed how to deal with the people related to Xiao Han. After a while, they changed the topic. I heard that the immortal world sent a message to our plane this time. Now, the Tower Master and the Elders are in seclusion to comprehend it. I wonder what kind of message the immortal world will send. TSK, the immortal world is so far away, but it actually sent a message. I feel like I'm dreaming. Forget it. Let's not make wild guesses about these things. Let's just do our job. This time, the Tower Master and the Elders are all in seclusion. As for the ancient giants, they don't want to deal with the trivial matters of the Yaoxia Tower. We, the old fellows, are going to be busy. There are many things in the Yaoxia Tower that we need to deal with. Actually, it doesn't matter. It's better to deal with the trivial matters in the Yaoxia Tower than to fight with the demons in the Jianghu, right? We're all tired of wandering in the Jianghu. I'd rather stay in the Yaoxia Tower for a stable life. Xiao Han set off from the fortress and flew in the direction of the Yaoxia region. Not long after, the Yaoxia Tower, which was said to never fall, appeared in Xiao Han's sight. It was lofty, enormous, ancient, elegant, magnificent, and stretched on for a few thousand kilometers. It emanated a scholarly aura, and it carried the aura of civilization and enlightenment. It caused the heavens and the earth to be filled with strands of righteousness, and it simply aroused respect in the hearts of all. Ha! I, Xiao Han, am finally back. The Yaoxia Tower. I, Xiao Han, am finally back alive. Ahahaha. At this moment, Xiao Han's heart naturally surged with a feeling as if a lifetime had passed. A few months ago, when he left the Yaoxia Tower and sneaked into the demon metropolis alone, Xiao Han only felt very helpless. His strength was too weak and was not enough to contend with the higher-ups of the Yaoxia Tower. He had a feeling of being in danger. But now, Xiao Han came back alive. Not only did he come back alive, but his combat strength had also increased by a terrifying amount. Now, even if he encountered the ancient giants, even if Xiao Han could not defeat them, it should not be a problem for him to escape. As for the ancient giants, Xiao Han could almost completely sweep them away. Boom! Xiao Han's figure paused and directly landed on a square in front of the first floor of the Yaoxia Tower. There were many Yaoxia standing in groups of 3 to 5 in the square, communicating with each other. Some Yaoxia were walking out of the Yaoxia Tower in a hurry, as if they were in a hurry to do something. The evil heroes that appeared near the Yaoxia Pagoda all had an extraordinary aura. Their bodies were full of vital qi, and divine lights and precious clouds lingered around them. It was hard to tell how strong they were, but they were definitely almighty people who were famous in this area. Heh! I'll enter the Yaoxia Tower first. Xiao Han smiled, pulled himself together, and swaggered into the Yaoxia Tower. At this moment, that person is Xiao Han. That's right, it's Xiao Han. Suddenly, a scream burst out in the square. Then, all the Yaoxia shuttling through the square stopped in their tracks and looked at Xiao Han in shock. Thousands of Yaoxia stared at Xiao Han like clay sculptures. Their throats seemed to be pinched by an invisible hand, making them unable to speak. The originally noisy and lively scene instantly fell silent. Complete silence. Huh? Faced with this situation, Xiao Han also stopped in his tracks and was stunned. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, "Everyone, good morning everyone." No one answered Xiao Han. Thousands of people were collectively petrified. After a few hundred breaths of silence, suddenly, thousands of Yaoxia almost erupted at the same time. Xiao Han. Last month, the higher-ups just issued an obituary saying that Xiao Han has died, but now, what's going on? Is there something wrong with the obituary issued by the higher-ups? Xiao Han is not dead? Impossible. If the higher-ups didn't confirm Xiao Han's death, how could they casually announce it? Moreover, the higher-ups have already decided to build a cenotaph for Xiao Han at the foot of the mountain of the southern region Cloud sect to commemorate him. But this guy is obviously Xiao Han. I can't be wrong. He and I became Yaoxia in the same Yaoxia selection competition. It's possible that others might have mistaken him for someone else, but I won't. Right. It's said that Xiao Han was killed by the silver-masked demon emperor, who sucked his brain and took over his body. Then, this guy now. Could it be the silver-masked demon emperor? Wow! The scene suddenly exploded. In an instant, thousands of Yaoxia surrounded Xiao Han one by one. They blocked Xiao Han's way to enter the Yaoxia Tower. To be continued. Chapter 387. The appearance of Xiao Han caused the square in front of the Yaoxia Pagoda to be congested. Thousands of demons surrounded Xiao Han. The news of Xiao Han's death had just been announced by the master of the Yaoxia Pagoda last month. But now, Xiao Han had returned to the Yaoxia Pagoda unscathed. It was too sudden. Could it really be the Silver Mask Demon Emperor? Trying to sneak into the Yaoxia Pagoda with Xiao Han's body? Some of the young demons were full of vigor. They even drew their weapons and activated their true qi, staring at Xiao Han fiercely. These guys. Xiao Han was speechless. Then, boom, a huge aura that the mountain and sea purgatory could not compare to spread out directly with Xiao Han as the center. It should be known that Xiao Han's pure physical strength had reached 53 million ding, which could be said to be able to topple mountains and overturn seas. Coupled with his firm will and extraordinary spirit, most of the demons present were only at the 4th or 5th level of true qi. A few of them were at the acupoint expanding realm, but they were intimidated by Xiao Han's aura. In an instant, many of the demons could not stand still and fell backward. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han threw his head back and laughed. His physical body was as strong as the sea, and his internal organs were as hard as iron and stone. When he spoke, his qi was abundant, rumbling like a big bell. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I'm Xiao Han. I just went to carry out a special mission and return to the Yaoxia Pagoda. As for the announcement of his death by the higher-ups, it was all to cooperate with me so that I could successfully complete that dangerous mission. And everyone, you are not like those lousy Jianghu cultivators. All of you are demons. Can't you tell the difference between a human and a demon? Hearing Xiao Han's words, the demons present all felt their eardrums ache. However, they instinctively activated their true qi to sense Xiao Han's vitality. Not long after. It's really a human. There's definitely no aura of the demon. Yes, it shouldn't be a demon. In our lives, we have also killed many demon clan members. We are also extremely sensitive to the demon clan. This guy is really Xiao Han. For a moment, thousands of fiends could not help but nod. Then, please excuse me. I want to enter the Yaoxia Pagoda, Xiao Han roared again. After the trip to the demon metropolis, Xiao Han had vaguely formed a domineering aura. His casual glance was like cold lightning. Those with slightly weaker cultivations would feel their hair stand on end when they met Xiao Han's gaze. They would definitely not dare to look Xiao Han in the eye. Moreover, Xiao Han's casual words gave people the feeling that he had great power in his hands, and no one dared to disobey him. That's right. Xiao Han had even confronted the demon the Arch before. Naturally, he could intimidate this group of demon heroes with lower cultivation levels. All of a sudden, the thousands of fiendish heroes moved a few steps away, making way for Xiao Han to enter the fiendish hero tower. Thank you, everyone. Xiao Han smiled indifferently and walked away. Just then, wait. A proud and aloof male voice came from afar. Suddenly, a bright light flickered in the depths of the sky. The sharp sound of thunder rolled over. In a small part of the sky, there was a silver bolt of lightning mixed with some black genuine qi runes. The sword light flashed, and the sword intent was hidden. It was majestic and magnificent as it struck. This was a sword qi the size of a door. It was hundreds of miles long, and it suddenly descended like a white dragon that moved clouds and rain. The power of this sword was enough to break mountains and cut rivers. Xiao Han smiled slightly. He could already see that the newcomer was an expert in the talisman transformation realm. His genuine qi had already turned into genuine talismans. His cultivation was definitely not inferior to Li Fanming's. He might even be stronger than Li Fanming. He was not an ordinary fiend hero, but an ancient giant on the fiend hero ranking. In the next moment, a white-robed man slowly walked out from the peerless sword qi. He looked to be around 30 years old. As soon as he descended, the strands of sword qi retracted back into his body. He had his hands behind his back, and his face was very white and clean. His face was like jade, but deep in the center of his eyebrows, there was a thin silver mark that looked like a bolt of lightning. His expression was very cold, aloof, and rebellious. He glanced at Xiao Han indifferently, like a high and mighty monarch looking at a criminal. Oh. An ancient giant? Xiao Han smiled indifferently. I didn't expect an ancient giant to come. How should I address you? The swordsman in white sneered. You said you are Xiao Han, right? It is said that in recent years, you are an unparalleled young man who has emerged in the fiend hero world. But today, you are just as so. Only your body is a little stronger. Your genuine chi cultivation is a mess. Listen, you are not qualified to ask for my name. Now you keep saying that you are Xiao Han. What proof do you have? Hand over your fiend hero token and let me have a look. When this ancient giant arrived, all the fiend heroes in the square held their breath. They all stood aside with their hands down, waiting to see what would happen, and no one made a sound. Facing the aggressive fierceness of this ancient giant, Xiao Han did not get angry. He just smiled slightly and said softly. How domineering. You are only an ancient giant, but you are already so arrogant. If you become an ancient giant one day, you will be arrogant to the sky. Now, Xiao Han's temperament was also completely different from before. He was no longer impulsive and easily angered. Instead, he took many things lightly. But, this kind of mentality was extremely terrifying. In other words, Xiao Han was too lazy to care about ordinary things. But if it really touched Xiao Han's bottom line, the consequences would be unimaginable. Humph. The swordsman in white was very arrogant. He lifted his eyelids and said, Xiao Han, you think that my attitude towards you is very unreasonable, right? Yes, I am not an ancient giant, and I am far from it. But it is not something that people at your level can reach. Xiao Han, your level is still too low. You still don't understand the circle of chivalrous heroes. When you reach my level one day, you will naturally understand my pride. Take out your fiend hero token. Sigh. Forget it. You are an ancient giant. Yes, with your cultivation level, you should have your dignity and prestige in the whole fiend hero circle. I, Xiao Han, will not say more. The fiend hero token has been handed over to the higher-ups, and it is not with me. As for whether I am a demon or not, you can use your spiritual wave to scan me. With your ability, you should be able to distinguish clearly, right? Xiao Han was still not angry, and his attitude was amiable. Oh. The swordsman in white was stunned by Xiao Han's attitude. Then, he nodded slightly and released his spiritual wave to scan Xiao Han. After dozens of breaths, indeed not like a demon. The swordsman in white frowned. But Xiao Han, I can't make the decision to let you into the Fiend Hero Tower. Moreover, the Tower Master and the Elders are in seclusion. Well, I can report this matter to the Senior Fiend Hero who is in charge of the daily affairs of the Fiend Hero Tower and see how they will deal with it. It doesn't matter. Xiao Han smiled helplessly. This is the Fiend Hero Tower, the holy land of the Fiend Hero. I will not cause trouble. Go ahead and report it. I am not a demon, and I have no ulterior motives. I am not afraid of being interrogated. Okay. The swordsman in white was also very satisfied with Xiao Han's attitude. Xiao Han, wait a moment. The swordsman in white turned his right hand and took out his Fiend Hero token to send a message. The Fiend Hero Tower, an extremely high floor. More than a dozen old antiques sat in the hall, leisurely drinking tea and chatting. They were in a very good mood because Xiao Han's death could be considered an explanation for the group of disciples they had trained. At this moment, a sound transmission stone embedded in the middle of the hall emitted a sound. Senior Fiend Heroes, that young man, Xiao Han, is outside the Fiend Hero Tower. He kept saying that he secretly went to a certain place to complete a task given to him by the higher-ups. In order to cooperate with him, the higher-ups deliberately announced the news of his death and issued an obituary. But now, he has returned safe and sound. Just now, I have already used my true chi to scan the state of his vitality. He is indeed a human, not a demon. However, I do not dare to make the decision to let him into the Fiend Hero Tower. I'll leave this matter to you, senior heroes, to make a decision. Bang. 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 After receiving this message, the teacups in the hands of the old antiques instantly fell to the ground and shattered. Their expressions were completely stupefied. The air in the hall became stiff. After a few dozen breaths, damn it. One of the old antiques waved his hand and sent out a wave of true chi to turn off the voice transmission stone. Then, he stood up shakily. Preposterous. What the hell is going on? Xiao Han is not dead? This little bastard is not dead? Then what's with the obituary last month? It's ridiculous. Calm down. Everyone, calm down first. A red-faced old man stood up, his eyes emitting a cold light. Let's put aside the obituary issued by the higher-ups last month. Now that Xiao Han is outside the Fiend Hero Tower, what do you think? What else can I think? Do you think that some demon has lost his mind and pretended to be Xiao Han and ran to the Fiend Hero Tower to fish in troubled waters? This is something that has never happened in hundreds of millions of years. Which demon dares to run to the lair of our Fiend Hero? Even the most powerful demon emperor doesn't have the guts, just like the most powerful existence of our human race doesn't dare to run to the demon metropolis. This is the same reason. Hateful. That Xiao Han didn't die, and he swaggered back. He said that he went to complete some secret mission. Now that he has returned, could it be that he is receiving a reward? How funny. Ridiculous. What do we do now? What else? We can't let him enter the Fiend Hero Tower. Now that the Tower Master and many elders are in seclusion, the ancient giants won't care about this kind of trivial matter. The Tower Master has given us full authority to handle the daily affairs of the Fiend Hero Tower, so, just kill him. Kill Xiao Han. Good, very good. When we heard the news of his death, we all sighed in regret for not being able to execute him personally. But now, he actually came back in such a grand manner. Ha 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 ha. Directly suppress him. Ravage him. Abuse him. Yes, yes, yes. He wants to enter the Fiend Hero Tower, it's simply wishful thinking, daydreaming. We must suppress him ruthlessly, it's best to beat him into a demon, so that he can't turn over a new leaf. Now he's a fish on the chopping board, just right for us to slaughter at will. He's not a demon, but we still have to convict him as a demon. There's only one end for him. Eternal damnation. Let's go out together and suppress him. My disciple Garen died unjustly. Today, I want Xiao Han to pay with his blood. At the square outside the Fiend Hero Tower. Xiao Han, don't be impatient. I've already reported your situation to those experienced demons. I'm sure they'll send a representative to examine you. If they think you're fine, then you can enter the Fiend Hero Tower at will, the swordsman in white said indifferently. So troublesome. Xiao Han was speechless. At this moment, boom. 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 More than 10 fierce and violent auras rushed out of the Fiend Hero Tower. The entire space trembled, the sun and moon sank, and the runes intertwined. The densely packed true runes formed all kinds of formations. The torrential aura spread in all directions. Thousands of soldiers and horses trampled on the ground, the mountains fell, the rivers surged, the river water slapped the shore, and thousands of piles of snow were swept up. A group of important people descended. Xiao Han looked up and saw more than 10 people who looked like elders. All of their bodies were surrounded by a formation formed by true chi runes that circulated continuously. The power of these formations was violent, and they emitted an aura that could destroy mountains and rivers, and kill ghosts and gods. A group of talisman formation realm. Xiao Han nodded slightly in his heart. 8th stage true chi, Talisman Formation Realm. However, Xiao Han felt very strange. Why were the eyes of these elders filled with hatred and resentment when they looked at him? It was as if they had met their enemies. No way. I've never seen this group of senior villains before. Xiao Han was very confused. Silver Mask Demon Emperor. One of the elders stepped out and roared. How dare you come to our Fiend Hero Tower to cause trouble? We won't tolerate you. Huh? Xiao Han's eyelids twitched slightly. Everyone, you don't even look at me and just say that I, Xiao Han, am the Silver Mask Demon Emperor. Aren't you being too arbitrary? Why? A demon wants to bluff his way through by taking a precious medicine that can shield his demonic aura? Another old man stared at Xiao Han coldly. Do you really think you can fool our eyes with your evil demonic ways? We'll give you a chance now. You just have to kneel down and admit that you're a demon and let us capture you. Then, we'll just lock you up in the heavenly prison and imprison you until the Tower Master comes out of seclusion to conduct an investigation. If you don't surrender, we'll kill you in an instant. Get rid of a pest for the people. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Xiao Han looked up and laughed wildly. He laughed extremely crazily, but his eyes were completely cold. I, Xiao Han, have always been kind to others. I've always shown weakness, but there are actually people who don't know right from wrong and want to suppress me. Fine, fine, fine. You've forced me to do this. Forget it. I can't bear it anymore. There's no need to bear it anymore. I'll count to 3. If you don't let me enter the Fiend Hero Tower, then I'll kill all of you. Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Leave no one alive. A bunch of old dogs. You've crossed my bottom line. Do you know that? The consequences are very serious. You're tuning into the Dreamy Love Stories YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.